Anyway, I'm just going to switch this to KSP real quick just so we can get a bump in the bookmark here. And then I'll switch us back over to science and technology. There we go. Cool. Show the title card for a second so we can find this in the VOD and know where to cut it up. All right, cool. So, Thomas's big theory post. Yes. Don't. I'm trying to pace the stream, dude. Bear with me here. So, Thomas, you have a theory about Slick 6. All right, I guess we could start this space news there. That's fine. So, guys, if you haven't seen it, first of all, Thomas, before you're, I'm sorry, I know you posted the theory a bunch of times. Let me just give people a little bit of a background. So, Jack Beyer over at NSF, Jack posted this. Check this out. So this is some pretty interesting news here, okay? For immediate release, Space Launch Delta 30 to lease SpaceX Launch Complex 6 to SpaceX. So, Space Launch Delta 30, who is the Space Force squadron that oversees Vandenberg Air Force Base and the Western Testing Range, is leasing Complex 6 to SpaceX. Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. Colonel Rob Long, Space Delta 30 commander, signed a statement of support on April 21st, 2023, granting SpaceX permission to lease Slick 6, or Space Launch Complex 6, for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy launches. Slick 6 previously supported Delta 4, the Delta 4 vehicle family, and has remained vacant since the final Delta 4 Heavy launch on September 24th, 2022. The decision is the result of Delta 30's launch pad allocation strategy, for which is a process to evaluate the suitability of various launch sites for, and that's where it ends. So, little bit of a background on Slick 6. Slick 6 is one of my favorite launch pads. Believe it or not, it's one of the oldest launch pads that's still around. The beginnings of SpaceX, the beginnings of Slick 6 go all the way back basically to the mid-1960s. So here, let me give you guys I have plenty of pictures, don't worry. Let me give you guys a little bit of a thing. So, Slick 6 was originally built for the Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory programs. Gemini MOL is basically a space station module with a Gemini capsule attached to the front. It launches on Titan 3. It was supposed to launch on Titan 3. So Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory basically was the Air Force's manned space program. So the Air Force had a manned space program, and NASA had a manned space program, basically up until 1967. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second. In 1967, the Air Force's manned space program was folded over into a Special Air Force detachment for NASA, and all manned programs were basically brought under one roof in 1967, and I'll say why in a moment. Confirmation from Vandenberg. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, we knew that this was real. So what's Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory? It's basically a manned spy satellite with a Gemini capsule attached to the front. Yeah. So the Air Force in the mid-1960s started building out a launch pad at Vandenberg Air Force Base called Space Launch Complex 6 for the Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory. Now, Gemini MOL here, here's a picture of the first Gemini MOL astronauts right here. Gemini MOL is basically launched on a Titan. You have your Titan core stage, and then 2 Titan SRBs, and then a trans stage attached as your upper stage with the space station module and a capsule up front. That's basically what Slick 6 was built for. Now, once again, in 1967, the Air Force folded over its manned spaceflight program into a detachment and basically combined it with the Apollo program for the most part. That's the easy way to understand this. Now, why did they do that? Well, they did that in 1967 because of the Outer Space Treaty. The Manned Orbiting Laboratory could be seen as offensive capability in space, so they didn't do it. The Russians also the Soviets had a very similar space program called Salyut. or the Russian word for salute. The first salyut was basically exactly like this, except, you know, you'd launch the module up there and then you'd launch the Soyuz and the Soyuz would attach to it and boom. The first salyut module, which is the Russian word for salute, was called the Almaz space station. Almaz basically was it's basically a military outpost in space for the most part. It is a spy satellite just like Gemini MOL is. And Almaz even went so far as to have a 20mm cannon attached to the front. Yeah, turns out that guns make good RCS in space. Yeah. But the 1967 space treaty kind of voided that. So the Almaz program was folded into the Salyut program and basically used as an on-orbit laboratory for the Soviet space programs, scientific purposes. Simultaneously, the Gemini MOL program was folded into the Apollo program, and Gemini MOL never happened. The closest thing that we did to it was Skylab, right? So, Slick 6 was built for the Gemini MOL program, and then the Gemini MOL program basically went belly up before they could finish Slick 6. Now, after the Apollo program was canceled and was replaced with the space shuttle, the Air Force decided, you know, oh, if we're going to use the space shuttle, well, let's start doing this kind of stuff again. So, they took Slick 6, right? I'm going through my pictures here. Give me a moment. They took Slick 6 and they started upgrading it for the space shuttle. So, and that's honestly how Slick 6 ended up being one of the oldest pads in existence because it was built in 1965. It's one of the oldest operational service structures and pad complexes that we have. Believe it or not, it predates operational capability of 39A, but it was never operational. So they started construction basically around the same time as Complex 39, which is something interesting to note. So they started retooling Slick 6 in the late 70s, early 1980s for the space shuttle. Because the Air Force was going to have basically a fleet of orbiters, just like NASA, and the Air Force would use their fleet of orbiters for Air Force things. And NASA would use their fleet of orbiters for NASA things. That ended up never happening because of Challenger, but that didn't stop the Air Force from basically retooling Slick 6, which was originally designed for Gemini MOL, and that's what that service structure is right there. That was designed to fit the Gemini in there. They retooled it and upgraded it for the space shuttle. And Slick 6 ended up becoming the only pad that was ever designed to host the space shuttle that was purpose-built for said space shuttle, interestingly enough. NASA, when they built out the systems at 39 to support the space shuttle, well, this picture of the VAB should tell you that this was the VAB and Complex 39 was built for the Saturn V. It wasn't purpose-built for the space shuttle. Everything was retrofitted. Now, don't get me wrong. Slick 6 still had some retrofitted stuff here from the Gemini program, but the pad wasn't completed. They basically built the service structure, and that's it. And then Gemini MOL was folded, right? They folded it over in the Apollo program. Now, when the shuttle program came back, they basically started from scratch here, and they rebuilt the entire complex. You can see it's basically under construction in this picture. I have a bunch of pictures here because I think it's one of the coolest launch pads because it was the only purpose-built shuttle pad. Slick 6 basically had the shuttle being built on the pad instead of being built in the VAB and rolling to the pad, which was suitable for a much heavier rocket. The shuttle was a smaller stack, so you could build it right at the pad. See what I'm talking about? Build this sucker right at the pad and go from there. So they had mobile buildings instead of a stationary building and a mobile launcher. They had a stationary launch pad and mobile buildings, which is very interesting. This structure, basically, which is called the Shuttle Assembly Building, or SAB, and the Shuttle Mobile Service Tower basically moved close to each other, and they encompassed each other, and you could build the shuttle stack inside. Right? What about weather and stuff? Does the mobile building secure it? Oh, absolutely. Sure. Yeah, this is a payload integration environment. Yeah, absolutely. Believe it or not, there is the payload changeout room, which is this thing. It's called a PCR for short. If you see where that red is right there, this whole structure from this red bracket forward will move. It's on rails, and it moves inside of the shuttle assembly building. And if you look, there's a bracket here to attach into the shuttle's payload bay. This means they could integrate shuttles. They could integrate it's a clean room that basically goes inside of the SAB when it's in the closed position, and they could integrate payloads into the shuttle inside of the building. Once again, purpose-built pad. Very, very cool. Tomas, we'll get to that. You're jumping the gun a little bit. But yeah, very interesting setup. Very interesting. So I have plenty of pictures because I think Slick 6 is being the only purpose-built shuttle pad was very, very smart in how it was implemented. How did that sneak in there? Great picture, nonetheless. I have pictures of it all throughout my shuttle collection here. Nice picture. That's inside of the VAB, though. I have more pictures of Vandenberg around here. Yep, there's a picture of Enterprise, and there's the payload changeout room. That whole structure is like basically a rolling oil rig that they can hold the payloads in. And when the shuttle's in the vertical position, it'll attach right to it. That was a shuttle concept. These are all pictures from my collection of shuttle stuff. Now, this is all random stuff. My Vandenberg pictures are all kind of interspersed. Fun fact about the Salyut program, just while we're here. The Salyut program eventually became part of Mir, and then it became part of the ISS. The Zvezda module, the Russian, I think it's the Russian word for star, is actually a Salyut module from the early parts of the space program, interestingly enough. Just quick side note. Yeah, see, there we go. See, there's some early concepts of how they were going to put the shuttle together at Vandenberg. And there's the payload changeout room. And the PCR basically attaches right there. Yeah, Pogue, we got it. That sucks. They lost communication with it. There's the PCR in the extended position through the shuttle assembly building right there. And there's a picture of Vandenberg's pad from the top down. I also really appreciate the vehicles here. That 77 F100 long bed. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Ooh, how about that C10? Any Chevy fans out there? How about that van? K20 right there. Very nice. Yeah, see, there's the SAB being built. There's the PCR being built. It's basically a clean room. So you can integrate payloads in it, sure. And there's the processing movement here for the orbiter. Hi, Jackal. There is a shot of Enterprise, which was used for fitment tests in 1985 inside of the SAB. There's an entire shot of the whole pad. Mobile service tower, shuttle integration building, payload changeout room, shuttle pad, fixed service structure. And that's the flame trench. The flame trench from the shuttle engines actually did a 90, and then the SRB flame trenches were on either side. Yep, there's Enterprise being integrated onto a test stack. PCR inside of the SAB right there. And then, yeah, see what I mean? So they built out Slick 6 for the shuttle program. Unfortunately, Challenger in 1986 gave the Air Force, basically top brass of the Air Force didn't want to do that anymore. They saw the shuttle as unsafe, and they pulled out of the program entirely. So Slick 6, which was a fully working, like pretty much operational shuttle pad, literally never got used for the shuttle program. Yep. That W200 is very nice. Nice. K20. Datsun pickup truck? No? Yeah. I want all of these vehicles in this picture, especially that one. Fun fact. While we're here, not all of this hardware actually went to waste. A lot of it ended up being used somewhere else. See the Cometto right there? The Cometto, the shuttle, the purpose-built shuttle transport vehicle. Just in case you're wondering why we would spend that amount of money on a thing and never use it, part of it actually ended up finding uses in other places. There's that same Cometto, basically in 2011, being used to move Atlantis around. Yeah, they ended up shipping it back over to the Cape, and when the Air Force pulled out of the shuttle program, they took all the parts off of the pad and basically gutted it and gave it to Kennedy Space Center for the most part. Fun fact, some of that stuff still has a job today. There's that Cometto that was built for Vandenberg Air Force Base in the early 1980s, moving Atlantis around when it was retiring it. There it is moving Enterprise around in 1985. And there it is moving Falcon 9 around from 2017. Yeah, SpaceX still uses that transporter to move Falcons around. So not all of that Vandenberg project went to waste. It's just kind of annoying that it never happened. Now, after the Air Force pulled out of it, pulled out of the project. The pad basically sat dormant until it launched it was used to launch Athena missiles in the late 90s as a test site. And then they ended up using Slick 6 for Delta 4, which is very cool. The last launch that Slick 6 hosted, as mentioned in that press statement, was a Delta 4 Heavy. Slick 6 was retooled for the Delta program, which didn't require that much modifications, right? But there's Slick 6 at the beginning of the Gemini program. That's about how far they got before they said, nah, never mind. Yeah, I know, Farm. That never happens. So, yeah, there's freaking pictures of Enterprise. There, it was used for the Athena, and then they used it for Delta 4, and it's been Delta 4's home basically since, until basically the last Delta 4 launch from Vandenberg happened last year. And now it's going to be used for Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9, at least initially. That's very interesting. Now, why? Okay, so now you know the history of Slick 6. Slick 6 is actually one of my favorite launch pads in existence because, once again, it kind of showed what a shuttle pad could look like if you don't have the constraints of pad 39. That's really important to understand. Think about how fast you could put a shuttle stack together when all the buildings are right next to each other, instead of being a couple miles away. Let me find another picture. Give me 1 second. I want to show you guys one last picture of the overall integrated architecture. It's in here somewhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here it is. So it's one of my favorite pads that ended up never getting used, which really sucks. Imagine we kept with a shuttle and you got Slick 6 style pads all the way up the East Coast. That could have been a thing, dude. Could have been a thing if we didn't get cold feet with the Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle could do everything that Falcon 9 is doing right now better. Don't get me wrong, it would be more expensive because the Space Shuttle is a more complicated vehicle. You want a tow truck or you want a smart car? Tow truck all the way, baby. You get what you pay for with spaceflight. It's just about how much you use it. The price of a tow truck doesn't change if I bought it or if you bought it. Now, if you operate a towing company, a tow truck's going to be a little bit more cost effective than if I bought a tow truck just because I wanted one. But we could get into what ifs with the shuttle program all day. Believe me, we've done that. We don't want to do that. So, yeah, Uncle X, that would be nice. We pretty much would have had Venture Star by now, but let's not do that. We don't want to huff the hopium too much, okay? So, interesting that this whole complex, SpaceX leased out. Now, the interesting thing here is that if we go on Google Earth and we look, right? If we go on Google Earth and we look at Vandenberg, here's Vandenberg Air Force Base. It's about 100 miles northwest of Los Angeles. And if you've ever gone up there, drive Route 1. Route 1 looks like it. You ever go to, like, go on vacation to a place and you're like, people live here? This place can't be real. This has got to be. No. This is fake. So if you've ever seen the Windows photo, like, you know the Windows, like, that Windows stock image with the grass and the hills, literally Vandenberg looks like that. Like around Lompoc, it's one of the most beautiful parts of the country, to be honest with you. Picture doesn't do it justice, but look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful part of the country. Yeah, it looks like car ads, Caviar. That's a good way to say it. That means they'll need another landing pad. Well, okay, some interesting things here. So, there's Slick 6. There's my baby right there. I love that launch pad. It's so cool. They did block up the shuttle's flame deflector, though. They filled it in with concrete, which sucks, but the twin side deflectors are still there from where the shuttle's SRBs were supposed to be. But interesting thing about Slick 6 is that that press statement specifically says that Slick 6 is going to be used for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy rockets. Lompoc. It's Lompoc. If I say Lompoc, everybody says Lompoc. If I say Lompoc, everybody says you vice versa. You see what I'm trying to say. So I call it Lompoc because that's what the locals told me to call it when I was there. Go figure. I'll take their word for it for the most part. So the interesting thing here is that SpaceX already has launch capability from Vandenberg just over here at Slick 4. Slick 4 East is the Falcon 9 launch pad. Actually, there is a Falcon 9 on it in this picture, which is actually pretty cool. Now, we haven't seen, there's never been a Falcon Heavy launch from Slick 6. Slick 6 is from Slick 4. Slick 4 has only launched single stick rockets. But the interesting thing here, guys, is so Slick 4, just a little bit of a background on Slick 4. Slick 4 was used for Atlas, I believe. Or no, Titan. It was used for the Titan program. It's a twin pad launch complex that was used for Titan. Slick 2, or Slick 3 over here, not Slick 2. Slick 2 is used by Firefly. Slick 3 over here was used for Atlas, right? And this one was a twin pad launch complex for Titan. SpaceX obviously took one of those launch pads and completely paved over it. You can still see the flame diverter from it right there. And I don't think I need to say what happens right there. But the interesting thing to figure out here is that, you know, Slick 4, we've only seen single stick Falcon 9s go out of it. We've never seen a heavy launch from here. Now, another interesting thing is if I go into my research folder again, but my Falcon 9 research folder, not the shuttle research folder. Well, yeah, I got one of those too. Yeah, here. So if we go in here and we start blazing through some pictures, 39A right now, and that's the 39A transporter erector, is the only pad that right now is configured for Falcon Heavy. Or can be configured for Falcon Heavy. Or is it? Well, one, we've only seen a Falcon Heavy launch from 39A. Hey, beautiful. But here's the thing. So this is a picture inside of Slick 4. And note the pickup truck for scale. If you really want this, if you want to get a good understanding of the size of these things. Yeah, the truck right there. You mean 40? No, I don't, Creeper. I don't at all. That's not 40's transporter erector. That's not even close. So where's the picture that I'm looking for? Here, these pictures. It's important to note that even though we've never seen a Falcon Heavy launch from Vandenberg, the pad is configured for it right here. See what I'm talking about? SpaceX paid a good amount of money to basically redo this part of the transporter erector called the reaction frame. They paid a good amount of money to have the reaction frame retooled to support Falcon Heavy operations. Now, how can I tell from this picture that it's designed to support Falcon Heavy options? Look at the hole in the bottom of the pad. These are just inserts right here that hold Falcon 9 up when they're launching in single stick configuration. See what I'm talking about? These can be removed on those brackets right there. And Falcon Heavy does have capability to launch from Slick 4. SpaceX has just never had the need for it. This picture basically proves that right there. It can be reconfigured. Abso-freaking-lutely. So, that brings me to this point. And this is the overall point that I'm trying to make. What the heck are they going to use Slick 6 for? It's a question that I've been kind of thinking about since I saw this news last night. What are you using Slick 6 for? Vertical integration for payloads? Possibly. Top of the transporter erector edited with Falcon Heavy. Wouldn't it be for NSSL vertical integration? Slick 6 is a modern Falcon 9 Falcon Heavy pad. Slick 4 Starship test landing facility. That's a good one. All those super secret missions they always dreamed the shuttle was going to be good for. Pretty much, Mars. Falcon 9 is pretty much doing what we wanted the shuttle to do in the 80s, but they got cold feet because of Challenger. It turns out when you launch the shuttle in conditions that it's not designed for, it fails. I know, funny story. Really stupid reason to stop, but oh well. So, there's no need to make a mobile service tower at Slick 4 for vertical integration. So, let me bring everybody up to speed on what that means. So, there's two types of ways to integrate a payload on a rocket. There's horizontal integration, which is basically when you attach the payload in a horizontal configuration, right? And then turn the entire rocket upright and then launch it. There's also vertical integration. Vertical integration is when you have the rocket already stacked and then you put the payload on top of it vertically. Pretty straightforward stuff. Now, why would SpaceX need vertical integration capability? Why do they need that? Well, they need that because SpaceX has a contract with the Space Force called the National Security Space Launch Contract. The NSSL contract, per the Phase 2 Launch Services Procurement Contract, basically states that you need to be able to put stuff on the rocket when it's in the vertical configuration. What needs to be put on the rocket? Don't know. Above my pay grade. I'm sure you could guess. Don't know. Don't care. All I know is what the contract says. All right? So, Slick 6, with that payload changeout room, which has since been scrapped, you can see where it should have been right there. Probably, SpaceX is probably going to use Slick 6 for vertical integration. I think that's a pretty good guess. You guys pretty much had it spot on, right? Slick 6 is capable of doing horizontal and vertical integration. It can do both of them because it was designed for the space shuttle. Which the space shuttle can do both of them as well. Even the pads at 39 were capable of vertical integration. That's what that big swing structure is next to the pads. If you look at a picture of the shuttle on the pad, they could have horizontally integrated the payload inside of the orbiter processing facility when the shuttle is basically on the ground before they put it on the stack. Or they could move the shuttle with an empty payload bay out to 39A or B and then swing a gigantic structure in place called the RSS, the rotating service structure, into position for a launch. Now, here, I have a picture of the RSS if you guys want to see it. It's in here somewhere. You know what? Let's just use this as an opportunity to go through here. Let's see if we can find a picture of it on the pad. So, yeah, this thing right here. See that? This entire structure is on a gigantic kingpin right there. And it could swing into position. And this thing could basically grab the shuttle's payload bay doors and open it while it's vertical, because the shuttle was designed to do Department of Defense missions. Or they could put it when the shuttle's horizontally like that inside of the OPF. Yeah, see, there's the the OPF for the shuttle when it's open and ready for payloads. Now, an interesting thing to note is that the payload changeout room, where are you? Where are you? The payload changeout room right there is basically the shuttle's rotating service structure, basically just on wheels. Yeah, it's the same exact structure. It's just, it can move linearly instead of rotation. Yeah, same thing. Same exact structure. Funny story. I don't know, Super, soon. Vega, 25 months, thank you. They might end up modifying it to be a little bit like this. Yeah, it's possible. Or they're going to use that mobile service tower for vertical integration because it has a bridge crane in it and it's already built. I think that's the big reason. Now, the question remains here. If they're going to use Slick 6 for Falcon Heavy, even though Slick 4 already can launch Falcon Heavy, what are they going to use Slick 4 for? Now, is SpaceX going to operate 2 pads on the West Coast? SpaceX has 2 pads they have 2 pads at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, right? They have 39A and Slick 40. Why vertical? Because there's certain satellites that really are only designed to stand up straight erudite, because they need to be light enough to basically, well, think about a satellite like a Jenga tower, right? A tower of blocks, if you will. The tower of blocks basically only stands up when it's straight up and down. If you tried to take the tower of blocks and turn it on its side, it would fall over, right? Satellites are built like that. They're built to only basically be able to hold themselves up when they're vertically integrated. So sometimes if you take a satellite that's only designed to be held like this and you try to turn it on its side, it'll fall apart. The reason why is because you only need to design it like that down here because it's only designed to be put on top of a rocket and launched into space. When it's up in 0G or microgravity, it can just move around, no problem, because there's no acceleration on the vehicle. Understand? Seems like they're anticipating a lot of polar launch activity. Yeah, oh snap, it's quite interesting that SpaceX would scale like this. Because, see, here's the thing, fellas. It's really easy to say, oh, use what you have already and just retool this for Falcon Heavy. But don't you think that building a service structure for Slick 4 would be easier than trying to retool an entire launch pad for Falcon rockets? It's a very interesting thing to ask. And this is why I'm like, you have the space right here to build a vertical structure, to build an integration structure. You definitely have the space right here. Heck, you have the space in that parking lot right there to build a mobile service tower to be able to vertically put payloads on your rocket. Do you know how I know this? Because that parking lot is the leftover remains of the Titan mobile service tower for vertically integrating payloads. It's the remains of it. That's what that parking lot is. If we go back and look, oh, there's them demolishing the mobile service tower for vertically integrating payloads. Almost like you shouldn't have got rid of that. But the Air Force did it because it's easier to just destroy it than it is to, you know, keep it maintained. So there's the exact, see the exact tower? There's a Titan rocket, and this thing literally moves all the way this way. There's a bunch of doors that open up, and it basically eats the whole thing when it's integrated. See? The funny thing is that Slick 4, the other Slick 4, this is Slick 4W, Slick 4 West has the same exact thing. In fact, if we go back a little ways on Google Earth, you can see them. They're pretty clear as day. See? There it is. They're both in the closed position in this picture. Now, once again, why wouldn't you just do that? It's an interesting question to ask, I think. Swedish rocket crash landed in Norway. Those damn Swedes. Interesting. I'll throw this at you. Can Slick 6 support Starship? Yeah. Interesting, right? Interesting. Why wouldn't they just build it right there? It's an empty parking lot. You could do the same thing. They have, and the curious thing is that that's exactly what they're doing at 39A. I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. Okay. Here's the thing. Okay. I think I've extrapolated something out. That's basically what I've, like, basically based off what you guys are saying and basically what I was just thinking. So, check this out. All right. So why wouldn't you do
Discovery,
this?
go at throttle up.
What are you trying to do? Well, SpaceX is trying to comply with NSSL Phase 2 LSP, all right? They basically need vertical integration capability to get that sweet Department of Defense money for launching whatever they want to launch into space. Right? Pretty straightforward stuff. Now, building a mobile service tower here would require you to take Slick 4E offline. There's no way you're going to have a construction site right next to a launch pad. We figured out last Thursday why that's a bad idea. Right? So, you don't want to take Slick 4 offline. The reason why? Slick 4 has done more missions in the past 5 years than it did in the previous 30. If we go back and look at Slick 4, we look at the wiki page, you can see the frequency of launches. That should tell you everything you need to know. I mean, the graph is a little screwed up, right? But you get the idea. See what I mean? SpaceX has launched an insane amount of missions since they acquired the pad in 2015. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not a lot compared to its counterparts, right? It's not a lot compared to its counterpart pads, Slick 40 and Slick 30 and Launch Complex 39A. But it has launched more. There's a Starlink launch going out of there almost every week, which is pretty damn impressive. Now, SpaceX probably wants... So, okay, here's the thing. How do you comply with being able to have vertical launch capability or vertical integration capability from Vandenberg, but also not take your pad offline so you can keep doing Starlink launches? Instead of even bothering trying to build an integration structure here, there's literally one down the road. Literally down the road. It's right there. And it has more than enough capability to be able to do all types of Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9 missions, which is crazy. I'd like to point out that Slick 6 also has a fixed service structure next to it for crew access. But I wouldn't read into that more than it needs to be read into. You're going to need more concrete evidence of that? Oof. That's very interesting. The tower would need to be made taller for crew access. I don't think so. No, I don't think so, Thomas. No. It's enough to make umbilicals for Delta 4 Heavy. Delta 4 Heavy is no taller than Falcon Heavy. Not by much. I don't think so, dude. I think they already extended it. In fact, it already goes up all the way up there. I mean, don't get me wrong. If that crew access arm is still there, yeah, you're going to need to move that up there, and that might require some retooling of the pad. But it's tall enough. It's definitely tall enough. You'd need to move this up there somehow, but not saying it can't be done. Oh, dude, that just looks so freaking right, dude. Unbelievable. So just some interesting stuff to consider. I think we figured it out. I think they want to maintain launch capability for Starlink from Vandenberg. So they acquired Slick 6 to comply with NSSL Phase 2 because it already has vertical integration capability. All they need to do is retrofit the pad with a Falcon 19 reaction frame and then all the equipment for that. And let's be real, it was designed for the space shuttle. There's plenty of space. It's a big launch complex. Slick 6 is huge. I think that's it. Hey, Robe. I came upon your stream on the Starship launch and enjoyed it very much. I've since bought KSP2 and been watching the VODs learning how to play. Thank you so much for the entertainment. My pleasure. This is what I do, man. Are those explosion-proof buildings? They wouldn't be next to a launch pad if they weren't, Willie. Let's assume Slick 4 for Starship testing and operation after Space Force saw the first Starship launch. Would that reduce the FAA licenses because of Space Force ground? You'd still have to do you'd still have to do an environmental impact. The launch license would probably be easier to get because it's already on the Western Testing Range and the infrastructure is there. You'd have to do an EIR for the vehicle. But see, here's the thing. A lot of you guys are saying, oh, they use Slick 4 for Starship. Use Slick 4 for Starship. Nah, D-Pick, it crashed. I don't know, dudes. Is that road really called that? Okay. I don't know if this would be big enough for Starship infrastructure. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I don't know if it'd be good for Starship infrastructure, dudes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wookie Cookie, hello, go. Nice content, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. It would reduce the implications of excavating 100 tons of dirt and dropping it on nearby towns. Yeah, Frowlin, there's a lot of people that like to make up stuff with what happened with that. And don't get me wrong, I know what you're talking about, but the way you said that is not exactly what happened. But I get the gist of what you're saying. Once operations are moved to Slick 6, could upgrade 4, though. Yeah, but fellas, what's the benefit? That's my honest question. What is the benefit of having Starship at Vandenberg? What's the purpose? I mean, eventually when Falcon 9 gets phased out, but let me rephrase that. What's the immediate benefit of retooling Slick 4 for Starship operations. If I'm looking at this right, SpaceX is going to probably get rid of Slick 4 once Slick 6 is operational, or operate the pads in tandem. Landing tests. Now, Starship landing tests, Phil? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they launched stuff out of Boca Chica and landed in Vandenberg instead. Now that I could definitely see. But what do you do with Starship once it lands in Vandenberg? The rocket is not pointy enough, Lotek. It needs to be more pointy. NSSL Phase 3. They want to bid Starship for Phase 3 and already tried to bid Starship for Phase 2. Yeah, but there's no conclusive evidence saying that that is or isn't going to happen. You know, like, I really, really want... Dude, don't get me wrong. I'll be 100% honest with you. Maybe they're using these as an interim stopgap. Because, so we were just saying, Slick 4 isn't really big enough to support Starship operations. It's a relatively small launch complex. Even for a twin pad complex, it's pretty damn small. But also at the same time, Slick 6 is big enough for Starship. Absolutely. It would need some modifications, but this is a big enough complex to support a bigger vehicle. Now, what do I mean by bigger complex? What does that mean? What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? It's a launch pad. Just put the launch... Well, here's the thing. All right, bigger launch vehicles this is just one of the thousands of examples. Bigger launch complex need bigger fuel tanks. Seriously, you need bigger fuel tanks on the pad to fuel up a bigger rocket. You need more capacity. That requires bigger pumps, bigger fuel tanks, blah, blah. Since Slick 6 is designed for the space shuttle, which is a way bigger rocket than even Delta IV, right? Or even Falcon 9. There's plenty of real estate here and plenty of infrastructure, industrial infrastructure here already to support larger rockets. That's what I'm getting at. So perhaps they'll use this as an interim while they go back over here to Slick 4, build out that tower, and then for Phase 3, they take Slick 6 and use it for Starship. It's a viable... That makes sense, but also, who knows? Another thing with Slick 6, and this is important to understand. Another thing with Slick 6 is Slick 6 has basically direct industrial road access to a heavy dock. Now, what? Okay, so what? What do you mean? Why does that make a difference? Well, this dock right here is an industrial grade dock. It's designed for very big ships to land and drop stuff off, like rocket stages or external tanks. And that means that this road infrastructure right here is designed and graded for heavy lift. It's designed to have heavy stuff. Coast Road and Tow Road is designed to have heavy stuff on it. Now, you can kind of tell. There's ways to look at a road and tell that it's designed to have very heavy things moved up and down it. Usually you can tell because it looks like the road has bike lanes on it. That's a real easy thing to spot. The road is wider because it has a thicker subgrade. Okay, there's a little bit on civil engineering here. See how that road looks funny? That doesn't look like a road that you'd see in the United States. It looks like it has bike lanes. I don't think anybody's riding their bike out here next to these launch pads. But the interesting thing is that road has direct access. That heavy road has direct access all the way up to Slick 6. So you can move something big to Slick 6. Now, don't get me wrong. You could also have access to Slick 4. But Slick 4 is all the way down here. And Slick 4's road, right there, absolutely not designed for that. It's not designed for heavy stuff because it's not a big launch complex. When you go to choose a launch site, when you go to choose a launch site for your spaceflight company's best needs, this is stuff that you have to pay attention to. Because you don't want to get bogged down because the launch site that you leased doesn't have a road that's heavy enough to move your vehicle to it. It's very interesting. Slick 6 has the heavy infrastructure already built into it because it was designed to move space shuttles and external tanks and SRBs around. SRBs are notoriously heavy. Can people actually go there and bike? No. Mark Huntsey, no, absolutely not. That's an Air Force base. Don't trespass on Air Force property or Space Force property. They get mad when you do that. Yeah, they get really mad when you do that. Don't do that. That's like an 8-foot bike lane. Yep. Would they need a VIF? a vehicle integration facility for Starship for the DoD contract? Yes. Yeah, you would. I would assume you need vertical capability. As an Air Force vet, I'm sure there are personnel who bike out there. Yeah, sure, Pythos. Yeah, I'm sure they do, because they have base clearance. The implication of the question originally asked was, can anybody go out there? And the answer to that is hell no, and you know that. The answer to that is hell no. They would get really pissed if you did that. Does the integration of these DoD payloads need to be behind closed doors? Yeah. Generally, they don't like people spying on their spying equipment. Or something like that. Oh, yeah. Lewis, there's a great picture. There's a great picture of the heavy dock being used to bring a Delta IV in. Yep. There you go. Kenworths. Nice. Oh, hello. Yeah, it's just, yep. With Starship, though, could it be integrated in a high bay size clean room and rolled to the stack? That's my guess, Creeper. Seriously. Use the shuttle assembly building and build a payload changeout room for it, and then just build the tower at Slick 6's pad. All you got to do is roll the Starship with the payload already integrated into it. There you go. Yep. The scale of rockets are quite big. Look at this. Look at the diameter of a Delta IV. It's big as that freaking truck right there. Because having a rolling service tower that tall would be a nightmare. But they don't need it. Remember, they can quickly integrate the payload. We saw how fast the Starship can be stacked. Starship can be stacked faster than any other rocket flying. You don't need to integrate payload when the rocket's already stacked. That won't screw up your mission flow. Any updates on Hokuto? No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it crashed into the ground, Christian. That would still be one loud rocket around here with the hillsides. Yeah. Night, but... Yeah, I suppose you could make that argument, but the implication of saying that it's still loud with the hillsides around here is that, oh, we won't do it because the hillsides are too loud. Do you think that's going to stop the Air Force from having Starship capability? Do you think someone at the Air Force is going to look at that and be like, ah, the hills are too big, never mind? Does that make sense? Thoughts on all the talk of refueling spacecraft on orbit? It's not an insurmountable challenge. We just really haven't had a need to do it yet. Pretty much. Do you think SpaceX will dig a flame trench? So, all right. Like I said, everybody's chomping at the bit for that. So here, that's what I think about Slick 6. I think Slick 6 it makes sense. They're going to use it for vertically integrating Falcon Heavy payloads because it's already a vertical integration structure. They just need to retool the pad, which is basically already ready to go. You just need a new reaction frame, transporter erector, and you're basically set. Now, what they're probably going to do, oh man. And I will say, yeah, Forge, you linked this picture. I will say that doesn't look bad right here. Who made this picture, if you don't mind me asking? Do we have credit for this picture? Because that's actually a pretty dang good Photoshop. It's possible, Tessa, sure. Dylan Semrau made it? Yeah. You know, they didn't get too angry when I went out to Slick 6. I'm going to punch you, Vulcan. Dylan made it? Yeah, cool. Thanks for the link. What about the extended fairing variant? That structure must be tall enough to be able to do it. This thing. It wouldn't be the first time they extended it. The thing was basically an upside-down Tetris piece. And then ULA extended it they moved the bridge crane up and extended the structure. So clearly you can do that. Like you clearly it's tall enough. What do you think of NASA's decision to end the ISS by 2030 and replace it with something else? By 2030, Tigris, the ISS parts of the ISS will be over 30 years old, almost 40 years old, man. Yeah, build a new one. Well, commercial space stations would take over while NASA focuses on going to the moon. That doesn't mean that NASA won't be able to do science in low Earth orbit. They're going to contract out commercially operated stations to do that, just like they're contracting out commercial operations to move people to the ISS right now. That was the whole plan. Look at it from another point of view. If SpaceX is only doing this to block Blue Origin from bidding for NSSL-3 to get a USAF contract, they need capability from both coasts, and the only pad capable of supporting New Glenn and Vandenberg is Slick 6. Forge, that I don't think that's another point of view. I think that's looking at it from the perspective of a child, if I'm going to be very candid here. That's not how this stuff works. So the argument you're making is that Slick 6 only has the capability to launch New Glenn right now. That's the only pad that's big enough to support the infrastructure. But you forgot one detail. It's Blue Origin. SpaceX did that with 39A. They outbid Blue Origin on 39A for Falcon launches because Blue Origin wanted it for New Glenn. And they didn't get it. And what did they do? They said, fine, piss off. I'll make a bigger launch pad. And now we have Slick 36. Do you honestly think that SpaceX would be doing that just for that purpose? I think that's really stupid, because Blue Origin has shown in the past that they said, screw you. We'll just build our own pad. I think that I think that's a weird argument to make. That's a weird argument to make, because the past has shown that, SpaceX didn't want it to block Blue Origin. They wanted it for crew access capability for commercial crew. That's pretty obvious, right? So Blue was the lead bid for the pad, but pulled out given that they would have to raise all of Slick 6 to build a New Glenn pad, and they probably found a better site to work from. Yeah, I don't like it as oh, we're going to block them from doing that. SpaceX doesn't do that. Okay? SpaceX doesn't do that. They use what they need instead of using it to deny other spaceflight companies, right? That doesn't make any sense. And let's be real. Blue has the backing to be able to build their own pad. You'll go tinfoil hat on me. Make crew capability at Slick 6 and go with Dragon servicing missions for spy satellites. They showed that as an idea with Polaris. I already mentioned that it has a fixed service structure and a crew access tower, but you were too busy putting your tinfoil hat on, weren't you? There's a bunch of old Atlas ICBMs north of Vandenberg, which would be the perfect clean for the New Glenn pad. There are other vacant launch pads. There's plenty of them. Vandenberg has way more launch pads than you might think. They literally go all the way up the coast. What are those launch pads used for? Things. Things. They removed all the crew stuff from the tower, so that would need to be redone. The top of the tower minus the lightning ring comes to about the top of the DCSS, which is about the middle of Falcon's second stage. Yeah, but once again, Thomas, the argument you're trying to make is that SpaceX is going to look at that tower and say, oh, it's not tall enough. No, we're never doing that. We can't. Oh, well, I'll be damned if we can't add a couple of levels to this tower that already exists.
Go at throttle up.
That's kind of a silly argument to make, don't you think? I mean, I'm just putting it out there. No, you're just saying they need to extend it. Oh, okay. Interesting. I will say, I don't mind that picture. That does look, that looks right. Except, you know, for the ULA logo and the SpaceX rocket. That does look correct. Is there anywhere to build a star factory close by? No. Oh, B House. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're here. Well, you're wrong though. Anyway, this was in reference to something you said earlier about just moving the crew access arm up. Oh, okay. Anyway. Yeah, no, I'm looking at that picture. That doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look too bad, man. More pics are the good all-M damage, and this doesn't look good. Oh, for Pete's sake. Okay, I've been avoiding talking about this. I don't really want to talk about it, dude. I haven't been at my computer all weekend, but oh man, am I reading? There is an insane amount of atrocious, frankly atrocious points of views about that Starship mission. It's pretty bad. Wow, like I can say we'll move to talking about the integrated flight test one. Can Super Heavy fit through Panama? Maybe, it's possible. So, if you didn't see it, SpaceX launched the integrated flight test, the first test flight of a fully integrated Starship stack on Thursday. It did not go well. Parts were flying off the rocket, and eventually they had to terminate it because it fell out of the launch track. We did watch the mission, and it was righteous, dude. Even with the, you know, Starship, it's Super Heavy, you know, having some engines fail on the way up, it was still one of the most righteous launches I've ever seen. It was really cool. Really, really interesting stuff. Just whatever you do, please don't say you won't comment because they know better. Oh, absolutely not, Hellfish. I am very confident that I know that I'm confident enough in what I know to know when in this matter, to spot people that don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. They don't know better. No. Absolutely not. So, dude, it's honestly kind of surprising. I didn't think that this would cause this much, like, controversy here. It's very, very interesting to me. So, okay, here, let me borrow some footage here from our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. I will show you. Here. So check this out. This is coming from our buddies over at NSF. I am a contributor for them nowadays, which is actually pretty cool. Watch this. This was awesome. I don't care what anybody says. This was freaking magnificent. Watch this. Headphone users, by the way, sorry, I forgot to say it. My bad. If you're deaf, yep, I am completely to blame, and you can shame me as much as you want. With that being said, this gets loud. Too late, I'm dead. Sorry, Jay. My bad, man. Bop. Sorry, that's my fault. Yeah, I bet Crab Shark. Ooh, yeah. See those? Yep. See the spark? Yeah. See that? That's not good. See this? That's also not good. See this? See this? These clouds coming from it? That's not good. Yeah. So here, we'll just play out the footage. Hey, get off the screen. No, damn it, YouTube. Get off the screen. No, get off the screen. It's going to be behind it, isn't it? Yep. Okay. So needless to say that it ended with a termination of the vehicle because it entered an off-nominal trajectory. The Boring Company's new excavation tool seems legit. There was like 800 stories about the van itself. Dude, it did cause some gnarly damage. So, here's the thing. All right. The flight didn't end very well, to be honest with you. These pictures that I'm showing here come from RGV Aerial. So, why is it so much harder to launch big rockets? Why can't we just scale everything? Not everything scales linearly, watching space. That's really important to understand. This is why you don't build a skyscraper out of Legos, for instance. Why? Legos are really strong. When I step on one, it's certainly strong enough. Why don't we build the Empire State Building out of Legos? Not everything scales linear like that. You're going to need to... Now, if we were going to build the Empire State Building, you wouldn't want to use Legos, right? You'd want to use concrete and steel, right? But what if we wanted to build something that's an Empire State Building that's 2 times as big? Would you still want to use concrete and steel? Well, yeah, you could, but would it be the exact same structure? No, absolutely not. Why? Because the skyscraper is twice as heavy. It's twice as much mass. So you wouldn't use the same kind of supports. You'd need way bigger supports on the inside. The internal structure would be completely different. Scaling up rockets doesn't scale linearly. It's very, very difficult to make a bigger rocket. For this exact reason. You're going to have to start thinking about things in a different way. That especially applies to rocket engines. Rocket engines you can't just make bigger. So... You're basically describing the Burj Khalifa. Pretty much, James. Yeah, exactly. It has to look like that. That's basically what an Empire State Building that's twice the size looks like. It kind of bears a passing resemblance, but it's not exactly the same. Now, check this out. This is true. The Empire State Building out of Legos would cost way too much. I think, honestly, the Legos that are at the bottom of it, Bob, would crunch under the weight of all the other Legos on the top of it. They're not a good building material, except in small scale. Which is why you see a lot of scale-built Lego things. And even then, scale-built stuff like you'd see at Legoland is all super glued together. It's not just, they didn't just put a bunch of Legos together, right? It's super glued to be stronger. You have to use Duplos. I like the way you think. Anyway, so here's some pictures from the aftermath of the launch pad. Turns out that if you don't build a flame diverter underneath the rocket, it's going to make one. The rocket will make its own flame diverter. Yeah. Captain Slow did build a house out of Legos. That's right, Dark Nays. And what was the problem? They had to reinforce it with wood because it couldn't hold itself up. It's part of the reason why you just build a bigger rocket. It's a lot more difficult than you think. Thoughts on your last, please. Oh, here. Let me just stop what I'm doing and see your opinion on it. Okay. IMO, they shouldn't have terminated Starship 24 immediately after the booster run. They should have let it ride out for a bit and see how Starship performed in an analogous situation like that. And maybe have it do a simulated flip and landing over the water if it was still functional enough.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's not how that works at all. Squish. It's not Kerbal. You can't just change the mission parameters halfway through the mission. That doesn't... Flying something into space doesn't really work like that, dude. From DOS. So, needless to say that all this ejecta had to go somewhere, and some of it found its way into DOS's vehicle. Yeah, the van. Yeah. Was it restricted so even if they technically could, they weren't allowed to? No, that has nothing to do with that, Squishin. It's systems engineering. Yeah. It's Mary's vehicle, Thomas? Oh, there you go. So, yeah, there's kind of a hole in it. Where a piece of concrete basically, yeah. Exactly how far was the van from the rocket? About a quarter mile away. Yeah. Pressing F to show respects for that hatch strut. Yeah, that's, like I said, and once again, this is coming from Dawson NASA Spaceflight here. How far were they from the rocket? About a quarter mile away, 1,300 feet, or give or take about a half a kilometer, give or take. It's a little bit under half, but anyway. So, now, like I said, this brought up a lot of... These pictures right here, these pictures are from RGV Aerial. These brought up a lot of people who don't have any idea how building flame diverters works. Talk a lot about how flame diverters work. Yeah, that's funny. So, guys, the running theory... And so here's the thing. So it ejected concrete everywhere. There's concrete all over the place. It threw concrete into the NASA spaceflight minivan. There were sand particles as far as however many miles away, etc., etc. 5 miles away, I think it was raining down dust and sand, and it spewed a lot of concrete into a wildlife refuge, and that's people are choosing to be outraged about a whole bunch of things in that regard. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that that's not something you should be concerned about. Now, here's the thing, okay? Guys, I said this before. And I said this before it launched, probably about a month before it launches. When people ask, why no flame diverter? Why no flame diverter? And guys, I've heard a lot. I've been just looking at people's random opinions. Oh, the FAA will never allow this. They'll be grounded for blah, 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 blah. I'm an aerospace engineer. I know everything about SpaceX's detailed telemetry because I'm an aerospace engineer. It's kind of funny, actually. Like, okay. Yeah, great. That's good. Any engineer... If something that I've noticed about engineering is that, if you don't have access to the actual data, you're guessing. And if you're guessing, it's an opinion. So it doesn't... This is the interesting thing about, people that have opinions on different things, on what SpaceX should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing, what ULA should be doing. It's funny. It's hilarious to me. See, the thing is, guys, is that I try to make sure I tell you when I'm giving my opinion. And I really make sure to tell you that I'm not an engineer. I'm not an engineer. I just play one on Twitch, okay? Like... With that being said, there's some reasonable extrapolation here, and you can figure out what happened. Now, guys, I'm going to sit here, and I will look at you plain in the face and tell you that it's hilarious to me that people think that SpaceX didn't anticipate this problem. Anybody that knows even a little bit about aerospace engineering knew that that was going to happen. Okay? I said this a month ago. Easily a month ago. It's gonna dig a hole into the ground, obviously. So basically, all the rocket engines firing with basically nothing down here but flat concrete did exactly what we thought it did. It basically did exactly what I thought it was going to do. If you don't put a flame diverter down there, it's gonna make one, and that's exactly what happened. Those gases, all those hot gases, all that mass getting ejected out of the bottom of the rocket when it was firing up its engines, it has to go somewhere. And basically the insane pressure from underneath the rocket engines, if there's a crack in the concrete or a seam in the concrete, that pressure is going to find its way into the concrete, and it's going to be like driving a nail into said concrete and fracture it. Concrete is really good at compression load. It's really good for holding things up. Concrete doesn't shear very well. It cracks. If you introduce force sideways into a concrete beam, it'll shear right off. It's not really designed for that. And that gets into that material science thing that I was telling you guys about. And if you're an engineering student, it's getting into dynamic forces here, right? Shear force is sideways force introduced into a body, okay? Concrete is not very good at that, and I think these pictures from RGV pretty much corroborate exactly what that means. So, Like I said, this isn't anything that anybody didn't know was going to happen. I honestly think SpaceX just said, you know, screw it. Let's fly it and let's see what happens. Now, here's the thing. Once again, anybody that's doing any environmental impact report would know good and well that that's going to happen. So, hold up. Nope, no paragraphs right now. Let me finish. No, I'm not. I'll say that again later. So, here's the thing. Like I said, anybody that's doing any environmental impact report would know that this is going to happen. You don't introduce 15 million pounds of thrust into a flat concrete surface and think that it's going to be okay. The concrete literally will ablate off like a heat shield because rocket engine. Rocket engines are very abrasive. It's very hot, and it's a lot of mass coming at whatever it's designed to, whatever is underneath the pad all at once. All that heat, all that mass hitting it, yeah, it creates all that pressure, and that pressure will basically fracture concrete, right? So once again, now I know we had this conversation probably about a month ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that. People are saying, like, well, why wouldn't they put something underneath there? Well, one, they're planning on putting something underneath there. It just didn't happen in time. They were planning on putting some type of water system to basically cool the pad, but they didn't get it done in time. Now, second part of that is, you know, why not put anything under there to begin with? Well, SpaceX... So, okay, two things. SpaceX has really kind of been, you know, put it out there, test it, and then send it. That's very much in line with these missions. You know, put it out there, test it, and send it. That's what they do. And heck, that's what they were doing with landing Falcon 9s back in the day, back when they weren't entirely sure that some Falcon 9s would land. I seem to recall SES-9 punching a Falcon 9 diameter hole in the drone ship and going right through it like a bunker buster. We never saw footage of that, though, but if you look at pictures of the drone ship after SES-9, there's just a Falcon 9-shaped hole in the deck. Go figure. So, once again, SpaceX does kind of send it. That's kind of all part of their approach. Now, an important thing to understand here, and this is the second part, all right? Now, I see a lot of people out there, you know, for every ridiculous take that's SpaceX is screwed, they don't know what they're doing, you get an equal and opposite ridiculous kind of point of view saying that, oh, this is fine. This is fine. This is totally fine. This happens all the time. No, that's not fine. That's not good. A crater underneath your pad is not good. Okay? Not good. Not a good thing. That's not what you want. This clearly something happened that they weren't entirely sure of because, like, they knew it was going to fracture the concrete. I don't think they thought it was going to dig a hole underneath the pad. All right? It'll buff out. Yeah. So, you know, saying that, oh, this is an iterative approach. This is iterative. This is what SpaceX does. This is what they do. Yeah, but I think this failed a little bit harder than what they thought. I think that's a very reasonable thing to say. Also, replace your divots 100 yards from it. Yeah. Yep. So, the reason that, and this is kind of second part 2.0. All right, so they knew that it was going to do that, and it's obviously a little bit more than what they expected. So here's the thing. Why? Why would you leave a flat piece of concrete underneath this? Why would you do that in 1,000 years? Why would everybody knows it's going to damage the pad? You don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that. I told everyone a month ago that whatever they're putting underneath there, they're going to lose. And that brings me to the second part. You don't, and I kind of talked about it a second ago, but here's the thing. What the heck do you put under there? Anything you put underneath that, you're losing. And that is the reason why I think SpaceX basically said send it with nothing underneath it, because they wanted to see what it would do. Now, don't get me wrong, it did something. But therein lies something to take into account. Guys, there is many instances throughout the shuttle program, throughout the Apollo program, of the Saturn V and the space shuttle literally destroying the flame trenches at Pad 39, at Complex 39. There's shuttle missions that were documented as recently up until basically the end of the shuttle program, where the shuttle literally destroyed the flame trench underneath it. Destroyed it. Yeah, destroyed it. Now, here's the thing. The shuttle makes about, I don't know, 6 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. It's about 35 meganewtons, somewhere in there. These are rounded numbers, so bear with me. Actually, it's not even 35. The shuttle's like 32 meganewtons, so 32,000 kilonewtons, right? Saturn V makes about 7.5 million pounds of thrust, or basically 35 kilonewtons, or 35,000 kilonewtons, so 35 meganewtons. Starship makes 72,000 kilonewtons of thrust, or about 15 million pounds of thrust. There is no flame trench in the world that exists that could hold that amount of force. Guys, I hate to break it to you, and I hate to break it to anybody out here who likes to look at this and say, SpaceX failed. It would have done that to 39A. I'm very, very confident in this. If they had launched Starship off of 39A and launched it, like, it would have done that to the flame trench. No one's ever tried to launch a rocket with that much thrust. Ever. It would have dug a hole in 39A. I'm pretty damn confident. It would have done the exact same thing. You know how I know? Because the shuttle did that to the pad. The pad needed constant refurbishment. The pad, yeah, and see, that's an interesting thing about the space shuttle. Yeah, even if they had made the shuttle 100% reusable, they would have had to figure out a way to make the flame trenches 100% reusable too. Rockets destroy flame trenches all the time. No pad is like day-to-day cycle reusable without a flame trench inspection. Oh, absolutely. Why? Because rockets destroy concrete, as evidenced right there. Now, look at what SLS did to 39B. Yep. So, I will say that even, people are like, oh, why didn't they just put a diverter under there? Anything you put under there is going to lose. This requires some other type of solution. They could put a nice big flame diverter under there and it would literally do the same thing. They could have launched it from 39A and it would have done the exact same thing. The exact same thing. It would have done that. I hate to break it to everybody. Like, everybody's saying, obviously they should have just put a flame diverter in. Well, obviously you have no idea what you're talking about. Any type of flame diverter under there would have been lost. Why? No one's ever tried to contain 15 million pounds of thrust. Ever. That's never happened. So that's part of the reason why I think SpaceX just kind of said, well, let's see what happens and we'll figure out a solution based off of what we find, because there's really no way to predict that. Make the OLM higher? That would be the easier solution. Guys, I see a lot of people getting outraged that they didn't put a flame diverter under there. Guess what? A flame diverter is not going to do much. Guys, the pressure wave from starting 33 Raptors is on par with a nuclear blast. The amount of potential energy the rocket has in it in the form of, stored chemical energy is, and if it blows up, nuclear blast. You're talking about building something to withstand that and be completely okay and be able to withstand another nuke basically a day later. There is no solution that we've invented for this problem. This basically, you're blazing a new trail or a new path in the dirt, so to speak. This is a problem that no one has ever had to face. So even if you did some simulations or whatever, there's no, you don't know. You could do the math out behind it, but you never know. There's no way to contain 15 million pounds of thrust. No one's ever done this. So that's why I think SpaceX said, screw it, we'll figure out a solution later after we kind of see what happened here. Now, Halifax explosion, rocket edition, something like that, Super, yeah. What about water then? You could use water, Leroy, but you'd have to deliver water in quantities on par with like Niagara Falls or something. Don't get me wrong, I don't know that off the top of my head. You'd have to do a calculation about how much heat energy comes out of the bottom of this thing. I don't know if anybody has that calculation. Maybe. I'm sure that could be done. Yeah, exactly. Here. Thank you, Bloody. I appreciate this. Here. Fellas, let me... some info on the mouth. Yeah, you guys keep linking that, but I keep saying wait, and you still keep linking it. All right, so here, check this out. This is during liftoff from Discovery. Look. See what I'm talking about? 39A barely could contain multiple shuttle launches before it had to be fixed. If Starship did this, there would be no trench left. If they launched a Starship in here, there would be no trench and diverter. That would be gone. Long gone. This is what a shuttle did. Let alone, the shuttle is 1/3 of the thrust at liftoff. See what I'm talking about? This stuff happens, man. Ejecta happens all the time. It's just something nobody really talks about because nobody's interested in it. But now that it's kind of, now that this is a thing, everyone's interested in it now. Funny how that works. Yeah, they're just insane amounts of power. The power that I don't think, oh, still a nice picture. It's the amount of power that I think people frankly don't understand. Even if you had like a spiked flame diverter, this would still happen. It would blow right through that. Guaranteed. It would melt the point of that flame diverter would get infinitely hot. It would melt it and it would blow a hole through it and blow a hole in the ground. You're not, I'm sorry. It's physics, dude. That's not how that works. And once again, I could have told you that something like this was going to happen, which is, once again, I think it's hilarious that everybody's getting all pissed off about this. You know? Yeah, freaking, that is kind of insane that it blew through like 2-meter thick reinforced concrete, dude. It blew through, it makes it look like it's freaking licorice, dude. Yeah, that's right. I was worried windows would shatter in the city. Later, guys, got to go to work. I hope your truck exhaust came out good. Thanks, Bob. All right, I'll see you later. I'll update you guys on the truck. I haven't worked on it all weekend, but I'll update you guys on that later. I guess the only right solution was not to launch. But James, see, I see a lot of people making that argument too. Oh, they shouldn't have launched it. Oh, he launched it on 420 as a joke. No. They did not do that. They launched it, and they had a relatively good idea of what it was going to do to the pad. And the reason why they launched it is because there's no way to know. There's no way to know. This is an unknown unknown. You do not know what it's going to do to that pad until you put something down there. And I think a good baseline would be to start with nothing. Don't you think? Now, keep in mind, I know what people are going to say. Oh, EJ, that's dumb. That's so expensive. Why would they do that? It's so stupid. Now they got to redo the pad. What I've been trying to tell you guys is that you could have put whatever underneath there and it would still do this. You have to figure out another solution based off of, sometimes you got to base it off of flight data. It happens. Phobos and Deimos. An oil rig would probably be the right long-term solution, bro handy, right? Yeah. Just literally putting the pad up on top of an oil rig, which I think SpaceX does have plans on doing. Now, don't get me wrong, Phobos and Deimos are, I don't know. So you guys have linked this, I've counted 5 times. Nice. All right, cool. So here, now let's go to this. So Elon has said, check this out. 3 months ago, we started building a massive water-cooled steel plate to go under the launch mount. Wasn't ready in time, and we wrongly thought, based off of static fire data, that Fondag would make it through one launch. Fondag. Yeah, see? They weren't sure. They weren't 100% sure. Fondag is a fancy dense concrete. Yep. Mm-hmm. So, might want to change their slogan. You're a Fondag. Oh, how dare you? So, that's what I mean. SpaceX wasn't entirely sure. They weren't sure if it was going to work or not. But now they know. Now they know what will work. From an expert's point of view, it looks like I got hit with a Tomahawk missile. Yeah, maybe. I would say that's a little bit more than a Tomahawk missile, Victory. That's a 20-foot hole in the ground. But then again, Tomahawk won't be able to do that. Correction. Now they know what won't work. Yeah, there you go. I don't think there's any solution down there to be able to solve that problem. So now, once SpaceX figures out a solution here, you'll get less ejecta from Starship launches. But the point is that you won't know until you go. That Fondag salesman, though. What happened, and Elon confirmed this, at the static fire was 31 engines at 47% thrust, and they got baited that the concrete will survive. When they went at 100% thrust to compensate for the 3 dead engines, and the rocket did the pad avoidance maneuver, it caused concrete to explode and not erode under the upper layer of fondag, and left the basic cement concrete layer exposed, and it died like this. Yeah. Fondag is a highly resistant and robust. Fondag concrete is unshakable. Nothing stands in its way, neither cold, extreme heat, nor corrosion. Even under extreme conditions. Yeah, not anymore. Yeah, see, and once again, guys, I don't think it's Fondag's fault either. SpaceX's analysis was off, but that's what happens when you do iterative design. The whole point is that you're launching with a much higher risk, but you get the reward is the data, even though you fail. And I think that's what people are saying when they said, "Oh, it's a test flight. It's a test flight. It's a test flight." Now, don't get me wrong. Just because it did more than what SpaceX thought it was going to do doesn't necessarily mean that SpaceX is screwed. Which is hilarious to me, because I think there's a lot of people out there. I've seen a lot of just different opinions on this, like Starship is screwed, the FAA won't ever allow this. It's just, dude. It's a little tiring, Zarby. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. It's not over here, it's not over here, it's somewhere in between, right? And that's what's important to understand. I was super hard on SpaceX for quite a while, but honestly, I'm pretty confident they'll get it right. Of course they will, Chops. Yeah. It just takes time, man. So 95, now let's get to the actual flight. Once again, I could have told you that it was going to do that. In fact, I did say that it was going to do that months ago. But I also said that anything that you put down there is going to do that. It's true. Because, once again, there is no off-the-shelf solution for containing a nuclear blast worth of rocket engines firing all at once. It's just not possible. There's nothing like that exists. They thought the Fondag would work, I guess, from what you guys are telling me, but clearly it didn't. Ship 24 and Booster 7 are old designs made in 2021. They started bottleneck. Yep. You're getting way ahead of me. You're getting way ahead of me. Like, way ahead of me. That was a conclusion I was getting to, Forge. I already know that. But yeah. That Chrome Kiwi tweet is probably a good... Yeah, you guys are all over the place. Let's stay on one thing at a time. Okay? So, we know that it spewed concrete all over the place. Okay? This thing firing spewed concrete everywhere. Now, here's the thing. It blowing through the concrete started shooting off concrete in all different directions. Basically, when you have a downward force being applied at a flat surface, you're going to get ejecta from 0 to 90 degrees, depending on how the gas went, or how those gases broke and fractured the concrete based off of the seams in said concrete. Okay? It's very clear that ejecta is going basically up towards the rocket right when it fires. You can clearly see it. It's a little bit after this picture. RGV spotted steel plates and someone made this design. That's really good, man. I'm really happy of that design. That's awesome. So look, see the pieces? You're getting, anytime you have a force pushing straight down, it's basically going to push obviously it can't push into the ground too much because there's a lot of stuff down there, and the gases will basically go where they want to go, right? I mean, some of those gases blew a big hole in the pad, like what we saw, but everything else is basically going to get shot out in pretty much every direction in which except for the way the gases are pushing. So you're going to have the rocket engine gases going down, and then right next to it, ejecta could be going up. I think that's what happened here. I think some of that concrete came up and hit the rocket. This is called FOD, or foreign object debris, which is a big problem with rockets. It's a big thing. You fire those rocket engines, you're going to start shooting stuff off. It doesn't matter the size of the rocket. It could be dirt, could be grass, could be rocks, could be broken concrete from your launch pad. Launch pad engineering is very, very difficult, guys. It's oftentimes just as difficult, if not more, in the case of that, because it's designed to build and receive the rocket. Also, complicated in the vehicle that you're making. Oh, easily. At least as complicated, right? So we're getting bits and pieces. Those are pieces of concrete. Those are slabs of concrete getting literally thrown hundreds of feet in the air. Or about, I'd say probably about 100 meters up, something like that, 300 feet, judging by this picture. Some of the concrete slabs went up and hit the tanks, et cetera, et cetera. It hit the vacuum seals on these tanks. Now they're just water tanks. That doesn't matter too much, right? But yeah, Forge, that's where I'm going with this. Because basically ejecta is going to happen from 0 to 90 degrees, bits of concrete and rocks are going to basically go up and hit stuff. And I think that's the reason inherently why Starship failed, why this flight didn't work. There's a lot of people, dude, I've seen, oh my goodness. I've read all kinds of different points of view on different forums and Twitter and Insta and whatnot. Like, it's, dude, I've seen everything from, FOD, which is pretty much what I think is going on, to, oh, the Raptors blew their nozzles completely off. They had nozzle burn through, which I think is hilarious because, one or two companies have problems with nozzle burn through, and now I see folks out there that basically say it's nozzle burn through every time they see a rocket engine explode, which is okay. That's good. It's a little more complicated than that. So they're shooting ejecta up, and I'm pretty damn confident that ejecta hit the hydraulic power unit, because right after liftoff, the hydraulic power unit essentially explodes. Let me switch over to the SpaceX footage here. I will show you guys that, because the SpaceX footage has a little bit of a better angle. Starship test flight. How many views does this have on it? 11 million views. Not bad. So I think when all these engines shot up, because you're going to get ejecta from 0 to 90 degrees, it shot back up at the rocket engines and took some of them out. I'll play it with no sound. Let's get to the good part. Watch. So, see, there's bits of concrete getting shot up pretty much almost entirely parallel to the vehicle. See that? See? They're getting shot straight up. So those bits of concrete, the same type of concrete that's hitting Das's minivan right at about this point, is basically affecting the booster. And it basically broke. I'm pretty sure it broke two of those engines right at the start. I'm not sure why that engine particularly had problems. I have no idea. But I'm pretty sure that some of these engines started to croak basically because that happened. Now, here's the thing. Watch right here. See, some FOD hit the hydraulic accumulator. That's the hydraulic power unit, which is basically the recirculation system for the hydraulics for all the thrust vector control on the engines. It basically is how you steer. That's your steering wheel, or at least your steering box. The steering box just basically exploded. I guarantee you that's because of FOD. And if you look right after that thing explodes, the Raptor engine right next to it explodes too. Most likely because some of it exploding hit the engine turbine machinery, because that engine pops off right after that happens. Now, some other things to take into account here. If we go back and look at NSF's footage, would that explain that unusual fire? Yeah. Hey, Electron, trip went good. Yeah, I still can't believe it freaking flew. I want to say, bro, that thing is over-engineered as hell. How the heck it survived after that spin after losing control without snapping in half? I'll get to that in a second, dude. And it still tanked it. Yeah, Uncle X, dude. Starship is definitely strong. It's definitely an insane vehicle. Most rockets would have exploded after that. Yeah. It's not very often you get basically an M80 going off right next to your fuel tank and the rocket just being like, yeah, all right. So, another important thing to look at right here. See this? See that? That's not good. That is a combustion byproduct. See this? See all these fumes right here? That's a combustion byproduct. Think about if we watch Falcon 9 launch. Do you see something like that? No, you just see the flames. Why? Well, You just see the flames because basically everything that's getting put in the rocket engine and then some is just basically getting ejected out the bottom, and you don't really get that much of a combustion byproduct, which is why you don't see this, okay? So now what you would see on Falcon 9 is kind of a sooty cloud because it's unburnt fuel. With that being said, that's not unburnt fuel. That's green. Not good. Very much not good. So, look. Watch, it's very apparent on NSF's footage. You see all this right here? That's not good. What do I think that is? When you have green flames and green fumes that are constantly coming out of an engine like this, it's most likely the engine. It's literally melting the engine from the inside out. Now, why? Why are the flames green then? Is it like the triethyl aluminum, triethyl borane igniter fluid that Falcon 9 uses? No. That's a momentary green flash. This is a constant one. Raptors, we know, use a milled copper cooling channel on the inside. That's basically what they do. They run the propellants through the nozzle to keep the engine from melting. Now, if the copper does not, it melts very easily if you're not careful. So that means that the temperature is off inside of the rocket. Why would you get an off nominal temperature? You'd get an off nominal temperature because the fuel mixture is not working correctly. You're not getting the right amount of fuel and oxidizer into the motor. Either that or the engines are working overtime because you're missing a couple. They may have throttled up all the other engines, and all the other engines may have pushed them on the other Raptors too much to try and compensate for the fact that 5 to 6 Raptors get lost during ascent. Not only do 5 or 6 Raptors get lost during ascent, your thrust vector control gets lost during ascent as well, which is very interesting. So, we could have lost some because of plumbing. Could have lost some due to radiant heat. Operating a lot of Raptor engines, operating a lot of engines next to each other. Even if you have the proper cooling on the motor, they're convecting heat from the outside of the nozzle to another one. Clustering engines isn't as simple as just putting all the engines together and calling it a day. On the back of the rocket, between the bottom of the rocket and the nozzle, you're going to get an extremely low pressure pocket. There's going to be a lot of drag back there. And heat can get trapped in there. And because it's low pressure, it'll heat up the gas very, very quickly. The little bit of air that is moving around in there gets superheated. It does happen. And it does melt stuff. That's the reason why Falcon 9, the business end of Falcon 9 nowadays, is all painted in thermal protection material because of this. If you look at the shuttle launches, behind your external tank, it got scorched. It's not even near a rocket engine. The SRB nozzles are way south of the center or the external tank's aft bulkhead. It still gets scorched. So you could have had heat from the other engines, basically breaking the motors on the way up. Now, don't get me wrong. I'd be remiss to say that that's probably not it, because that would have happened to every engine, right? Not just a couple. So what's going on here? They're clearly burning engine rich. This tells me that there's some mixture problems here, because once again, if it was heat from all the other engines, some of the engines that are like operating in close proximity to each other, like that engine or that engine, for instance, right there, those are the ones that would have failed. But those weren't the ones that failed during the flight. That one stayed on the entire time. That inner ring stayed on all the time. In fact, they didn't have a malfunction from the inner ring. It was some of those outer ring engines, which makes sense because those were the closest one to that ejecta coming up from launch. Now, it's very possible that we had an umbilical break as well because, yeah, some of you guys have said the LOX goes down. Fuel mixture can screw you, all right? Basically, in order to get a nice, healthy explosion, basically to minimize the amount of wasted combustion product, so fuel and oxidizer coming out of the nozzle, there's an ideal ratio. It's called stoichiometric, okay? Now, each rocket, every rocket has a different fuel to oxidizer ratio. And getting that mixture right is really important. Now, keep in mind, there is an ideal one, but ideal might not be ideal for a rocket engine. Now, why? Why is that a thing? Okay, so in a car, for instance, you have an ideal ratio of air to gasoline or petrol or whatever you want to call it, right? The ideal is 14.7 to 1. So if for every 14.7 air molecules, you have one fuel molecule, and that creates a nice healthy explosion. Now with a car, you have water cooling the engine, or air if you have like an old Volkswagen or something, or a Porsche, right? With a rocket, now depending on which way you go with the mixture, the engine will perform differently. So let's say if you increase the fuel in this stoichiometric ratio, right? Now you're running fuel rich. If you're running fuel rich, right? The temperature, the heat from the explosion will be lesser, but because you're getting more fuel in there, you get a more complete burn. Basically, you use all the oxidizer with some fuel left over. And you get some fuel coming out of your exhaust. It happens. Running fuel rich makes a lot of power, and it keeps temperatures down. Because you're basically spraying fuel... You're spraying fuel on the explosion and basically extinguishing your own explosion by spraying more fuel. It keeps the temperatures down. Now, the other way, if you go LOX rich, that's lean. If you go lean, your temperature goes up because you're spraying way more oxidizer in there than you need, and you're burning all of your fuel off. And then extra oxygen in there, right, will create way more heat because basically you're getting a more complete burn. That more complete burn makes way more heat, right? Now, either one of these on a car, fuel rich will make detonation, or no, lean in a car will create detonation. You'll basically, the excess oxidizer will detonate with, yeah, that's not good. It'll basically create a detonation wave on the piston as it's going down. That's called rod knock. That's not good for an engine. And simultaneously running fuel rich, you could... with a car will basically, I mean, it could shut the engine off. Running fuel rich, you could flood the engine. That's a thing that can work. I mean, if you have an older carbureted motor, but I digress. But most likely that results in some kind of explosion because you're delivering way more fuel than you need, and that fuel will find a source of ignition that you don't want. Now, the same thing happens with rocket motors. Rocket motors sometimes run intentionally fuel rich to keep the temperature down. A Merlin motor on Falcon 9, the Merlin 1D engine, runs super fuel rich, which is why you see black soot coming out of it and why Falcon 9, when it lands, is covered in that soot. Because it runs super fuel rich. There's a lot of extra uncombusted fuel in the form of carbon coming out. Why? Because it's using kerosene, hydrocarbons. So, you get unburnt fuel, ends up coming out as a gas because it's heated up, right? So you get carbon soot. Gas and a solid, but I digress. So the Merlin engine runs fuel rich on purpose to keep the temperature down. Now, so some engines run oxidizer rich or oxidizer lean. They run lean or they run rich on purpose for different scenarios. Now, with that being said, with how Raptor engines work, how these things work, you don't want to go too far one way or the other. Because whatever mixture rate they have is working for Raptors. But, once again, this shows me that the engine temperatures are getting too high. The engines are getting too hot. And we know through reasonable logic deduction that it's not because they're operating in close proximity to each other. The reason why this is happening most likely points to a fuel mixture problem. So... they aren't getting enough oxygen. There's not enough oxygen here because the temperature is getting too hot. Or no, there's not enough fuel. Excuse me, I said that wrong. There's not enough fuel. So they're spraying more liquid oxygen in than fuel. More oxidizer in there is going to increase the temperature and give you a more complete burn. Your engine will make more power, but it'll be way hotter. And it's not necessarily, I mean, it's super efficient this way, but your engine's getting way hotter. What you're seeing here is this soot cloud right there is pieces of the engines melting and getting shot out. It's basically ablating the inside. Literally what's called nozzle burn through, right? But, everybody's saying, oh, it's nozzle burn through, just because they saw that relatively recently. That's not exactly what's going on. Anybody can point out that this is nozzle burn through. That's the point that I'm trying to say. Why is where I kind of start asking questions. We call this engine-rich exhaust, right? So the engine is ablating because it's getting too hot. And I think we can rule out other engines being in close proximity, melting the nozzles from the inside out. So what else could cause this problem? What's going to cause their mixture rate to get all screwed up? They had to go lean at some point. What causes it? What causes that? Metal will burn if you try hard enough. Radiative heat has to do with line of sight and temperature. That's why the RS-25C heat from the SRBs on SLS, even though the SRB are below RS-25s. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Novus. I mean, I think we can rule out radiative heat here as a problem, as a point of failure, because clearly there's a bunch of engines that are working just fine. Right? Need more thrust because lost engines? Well, Carrot, if you're increasing the thrust on all the engines at the same time to keep up, why would that screw with your fuel and mixture rates? That would screw with your burn time. That would screw with main engine cutoff. Absolutely. Why not put Drogue's parachutes on these test flights, or would that not have mattered? Parachutes
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like in Kerbal, you can put a parachute on anything. If you put enough parachute and parachute rigging on anything, it'll come back down. That's not really the case in real life, dude. You're getting into what's called tensile strength of like parachute rigging. Long story short, there's no parachute big enough to basically have a 22-story building come back down in one piece. And even if there was a parachute that could open and deploy, all that mass pulling down and putting tensile load on the parachute lines would snap them. SpaceX tried this with a Falcon 9. They tried to parachute a Falcon 9 down. It didn't work. The parachute ripped itself right off. Now, Kerbal doesn't necessarily teach you that, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Could we make a bigger parachute? Sure. But at what point is that parachute just a lot of extra mass? Remember, SpaceX is trying to be able to quickly turn these things around, right? So the whole idea is to be able to reuse it fast. Repacking a parachute, despite like in KSP, you right click and hit repack and it's good to go. That takes a long time. So you already have the engines. Might as well use those to land. Yeah, you guys got it. EJ, we can presume they're working fine. We don't have the data. I don't know what you're trying to say, Black Sea, but all right. I don't know if we can rule it out simply because some engines are working. Some fail mid-flight. You'd need to see the data, what the data says for those on the engine to see what's going on. Mm-hmm. Just how about doing it at the right time perfectly? Yep.
Go at throttle up.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for what you do, man. Keep on educating folks. I'm trying, Warder. I'm trying. So, I mean, once again, more of these engines fail as the thing goes up higher, right? Your tone and inflection makes you sound like NDT. Thank you. So, once again, why are these engines failing? I mean, it's very clear that stuff is coming off this thing that shouldn't be. But dude, that picture though. Yeah, and see this? See those green sparks? Not good. Not good. Could we be seeing the hydraulic fluid burning off and not necessarily the engines themselves? We did see that right at the initial HPU explosion. Like right here. I'll show you. What's the plan for Kerbal today? Not even thinking about it, Tigers. EJ, just because we've seen the engine working in the graphic representation, that doesn't mean they're working fine. We can only presume. I understand what you're trying to say, Black Suit, but I will say this. You can tell a lot about how a rocket engine is performing from its flames. In fact, that's the indicator for usually if one's working fine. I could tell you if one's not working fine just by the flames. Yeah. I understand what you're trying to say, though. What you're trying to say is that we don't know conclusively without data. And then what I'm trying to say to you based off of this is based off of the information presented, I'm generating a hypothesis. This isn't necessarily what happened. This is what I think happened. It's very clear that you missed that part. That's fine. All good, man. Yeah, we don't have the data, so we're guessing. This is just an opinion. But I literally precursed this entire conversation with this is just my opinion about what happened. I'm not saying this is concrete what happened, except for the concrete getting ejected off of the pad. That's pretty concrete. And it also flies. So, getting back to it. It flies pretty far. And into Das's minivan over there. He has some pretty concrete evidence. Yep. All right, so check this out. Watch right there. So you see immediately right there, that engine didn't like that explosion. See that? Right after that thing pops, the HPU just blows up. That engine, the Raptor that's in immediate proximity, definitely has some problems. And this is what I mean about telling from the flames. You can tell how an engine is performing, basically by looking at it. Yeah, the crap coming out of the motor doesn't lie. So, once again, I can tell you, like on a car, for instance, if a car's shooting flames out of its exhaust and it's not meant to be shooting flames out of its exhaust, I can tell you that something's going wrong. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. I mean, unless it's intended, in which case, cool. Right? But yeah, Black Suit, I mean, I understand what you're getting at, like, but to sit here and insinuate that something that I can't tell that that rocket engine is having a problem just because I don't know the data is kind of silly, because it definitely is broken. Yeah, see that part right there where it got really bright? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's a problem as well. And see, once again, right here, that's engine rich. I can tell you basically, because you can see it right here. You can see the same phenomenon in the Starship landings. Maybe not that one, but you can see it with SN9. So we've seen past behavior of this exact problem. Exact problem. The engines are melting. They're melting. The Raptor engines, they're melting. I can tell you that right now. That's not unburnt fuel. It's green. That's unburnt engine or burned engine. So that means too lean, way too lean. So they're having trouble. So for whatever reason, not enough methane is getting delivered to those motors. I can say that pretty conclusively. What I can't tell you is why. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Trying to see if we can come up with a hypothesis here. But once again, yeah, guys, I'm just looking at the information presented. I'm not trying to pawn this off as, oh, EJ knows exactly what SpaceX is doing. EJ's clairvoyant in this. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Absolutely not. We're just trying to make a hypothesis, and based off of what SpaceX says in the future, we'll see if we were right. It was unburnt, yeah. See that's the hydraulic fluid leaking out. If I had to guess, whatever's going on over here, that's the remainder of the hydraulic fluid basically splattering everywhere. You could see it kind of shooting out in bursts, I guess. Don't lick the hydraulic fluid. I think that's fair, Aqualex. That's basically the hypothesis that I'm proposing. Basically, pad ejecta, concrete came up and hit the HPU and hit a couple of Raptor engines on the way up. I mean, the nozzle isn't going to work very well if there's a hole in it that's left by a piece of concrete. And once again, if you guys have seen what this did to NASA Spaceflight's minivan, you'd know good and well that there's the concrete that was being ejected came out of there with some pretty damn reasonable amounts of force. Yeah, here's the picture. This is from a quarter mile away, or about 400 meters. There's a piece of concrete with a piece of metal attached to it that's embedded in the back of NASA Spaceflight's minivan. Embedded. Like, you're not getting that out. And this is from a quarter mile away. Can you only imagine what would happen? Like the velocity of some of the concrete that's getting ejected from the pad, from this, hitting the Raptor engine, it'll blow a hole right through it. It'd be like shooting a bullet at it. It'd be like shooting a bullet at it. You heard them say 300 miles an hour. That means the shrapnel had a kill zone of at least 400 meters. Oh yeah, that would absolutely kill you. Oh yeah, they'd be picking you up with a sponge, hellfish, right? That was the pad. That's parts of it. Yeah, Warder. So I think that debris from the concrete, from the lack of anything underneath the rocket, not that anything that you'd put under there would do anything better, hit parts of the vehicle on the way up. It hit the HPU, and I guarantee you it hit through some of those Raptor engines. And even if it put a dent, even if some of the debris came up and put a dent in, like a small dent in the side of the nozzle, that's pinching off a copper channel. It's those milled copper channels are really small. But they flow a lot of fluid through them very fast because there's a lot of them. Even if you pinch off one, you're going to get non-uniform heating and a Raptor engine could fail. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why some of the Raptors just decided to Raptorant. Yeah, it destroyed the D-pillar on that Sleepy. You see that? Have you ever seen anything like that, dude? I'm amazed that it didn't just blow right through the van. I mean, that kind of shows you how strong the structure of that minivan is. This is literally getting hit by a semi-truck and the thing's still in one piece, man. Was NSF allowed to keep the shrapnel? I don't know. I don't know. Das did a good job. The van kept transmitting. It did. It did. I've seen the footage of the van getting hit, Frowlin, yeah. Where's the paint? So it basically hit it with enough force to basically rip the paint completely off. I've seen a phenomenon like this, where something hits something with enough force to rip the paint off. You guys know what I'm about to show. I've seen this before. So the Mythbusters, a long time ago, did a test where they had rockets on a sled and they pushed basically a steel plate on a rocket sled and it hit a car. Watch. I'll get to that in a second, Forge. Watch the paint. Watch the red paint. That thing hit that thing so fast, it ripped the paint off. And the paint became a nice powdery dust. If you've never watched that episode of Mythbusters, please go watch it. It's pretty absurd. The paint followed the inertia. That's right. Isn't that crazy, dude? That's basically what happened. That's basically what happened when Starship lit its engines. The freaking pad just went in all different directions, like the paint. The driver okay? I don't know. Nobody was in this van, though. But, dude, same kind of phenomenon happened here. You can clearly see that the paint basically sheared off. Now, that could be from metal deformation. It's the same reason why if you have a dent on your car and you live in the salt belt, it's a death sentence. This could be from the metal actually deforming and the paint shearing off. Probably what's going on, if I had to guess. But also, it basically turned that paint into dust. I don't know, Speedy. The pad was Orville too, Rocket Boogaloo. Yeah, right? Mm-hmm. Reverse powder coating. A Mythbusters service. Yep. That's right, Victory. Mm-hmm. Is this real? I don't know if I can... I don't know. On a side note, I present to you the toilet. Yeah. So, all right, you're once again getting way ahead of me. All right, so that's the car. So, Starship basically at this point, once the HPU popped, you're basically screwed. Yeah, I got you, buddy. I got you. Yeah, no, Hellfish. Yeah, I know, I got you, right? So, Starship basically, without thrust vector control, basically had some big problems when it tried to stage. One, because your TWR isn't good, and they're clearly firing the other engines to compensate. They've throttled up the other engines to compensate. It still endured an insane grav loss. And without being able to steer, like, dude, it might be able to get around losing a couple engines, but if you lose a couple engines and your thrust vector control system, you're not going to get very far. It's very clear that the vehicle's basically pointed in the same exact direction. It's pointed in the same exact direction that it was right when the TVC exploded. You clearly see that the vehicle's starting to go this way, right? Why no separation? I can get into that in a second. Now, I know what some people are going to ask. Okay, well, if there's no thrust vector control, or at least there might still be some. I do seem to see some of the engines still wiggling a little bit. That could be some residual pressure in the lines, right? It's possible. But how does it kind of flip over? Because what Starship does after this is pretty insane. It's clearly unable to steer, right? And once again, you could definitely see something is leaking out the side of this thing, and I don't think that's intended. I'm pretty sure one of the rocket engines failing, or the hydraulic power unit, or something, or one of the rockets rutting inside of there caused some kind of problem. Because, once again, they're definitely leaking something out the side. That's not supposed to do that. I can say with pretty reasonable confidence that it's not supposed to do that. See, something, even up here, something's going wrong. What was your thought process like during launch? Joe, I don't know. I was just like, wow, that's flying. They do have 2 HPUs. The other one in Tim footage is intact still. Yeah, which means they have half of the engines gimbling for when they need all the engines gimbling to do what it needs to do. Look at the LOX versus the CH4 load. Well, see, that right there doesn't necessarily tell us what's going on, because this would indicate fuel rich, not lean, which is what we saw with the motors. But, once again, don't know. I kept trying to ask about this. There's an engine that appears to go out right at T plus 150, and then 10 or so seconds later it comes back, according to the diagram, after you see a really deformed exhaust plume. Yeah, I'd have to look at the footage even more. Yeah, Bellum, I just kind of watched it. So you can clearly, so here, the gimbals are trying to do something. You can see the plume change. So it still has some residual thrust vector control. You can see the direction of the plume is literally changing. So, but it's very clear at this point from the turbulence from those flames that something is very wrong down there. Can't see what it is. I'm sure SpaceX has a camera or something. No, that would indicate excess losses, meaning lean. Okay, yeah, Alex, that makes sense. But if that's the case, why? Why is more... That's the question I'm kind of honing in on. Why is it consuming more liquid oxygen at this point than methane? So, I'm pretty sure Super Heavy uses its RCS to try and steer the thing here. You can see right there, see? It's trying to steer it for staging. Because what they're planning on doing, guys, is basically tumbling the vehicle and then letting Starship go. And using the, basically like Starlink, when they spin the second stage around and let the satellite go, that's what they're trying to do. Now, I'm not sure the validity of doing something like that, but then again, that's something that's kind of never been tried before. And I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to do an entire front flip like that. I'm pretty sure the stage is supposed to pitch up a little bit and then let the thing go, and then that's going to turn the stage around and boost back. At least that's kind of what was indicated here. Now, so that brings me to the next thing. Why didn't it stage? Why didn't they at least separate Starship? And that was asked. Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they separate it? Why wouldn't you do something like this? Why wouldn't you separate it? What's going on here? Well, guys, I don't think it ever got to a proper staging velocity. In order to initiate staging isn't necessarily a timed event. It's timed on our mission timeline. It should happen at this time. And I've often talked about how events, if events don't happen when they should happen, so like if you hit max Q a couple of seconds late, if you say you're going to hit maximum dynamic pressure at 45 seconds after launch, and you hit max Q at 55 seconds after launch, something is wrong. Because you're not, that means the vehicle is doing something you didn't want it to do, which means something is wrong. It's way out of failure. That's not what you expected at all. 10 seconds too late means your TWR is bad. Meaning an engine isn't performing well. Like, this is just a random example, right? Or your trajectory is bad. It could be 1,000 different things. Now, with staging, guys, on with rocket systems, basically the onboard computers are looking for the right staging velocity and altitude. Right? The sequencer that's on a rocket isn't necessarily looking for a time value. If that was the case, the rocket would have real trouble flying on different trajectories, don't you think? Now, rocket trajectories tend to be fairly baked into its guidance. Like they aren't very adaptive, right? It's not like the rocket can be like, oh, I'm not at the right staging velocity. We're going to stage anyway and see if we can get into space. It doesn't really work like that. The onboard computers are basically looking for the right staging speed and altitude. And if it doesn't get to it, it's not going to stage it. Pretty straightforward stuff. It's just looking for the right parameters. That's what denotes main engine cutoff, not a time. Now, for us, we have mission elapsed time, and we can use that to see that something's wrong. But the rocket isn't using the timer necessarily to look for these parameters. Now, with that being said, some rockets do look for time. Some of them do. I think that's the reason with Starship that it didn't stage. I think that's the reason, because maybe the way SpaceX coded their guidance system is maybe the way they coded the guidance system is it's looking for those parameters, and the computer didn't see the right staging velocity and it didn't see the right altitude, so it didn't stage it. Maybe it is using timing, and it commanded it to separate and it didn't separate. Could be damage from the pad. It could be damage to the separator mechanisms. It's possible. At this point, we're way too far into the flight to be able to do any reasonable extrapolation. Now, once again, it kind of lends credence to the fact that SpaceX wouldn't be using timing here for the right parameters. It won't stage if it's not at the right time, right? It won't stage if it's not looking for the right velocity and the right altitude, which kind of does make sense here, because the rocket starts tumbling over and over again, and it would make sense that it doesn't reach the right altitude or velocity because you're missing a couple parts over there. See this? And that also would explain why the rockets had to power up and basically void themselves, because they got pushed back. Their engine out capability got pushed past known tested parameters, which could be, that's another hypothesis. Pretty sure that's kind of what happened, but we don't know for sure, right? Where did you get that, Forge? I think Elon gave the personal order for self-destruct. No, the range did, Jerry. If a rocket goes too far out of its planned trajectory, then you're kind of screwed. So think about it like this. A rocket, if you took a slinky, right? And you took a slinky, you grab one end of a slinky, and you stretch it out, right? It's going to create kind of an imaginary funnel. Not an imaginary funnel, like an imaginary tube. A rocket's flight path looks like that. It looks like an extruded cylinder that goes all the way up into space. Right? Now, ideally, in the dead center of that tube, right, is the nominal trajectory. That's where you want it to be. But anywhere inside of that is okay. If a rocket goes out of this tube, which is called a track, if it goes out of its track, your rocket derailed. That's when you command self-destruct. So it basically left its track. Most rockets, yeah, if they leave the track, you blow it up immediately. Could they not have staged anyway? Yeah, well, Phaedra, here... Could they not have staged anyway? Guys, rockets aren't designed that way. It's not Kerbal. You can't just hit spacebar. They don't just have a, oh, let's stage it anyway button. No. It's software. It's software driven. You can't change the code to a program while said code is running. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure someone who's a software engineer in some obscure form of software engineering is about to be like, well, actually, with the program that I wrote, I don't care. It doesn't work that way with rockets, okay? You can't change the trajectory of the vehicle unless someone's on board, for the most part. I'm sure there's some adaptive thing. In fact, there is an adaptive thing with rockets. It's called terrain relative navigation. Terrain relative navigation is what Perseverance used to basically have cameras on board and look for an ideal landing site given the information, given a real-time image from a camera. So that does exist, but it doesn't exist for ascent. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Yet maybe it'll exist in the future, you know? Like, but that's not something generally that happens. So I don't think they would have had the command to stage the vehicle like right off of the bat. You know, it's not like, oh, it's not working. Here, let me manually command it to save. That's not really how flying rockets works. You run the program, and the real learning experience here is to figure out how far off what you wanted it to do and what it actually did is. Figure out how big that gap is. And needless to say, I think with Starship, there's a pretty big gap, so there's a lot to learn. There's not really like a stage button, dudes. It doesn't work like that. You run the program, and if the program doesn't work, well, then you got a problem. Unless someone's on board to change that. Next, they're going to tell us they can't quick save either. I'm sure they're going to code in emergency staging for next flight. I would not do that at all, Driados. That, I think, is not a good way to engineer. This is my personal opinion on this now. Why? Why waste your time? Why waste your time with failure modes on the vehicle? Putting in some manual sequence here to be able to stage the vehicle in the event of your first stage not working correctly is overlooking the problem that your first stage is not working correctly. That's like saying, oh, I got a flat tire, better add another wheel. Don't fall into that kind of loop. That's a really interesting logic loop to get stuck in. An emergency staging sequence like that basically is you accepting that your first stage isn't a good enough design. That's not a good way to engineer things, especially with rockets. But you do have a spare tire. Okay, well, my flat tire is on and I'm driving 100 miles an hour down the highway. I'm going to go try and change it, Hellfish. Throw a guarantee on the box. Good reference. How does a flight termination system? It's usually det cord or some type of explosive, Jerry, that's on a critical structural component of the rocket, and it's detonation cord, like almost like a fuse, almost. I mean, it varies from system to system, right? It basically is an explosive or some type of detonation mechanism that's on a very structurally, structurally integral part. And when the structural integrity of said part fails because of explosion, the whole rocket basically delaminates. EJ, well, that manual service, it can be used to try to save the situation. Imagine you have precious cargo. I'm just saying, but I get what you're saying. That's... I guess I'm not explaining myself good enough. Yeah, Black Suit, yeah, sure, of course, but that's really defensive thinking with rockets. You don't want to do that. Once again, putting in some type of situation to make sure that Starship gets away from the first stage, like some type of part or something like that, is basically making your vehicle more complicated to making your second stage more complicated to make up for the fact that your first stage is a piece of junk. Don't you think you should go and address the fact that your first stage is a piece of drunk? Am I drunk? Don't you think you should go figure out what's wrong with your first stage so it performs right before you go trying to band-aid fix your second stage? That's not how you rocket science. That's not how you do that. I don't know, Aqualexa. I don't even know where that picture came from, dudes, to be honest. Why would it need to have a part? Why couldn't there be a manual software override to command to separate? It does seem like it would make sense, especially if humans are supposed to be carried. Because that's wasting your software engineer's time? How about make a better guidance system? The camera downlink was not encrypted. Oof. Maybe failure. Once the rocket gets too far away, too high up in the air, it's really hard to see what's wrong. The only reason I can tell you conclusively that the hydraulic power unit took a dump right here is because you can see it. You know? Would a crewed Starship flight have a termination system since they don't have an abort capability? Space Shuttle did, Joe. I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you about a system that hasn't been engineered yet. Actually, you don't see it. Well, we saw it for a second, Northern, and then we didn't see it the next second, and we saw it in pieces coming off the bottom of the vehicle, man. Right? You know. Circle back a little bit. Are they still using fuel as a hydraulic fluid on this thing? Future iterations of the booster warder will have no liquid thrust vector control system. They switched to electric TVCs on Booster 9, and that's right from Elon. So, and that brings up, that's actually a good segue for what Forge was trying to tell me when I was saying, don't tell me this right now because we got to move to another part. This booster, Ship 24 and Booster 7 were extremely outdated. They were extremely outdated for how fast SpaceX iterates. I guarantee you that Booster 9 and Ship 26 or whatever they decide to launch next is not going to do that. The hydraulic power unit definitely isn't going to fail because there isn't going to be one. They're switching to battery linear actuators, so an electric thrust vector control system on the newer versions of Super Heavy. That's already a change that's happened. So that tells me that SpaceX was pretty laissez-faire about sending this thing. And that probably also lends credence to the fact that the pad needed to be redesigned in one way or another, and they weren't afraid to lose the pad, which kind of corroborates what we've seen with the pad, considering there's a gigantic freaking crater underneath it. See what I mean? Guys, once again, this isn't it. You know, you could say that I'm full of crap, and maybe you're right. But I can guarantee you that SpaceX knew something like this was going to happen. They were very, very, very clearly ready to sacrifice this pad and the soil underneath it because it probably needed to be taken apart anyway. It probably needs to be redone for the new booster in one way or another. I mean, obviously, you're going to need to come up with some kind of solution underneath this thing. So if the pad already needs to be taken apart, yeah, exactly, Bellum. If the pad already needs to be taken apart, why not just have the rocket do it for you? And get some flight data out of it while you're at it. Makes sense. Took like a year to build it, though. Took like a year to build it, but if it doesn't launch the vehicle that you're trying to launch, Chronic, what use is it? There's this thing about rocket science, dude, and there's this thing about manufacturing. You ever, at work or in any scenario, done a redundant task? Like, say you have to fold 50 sheets of paper in half, right? Just pick one. I don't know. I mean, tasks probably aren't that redundant. But say you need to fold 50 sheets of paper by hand. Is the first one going to come out as good as the last one? No. Because over time, you're going to find ways to do it better. And sometimes you'll be still folding that first sheet of paper, and after you folded it, increase the fold, you're going to be like, oh, no, I have a better way of doing that. So sometimes, even though it's obsolete, and even though it took a year to build, SpaceX figured out another way. They probably figured out another way, even while they were building it. They probably figured out a way to do it better. In fact, I can tell you with pretty reasonable conclusion that they found a way to do it better because they're building one at 39A based off of what they learned at Starbase. Parallel processing, like you said earlier. Yep. Engineer, we need to demolish this pad. It'll cost millions. Accountant, do we need a rocket to launch from that pad? Most powerful ever made? Engineer, yeah, why? Yep. Their statement was that they expected it to erode and fail during launch, but not shatter and throw chunks, like I said. That is literally the explosives on Booster 7 going off. Yep. Nice. Now, I mean, based off of what you guys were saying, so Forge, you linked this. I give you the toilet as a potential solution for the flame trench. Scott Poi put out a short that says there seems to have been holes punched in the tank as tumbling started right when the FTS where the FTS boxes are. Okay. Leg, EJ's back. Notice me. Now, guys, keep in mind this is a fan thing. Somebody modeled this as a potential solution. There's a problem here. The problem is that your water table down at Boca Chica is way too high. You're right near the ocean. This is the problem that they had with 39A and 39B. Same exact problem. You ever notice how 39A and 39B are on a gigantic mound of dirt? And I'm not talking the actual part where the flame trench is and everything. I'm talking the entire pad blast detonation area is 20 feet off of sea level. That's entirely done on purpose because if you dig into the ground, all you're going to find is water. The entire pad structure is on a gigantic mound of dirt. And that pad is on the pad is on that mound of dirt. You see what I'm talking about? There's a huge, big mound to basically spread the load of the fact that you made this gigantic obelisk here. See what I'm talking about? If SpaceX was going to do this toilet, sea level, the ground would need to be down here. Because you're not doing that at Boca Chica. Absolutely not. All you're gonna do is make a nice big lake if you do something like this. That's exactly what I said earlier. I feel stupid now if you showed that before I logged on. That's exactly what you said earlier. D, the chat's going way too fast, dude. I must have missed it. But yeah, you're not gonna be able to do this. In fact, I'm surprised there's no water in this already. If there was water in the tube, what would happen at launch? Not anything good, 95. I mean, the problem is that, you know, you'd fire the rocket engines against that, and the gases would try to displace the water out the end of the tube, so it'd either look like that gif of that dam shooting all the water out, right? But most likely the gases, so you'd make a gigantic fire hose, or what most likely would happen is that you'd superheat that water, it would turn to gas, and the gas would overpressurize the flame trench, cause it to crack, and you'd get the same result. See, water needs to be sprayed on a pad in droplets, dude. This is why they don't just fire a rocket from, like, over the top of a lake, for instance. This is why, like, on the test stands that NASA has at Stennis, they spray water in. Because if you're spraying a water droplet in, and it's, you know, the water droplet is kind of spherical, right? All of that is being introduced to radiative heat. You're basically introducing an insane, much higher surface area if you spray the water on the pad rather than having a standing body of water, right? So what happens is some of that water would get superheated, right? And some of it would come out the other end, but you'd most likely overpressurize the tube. when you fire the rocket engines. Yeah, it would crack, and it would basically give you the same exact result as this. Yeah, Goalie, essentially you'll water hammer the entire pad. Why did SpaceX build the launch site with this knowledge NASA has had for decades? NASA has knowledge of launching vehicles with 15 million pounds of thrust, Jerry? What vehicle are you referring to? Honest question. Dewatering big excavations is pretty common in civil engineering. They could do that prior to launch. Yeah, Dreadswell, do you really want to introduce that into your processing flow if you're trying to launch every day? How are you going to make some type of pumping system that's going to withstand the blast of the rocket? Fundag also didn't exist 50 years ago. Well, clearly it existing now doesn't have any bearing on whether it works or not. See what I'm talking about, guys? They did launch the Saturn rocket. Yeah, Jerry, the Saturn V has half of the thrust of Starship Super Heavy. Half. And this is what I was explaining a little bit earlier. Saturn V destroyed the pad when it launched. Oh, absolutely. It destroyed the flame deflector so much that the early iterations had 2 flame deflectors so they could refurbish one and launch a lot. Their solution was to have 2 flame deflectors. You can clearly see, because this is a picture of 39, right? You can see the tracks where the 2 flame deflectors stood. Because Saturn V ruined one after every launch. It destroyed the flame trench, man. That's Saturn V. We're talking double the thrust. If they'd put Super Heavy on pad 39 and launched it, there would be no pad left. It would have been the same exact result. This is what I'm trying to tell you, and this is why I think it's funny that there's so many people out there that say, "Oh, why didn't they put a deflector under there?" Anything that you put underneath that, you're going to lose. It is going to require some crazy ingenious solution. Probably more water. More water might do it, but even then, you're still going to have some damage under there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Explosive force is rather linear, though, isn't it? I guess. Your pressure wave is going to hit in a hemispherical fashion, though, Hellfish. It's not going to be straight down wall of pressure, right? Like, my point was that NASA couldn't possibly have tested tech that didn't exist. Yeah, okay, Oculus. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Do you think it would be best for them to modify the existing pad or build a new one with an above-ground flame trench out of 39 or switching to launching them from oil rigs or something similar? Bill, I don't think SpaceX has the answer to that question yet, to be 100% honest with you. I don't think they have the answer to that question. I think they're trying to figure it out based off of this mission. This one is more realistic. What's this? This is from Nick Henning. Could something like this help reduce launch damage? Okay. Yeah, it could. Nick's right. Nick's not wrong. This could probably reduce it somehow. But so, okay, guys, stop thinking about this like flames coming down here. Okay. I need you guys to think, what happens if you put a fat man from World War II, fat man, a plutonium implosion device? If you put that right there, what's going to happen? Because that's the amount of force we're talking about here. Do you think this would survive a hit from a nuclear blast? Because that's the amount of power that we're talking about. Now, here's the thing. Consider what I just said, and then consider this picture. Do you have any idea how strong that thing actually is? Think about it for a second. The fact that it only dug maybe a 20 to 30 foot hole in the ground is actually pretty damn impressive. The answer is don't try to control it. 187, that's what I'm thinking. The best part is no part. But you're not going to know until you go and fire it. Literally move the pad higher up off the ground. Simulations of supersonic and hypersonic fluid dynamics pretty wild. New SpaceX tweet of liftoff. No new info, though. Okay, cool. What about a super chilled liquid nitrogen deluge system? It's possible, goalie. I mean, SpaceX talked about running water through a steel plate. But yeah, think about that. When the engines go off, the pressure wave of lighting all those engines all at the same time, and then keeping that pressure on here. That's what I'm talking about. This would probably help divert the gas in some way, shape, or form. But what happens is you'd overpressurize these tubes right here. You'd overpressurize them, and it would literally blow the concrete up at the rocket. This is why most flame trenches don't have anything in between the actual trench and the pad. Think Soyuz, for instance. Do you think the steel plate could actually work? If they were able to flow enough water through the steel plate, sure, why not? But does that mean every Starship is going to need like 3 or 4 Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of water? Because that's the amount that you'd probably need to quench the heat from this thing. My thought is that any gap will allow for overpressure. That's exactly right, Cooking. That is exactly correct. Yeah, even a little crack in the concrete, the pressure will find that crack, and it'll drive gases into that crack, and it'll be like basically hitting it with a chisel. That's why we lost all the pad. Just have a massive punt next to the ocean. Nice. Did the N1 do the same amount of damage? I don't know, Mikey. That's another good question. I know that the N1 had a very big flame diverter. It's gigantic. Here, I can show you. Those flame diverters for that N1 rocket are insane. How about starting from higher up? That might be the solution. That seems to be the simplest one. It's easier to build a taller launch pad. Up here at Site 110. Here. See, they actually put baffles into the, they put baffles into those flame diverters. And it's a tri-diverter. You see that? Looks like Thomas also went to SpaceX. Neat. Good for him. I'm wondering how wide these flame diverters are. This trench is. How big are we talking about here? Wow. They're that's 3 15-meter flame trenches. And these flame trenches were engineered for about 10 million pounds of thrust, which is more than the Saturn V, but less than super heavy. I'm wondering how deep those things are. They're 15 meters, and there's 3 of them. Is there a diverter in the center? I seem to recall something under there that looks like a cone, Phil, when I was doing research for Buran's pad, but here. Let's check. It's Site 110. 110 is the launch pad. So Site 110 at Baikonur. I'm not yawning. I'm making faces at you. Let's try N1 flame trench. Let's see. Anything? How do I know you're not making faces at me under that thing? Yeah, that's not Site 110. That's a Soyuz launch pad. Here you go. You got something, Dark? Oh, perfect. Thanks, man. I can see the link. Thank you very much. They put baffles in the trench. They put baffles in the flame trench to hold the thing together and basically diffuse the gases coming out, from what I can tell. You see that inner ring right there? That's the N1's hold down, which is interesting. The outer ring of engines are outboard of the hold down points. The hold down points are at the bottom of the rocket. Kind of like Proton. That's pretty slick, man. That's a pretty slick design. That is a deep flame trench. Whoa. Yeah, kind of like a silencer, Dark Names. Yeah, similar idea. See, this is what I'm talking about, fellas. You see that right there? They needed 3 of these to hold 10 million pounds of thrust. 3 of them. There's 3 going off in every direction. This is what I mean. If Starship had tried to fire, like if SpaceX, in some alternative universe, SpaceX uses 39A to launch Starship, that would have destroyed the flame trench. There would have been no flame trench left. It would have looked exactly like this. 39A would have looked like that. This is what I'm talking about. The amount of gases coming out of this thing are unbelievable. See what I mean? This is for this was built, and there's 3 of them. There's 3 ways for the gas to go. This was built for a rocket with 10 million pounds of thrust. Starship has 15. You're not even close. Not even, dude, this is what I mean. They could put anything underneath there and you'd lose it. You would lose it because we just haven't engineered something like this. This is what it's like to be on the cutting edge because you're not sure if it's going to work. See what I mean? And dude, thank you very much for this link. Who was it? What was let me just check it. Dark Alicio. Thank you very much for the link, dude. See what I'm talking about? And dude, how deep do you think those things are? How deep do you think it is versus the stool's height? So that's the stool. The launch stool is right there. Holy balls, man. See the people walking down there? The forbidden space, the forbidden quarter pipe. Kinran, it's the forbidden quarter pipe. Dude, I bet you could get some sweet air off that thing. Thing's about 15 meters. It's about 50 feet deep. Nah, it's got to be more than that. Link pulls? Yeah, dude, great link. Dude, that's got to be about 100 feet down. So 10 stories, easily, judging by what I'm seeing here. Yeah, so once again, we know it's about 15 meters wide. So that's 50 feet. So 15 meters wide, or 15 meters down is like right here. Dude, this thing's 30 meters deep. 100 feet. It's 50 by 100. That's a big flame trench. And once again, there's 3 of them. There's 3 of them. There's 3 diverters, guys. See what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. Anything that you put under there, you're going to lose. If you had a nice high tower and from the pillars spray a water droplet mist into the center, you would cool down the vapor a lot since water vaporization has very high heat cost. Yeah, D, of course. Question is if the water to gas would add to the actual thrust. More thrust equals more thrust, less heat. Well, my worry there, D, and this is kind of another thing to take into account, is that if you're spraying sprinklers of water into a rocket's flames, you're gonna lower the heat, but steam is, there's this thing about steam pressure. Steam can very easily pressurize. So I think that's something that we would take into account here. I bet it's more than what the N1 needed, though. You think so, Josh? I mean, it's possible. Side note, 48 hours after launch, we got this. Okay. Okay, so these seem to be some... Okay, those are some fan-made renders. All right, got it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting to see that they plan to land the first stage out on a sea platform, and that there's enough confidence in what's been seen from Starship to pursue this challenging route. Have fun with that. Have fun with that, dudes. It's just, that's not going to be easy to do, even for them. Either that or they think they... Yep. SpaceX make it look too easy. Yep. Jeepers creepers. Look at the frickin' size. I never, you know what? I never really put two and two together that the N1. I knew the N1's flame trench was big, but that is absurd. That's just an absurd freaking launch complex. I want to see the center of this thing. What the heck does the center of it look like? Let's just try N1 rocket launch pad. Let's just see if we can get a good picture of it from here. Now we know why they built a giant flame trench. Yeah, well, the flame trench was designed to contain the thrust from the rocket, not contain the actual rocket. But I understand what you're saying. Oh, if you didn't understand that, here. Dude. And look, the flames definitely fill up all three. Dude, I don't know about under-engineered. Those flames are definitely filling those trenches, man. That's with 10 million pounds of thrust. That's 30 NK-15s working together. I can't believe this thing even left the pad. Now, don't get me wrong. It didn't get very far, but... That's absurd. That is absurd engineering. Oh my goodness. Like I said, it didn't get very far. Looks kind of similar though, doesn't it? This is what happens when you push the envelope, dudes. That's what happens. This is what I meant when I said the flame trench is not supposed to contain the rocket. Yeah, see that? That's bad. That's not what you want. That's falling back down. Would it matter the type of fuels to the type of blowback the rocket would make? Well, different fuels have more energy, can release more energy faster, Eukerman. Long story short, there are certain fuels that make a bigger explosion. Kerosene makes a way bigger explosion, which is why the N1, despite being about the same size as the Saturn V, needed more thrust. Because the second stage and the third stage of kerosene, those engines have to move more, so the N1 ended up having more thrust. It has 10 million pounds of thrust, and you saw how big that damn flame trench is. Because this is what I'm trying to tell you. Even the Saturn V obliterated its flame trench on launch. Obliterated. Like, they had to go fix it. It's hard to make a launch pad reusable, dudes.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Funny how when we tried to use those N1 engines, we had the same thing happen to us. Hey, the NK-15 is a good design, Synerd. I understand what you're saying, but NK-15s are a good design. Okay, so are NK-33s. They're a great motor. Dread gifted a sub to James. Thank you very much. The center of the N1 trench. All right, Vulcan, I have your link. I want to see Space Orb's link. Oh. Huh. Plus, post-run clarity is needed. Last pulls, guys. I don't do last. Just type it again. I'm getting away from doing that. It keeps the stream going better. I agree, Roadrunners. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Vulcan, what did you link? Oh. Oh. Quite nice. How it started. How it's going. Sorry, man. Had to do it. I had to do it. From my understanding, a couple of tanks got punctured. I think that's a safe bet. You know what's super interesting about this? So, it's clear that they're using some type of obelisk here. And like I said, dude, you could see where the outer ring of the engines on the N1 literally scorched that thing. And the inner engines are right there. So that shape is basically this. So if you took like a triangle and you bowed out the sides like that, that's that shape. That makes it because the flame trenches are pointed like this. See what I'm talking about? Wait, the pyramid flame diverter confirmed. What the hell is this? Get out of... Seriously, though, that pyramid's probably gone. But also, get out of here. Not the N1, but still nice. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. See, this is really interesting, dudes. Because, so, the interesting thing is that there's nothing holding up that ring from the bottom, which means they have something akin to like a stator holding the rocket up, which is absurd. That's crazy. But even this, dude, I don't know when this picture was taken, to be honest. It looks like that flame trench hasn't been used in some time because there's very clear oxidization here. But guys, here's the thing, man. You can tell. You can tell that the rocket engine's fired in this. Once again, you can see the scorch marks from the outer ring of the engines on the N1. It's on that pyramid right there. See? It's on the pyramid shape. And then you can see the scorch marks up here from the inner ring of engines. If we look at an N1 rocket, there's an outer and an inner ring of engines. See what I mean? See what I'm talking about? The outer ring is right there. See what I mean? What material is this? Don't know. I don't know. There's not much documentation on this, dude, to be honest with you. Did the Soviets also have a planned rocket after the N1? No, Phil. Not that I know of. Link to this picture.
Go at throttle up.
Sky! Excited to see more flights in the future? Oh, absolutely. One question. If they built an N1 trench at Boca Chica and if it had water from the water table during the launch, it wouldn't be harmful, right? Wouldn't it just all turn to steam? Firing rockets into standing bodies of water, Sea Dragon notwithstanding, is usually not a good idea, Joe. You're not going to be able to transfer... The water won't be able to transfer the heat that much. It's why if you had a piece of steak and you re-entered with the steak, if you had a cut of prime rib and you put it on a re-entry trajectory, Randall Munro proved this with numbers. You would literally only... You would basically pan-sear the steak. Or it just would have blade off. Yep. What about aerating the water? I'm not sure what that would do, Synerd. Joe, you have to shoot the water out in droplets. Because a sphere, all those water droplets, those millions of water droplets have a sphere. And the surface area of all those spheres is way more than a flat dish of water, right? Than a flat plane of water. The idea is to expose as much heat to as much surface area of water as possible. If you fire into basically a swimming pool worth of water... Yes, the top layer of water, so to speak, would definitely turn to steam, right? But the gases would pressurize before all the water could absorb all the heat, right? And then you'd pressurize steam inside of the flame trench. Don't think that's a good idea. Dude, I don't know why that's not a good idea, but I'm pretty sure that's probably not a good idea. Hey, Dread, gifted a sub to Shano. Thanks, Dread. Thanks for all the gifted subs. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that overpressurizing your flame trench is not a good idea. Just putting it out there. You have to spray water droplets so it absorbs all the heat. Same concept of a fire hose, to lower the temperature for firefighters in a contained area. Yeah. I recently read an article on meteors entering the atmosphere and crashing on Earth. They're still cold inside and often found covered in ice accumulated from air moisture. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy, right? The crazy part about this picture is that it looks like the flame trench is still full of water. And it's interesting because you can still see all the coking, all the carbon soot that was left over from firing rocket engines in this, even though rockets haven't been fired in it for a long time. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so once again, going back to the meat thing, if you have a cut of prime rib and it re-entered, and if it didn't ablate off from re-entry heating, one side would be well-done steak and the other side would be raw. It's freaking raw, mate! It's raw! It would be like that. Yeah, it would be like kitchen nightmares. Yeah. Randall Munro, once again, a JPL scientist, proved that that's what happens. The pictures were taken in 06. Oh. Oh, very nice. What do we got here? Buranenergia.com. What do we got here? Let's take a look. Let's see what we can see. Ah, that's a shame to see this like this. I really don't like that. Yep. FireX systems. Dude. What pad is this? This is Complex 110. The N1 in Buran Energia's launch pad. Startov Yai? Start Energia Buran. 110 is definitely a chat piece of engineering. Gorlev, man. That's complex. Complex. Startovie complex. Launch complex for Buran Energia. That's what that says. Startovie! Yeah. You can still read it, guys. Just haven't done it in a little while. So they had the ability to launch two? Yep. There were two launch pads at Complex 110 flip up. Yep. Just like we built two pads for Saturn, man. Same idea. Dude, look at that service structure. Bro. Do you think the vacuum around Starship created by the engine sucked in a ton of debris? Yes. Oh, absolutely. 95, the ejecta got shot up and then got sucked right back down into the flame trench. Dude, can you imagine a piece of concrete hitting that HPU? Dunzo, man. And, you know, like, here's the interesting thing. That pyramid seems to work. And I can kind of see this working right here. So if, you know, I didn't know what was down here, but I knew it was some kind of cone. But here's the thing, dude. This, just on a side note, this cone is designed to work with N1's engine configuration. N1 had a lot of rocket engines on the outside and 6 rocket engines on the inside. Starship has a lot of rocket engines on the outside, a lot of rocket engines on the inside. I'm not entirely sure that that would work. Because this, what happens here in this design is that the point of this is going to get heated up really, really quickly. Why? Because there's not a lot of metal there and there's an insane amount of heat right here. That's going to melt. So, I mean, I don't know what the heck you'd make this out of for something like Starship. Now, concrete could work. Concrete pyramidal deflector like this, something that looks like an obelisk, could do it. It's possible. Tungsten? Shuttle tiles. Yeah. Vibranium. Yeah. But see, after that, you got to give all that gas a place to go. And that's what I mean by flame trenches, dude. And I firmly believe that's why SpaceX opted to just raise the thing up in the air. Right? They just put it higher up off the ground. You know, now that, you know, it's interesting. I keep saying, you know, whatever you put under there, you're going to lose. But now I'm not like 100% sure here. Something like that might work. But once again, you got to remember at the end of the day, this is dealing with 10 million pounds of thrust, not 15 million pounds of thrust, you know? There's a possible plate configuration. Let's see. Let's see. So this is coming from Ryan Hansen. N1 didn't have center engines. That's right, Xerax. Bingo. But then again, neither does Super Heavy. There's 3 engines in the center, right? It doesn't look exactly like that. So all right, what's Ryan's picture of? Let's see. After Elon Musk tweet about the water-cooled plate, I started looking at all the parts visible on site and was able to figure out Was able to figure this much out using accurate dimensions. Some parts are still missing, but it's looking like this will be a combined system for deluge and pad cooling. And right here, what the hell is this? It appears to be a circus tent, sir. Like I said, dude, an obelisk might do it because Buran Energia seem to have no problem with it, but once again, I'm not 100% sure that this... You're going to need a way to help to assist the flames in moving out, right? Like... Interesting. These are the spotted plates. Yep. Yeah, see, that seems to be not far off from what they're doing. Yeah, see, I'm looking at this, guys, and... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. See, this all kind of feeds into my theory here. So, guys, it kind of feeds into my theory that SpaceX knew that it was going to wreck the pad. They knew it was going to wreck the pad, so instead of digging the hole with an excavator, they had the rocket do it. I'm telling you. I think they were like, okay, who cares if it digs a hole? Now we have an easy... Now we can redo this easier because the freaking... dude, I'm like... That's so stupid, but simultaneously really smart at the same time. Because if you look, there's the stairs, and there's the... This is the line for all the fuel, right? And you go look at these pictures, right? There's the stairs, and there's the lines for the fuel. That's literally right where the damn hole is. I hope not. They could have lost stage 0 with Starship still attached. Orion, it doesn't... See, that's the thing, dude. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What good is a launch pad if it breaks when you... If you know it's going to break when you launch the rocket? It's better to just launch the rocket, have it break it, and then fix it, right? Like they did it on purpose. Mikey, I don't think they did it on purpose, brother, but also at the same time, from Ryan's render... And from, whose render is this? From this one that was from Ashley Killip did this? Or Chrome Kiwi, right? From Chrome Kiwi's render right here, and from Ryan's render right here, the deluge inlet right there is literally the spot that has a hole in it. That can't be a coincidence, man. Can you imagine? Yeah, Kick. I think a reasonable assertion is to know that SpaceX knew it was going to do that. They were very clearly ready to sacrifice this pad for flight data because they knew this pad needed to be upgraded. Dude, you don't be in the rocket business launching and landing rockets as much as SpaceX has and not know that that's going to happen, right? Like that would be foolish. That would be foolish. Some folks are saying out there on Twitter, like, oh, SpaceX, this is ridiculous. SpaceX has to completely reconsider what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. They don't know what they're playing with fire. Like, it's like, dude, I think you have no idea what you're talking about. Not you personally, but you know what I mean? Like, intentional tilt off the pad, that was done on purpose, Erudite. Other rockets do that. Yeah. A pad avoidance maneuver. Yep. Other rockets do that. Sure. Antares does that. Or did that. No, we still have an Antares left. It still launches. Antares does that, dude. It moves off the pad. It kind of slews sideways. That is done entirely on purpose. Now, the space shuttle did it too. I think that was more the fact that you have 3 engines pointing out the side from the shuttle, but the shuttle does actually slide off the pad as well. It does that. The shuttle had no choice. Yep. Footage of them installing it on the pad. At 39, though, Forge. Interesting. See, fellas, okay. Once again, I'm an armchair rocket scientist, so just take this. We'll look at Chrome Kiwis here. Take this for what it's worth, dudes. Fellas, this is going to jam up with stuff. This is going to require maintenance. How much maintenance? Not entirely sure. I'm curious as to how the interior of the OLM rig did with the launch. That part actually doesn't seem too bad. I can't really tell from the pictures, though. It doesn't seem too incredibly bad in there. There's definitely some coking going on, indicating fuel rich. See the white and dark deposits there? That's unburnt carbon and partially burnt carbon. It's called coking. That definitely... Carbon coke is definitely a thing. I said coke and people went, huh? No. Coking is absolutely a thing. This kind of stuff happens when you launch an Estes rocket. If you go look at the pad deflector on a little Estes launch pad, after you launch it, there's like white and dark residue. It's just carbon deposits. How bad are the legs below the surface? I hope they aren't too eroded. Well, fortunately, I've been following this for a long time. Spanky, I've been following this for a long time. Those concrete legs go down 30 meters. 30 meters. 100 feet. They're 100 feet down. And judging by that staircase right there, considering that these are half flights of stairs, I know because I watched them install it. Those are half flights, so that's, well, no, that might be a full flight. I forget. It might be a full flight of stairs. If that's a full flight of stairs, so we're talking 10, 20 feet deep. And oh yeah, Creeper, you're right. There definitely is water already in there. See? So what happens is why they can't dig down. See, it'll just fill up with water. And that's exactly what happened when they dug these pillars. They dug out those pillars, right? And they immediately filled up with water. It turned into a well. In fact, that's what a well does. If you dig a hole deep enough and put a bunch of rocks around the outside, water will eventually seep into it. But the rocks actually filter the water. Well, to an extent. You get what I'm trying to say. That's basically how like a stereotypical well works. Like the wells that you see in like Minecraft villages and stuff. That's the idea. Depth isn't a concern. It's the integrity of the area that's eroded. I think it's all right. I think this part's all right. That part clearly has some problems. Yeah, dude, Spanky, there was a huge block of concrete right here. And Starship's blast from those engines firing was literally so powerful that it just eroded the concrete immediately. Dude, I'm telling you. And once again, there was a block of concrete that was as thick as this going from here to here. See what I'm talking about? That was the face of it. Like, it looked like a geometric shape. That corner point attached to that corner point. And now, once again, look at the staircase for scale here. That's 10 feet of solid concrete. Gone. Gone. Reduced to ashes. That's the amount of power that we're talking about here. Dude, this thing kind of seems like a good idea, but dude, I'm not even sure that something like this is going to work. 50 plus centimeters. 10 feet is 10 feet is like 3 meters or something. So if it's like 20 feet deep, we're talking like I don't know, 6 to 7 meters deep. It's a big hole. It's very big. Gradient cooling can only do so much. Yeah. Yeah, Chief, that's what I mean. I don't think that water deflector is the whole battle here. You think that camera view, that view at the bottom of the rocket engines looking up, survived? Knight, let me put it to you like this. If they just had a camera with a protective lens staring at it, no, absolutely not. With that being said, cameras that are like looking at business ends of rockets like that usually are looking through a periscope for that exact reason, so they don't melt the camera. So if the camera was like inside of the OLM and it was looking through a periscope, maybe. That's how NASA does it. But also at the same time, something I wanted to point out, and Derek, I'm going to use Derek's picture here. Something that I wanted to point out is, so if you look down at the OLM right here, there are doors. There are doors for access. They look like, you can kind of see, well, you can kind of see one right there. Those doors are used for access inside of the OLM. They're gone. They are gone. They're not there anymore. In Ryan's render here, you can kind of see them a little bit better. Those are not there. Those are gone. The door was found. They found one. How far away did it end up? These screenshots are coming from, or these pictures are coming from Starship Gazer. Yeah, see the door? It's gone. That one's still there. That one is absolutely not. See all this? That's coking. Interesting thing, guys. That's coking, right? Looks kind of the same, doesn't it? Jeepers creepers. Yeah, see? This is from the overpressure. Overpressure does this. See, some of it's missing there. Some of it's missing there. One of the doors is gone. I'm trying to... Okay. I'm trying to figure out what happened here. Okay. The door is not near the pad. It was supposed to be near the pad, but it hit it with enough force to shear it completely off of the hinges. We know because the hinge is gone. It should be right there. That's gone. I'm trying to see how this deformed. Okay, so at face value here, right? This looks like it has latches on the outside and the inside. The trouble is that that's really hard to see because, well, a latch that's similar to this should be attached right there. It's not. That's gone. And these are the inside latches here. So this works kind of like a boat hatch. Hatches on ships kind of look like this, right? So that means that the door blew inwards, right? Or at least that part is. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say that this probably happened from this thing landing and hitting the ground. Which brings me to another thing. How did this thing get bent in half? Yeah, I see the piece of concrete behind it. Yeah. How did this thing get bent in half? Do you guys think it got bent in half because Like the door was like this and the bottom hinge failed and then it just flew out and kind of boomeranged out? Or did it just get completely blown off, right? Did it get completely blown off and it's bent because it hit the ground? Right? It's bent from hitting NSF's car. Option 1, you think so, Ken? Yeah. Dude, look at how much heat this thing got introduced to this thing. Look at that. That thing's all bent. That's insane, man. I'm in awe of the amount of force here. That's so cool. It could have even been hit in the air by concrete. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the door was kind of like this and it blew the bottom out and then it ripped the whole thing off, dude. Steven, hey, 2-month resub. Can you believe that? That's absurd, man. Holy crap. Dude, you know how big of a piece of concrete was needed to do that? Those things it's steel, man. That's unbelievable. Oh my goodness. These pictures from Starship Gaze are amazing. You guys, here, I'm going to link this. Go give credit where credit is due. That's so nuts. Dude, this sheer force here is unbelievable. Look at it, sandblasted the paint right off. And then those whiter parts right there, that's coking. Unfreaking real, man. All right, here's what I mean about ejecta, guys. Look at the staircase. Just for a moment here. Look at that staircase. So these, once again, these pictures are from Starship Gazer, okay? What can you tell me about that staircase? Yeah, Warder, right? Look at the staircase, guys. Look at all the dirt in there. Look at the way some of the stairs are deformed. Pressure, that tells me that, you know, dirt isn't going to go from here, from where, like, I am, in. That's not what happened. Because those stairs are deformed like this, they're bent upwards, that tells me that the hole that's underneath the stairs shot pressure up through the staircase. Which means fire came up the stairs, not down. Can you believe that? This is just unbelievable amounts of power. It's so, dude, it's so cool. Like, look at this picture. See, that's the picture of the staircase. The dirt went up the stairs. It ripped the concrete off here and it went up. One hinge lasted a bit longer and the force bent the door. Yeah, Chief, I think that's what happened. Yeah, crazy. Duh, Patton, I'm sorry, my bad. Look at the Drawworks cover plate at the bottom of the tower. Dude. This is awesome. Look at that. That's not even facing towards the flames and it has holes in it. You gotta be kidding me. That isn't even facing the rocket. And it's still got freaking holes in it. Whoa. That piece of metal looks like it's been on the tail end of a gun range for like the past 20 years, dude. This is what something looks like after you shoot a minigun at it. By the way, right behind that are the brakes for the chopsticks. Yeah. Dude. Wow. Okay. All right. I think we've looked at this pretty damn conclusively. So it's very clear that SpaceX is going to add something like this. This is coming from Chrome Kiwi here. It's very clear because another solution is clearly needed. Now, that brings me, let's kind of sum this all up. When is it going to fly again? Go look at the rest of that page. There's loads more. Who, Chrome Kiwi, dumb? Oh, dude. Oh, sweet. This dude follows me. I'm going to give him a follow back. Oh, Starship Gazer. Word. Yo, these are actually pretty dope, dude. That's really good. From Gazer, the picture's further down. I got you. I got you. Chrome's cool, man. Good stuff. Go give him a follow. Here, I'm gonna link him up. Go give that dude a follow. That's really awesome. Really awesome pictures. All right, Starship Gazer. Where did I X out of it? I may have X'd out of it. All right. Oh, that's RGB. You know what? I don't know why I'm not giving Starship Gazer a follow as well. This thread you said, huh? The freaking door. What I want to know is how far that door is away. How far is it away from the pad? Pictures are cool, but did he do the math? I don't know, Chronic. I'll have to go look. Yeah, Uncle X, that seems to be... Peeled it off like a sticker. That seems to be what happened here. Hey, this concrete's still okay. That's cool. Dude. Dude. This is what I'm talking about, man. That thing isn't even facing towards the rocket and it's still got mangled. Look. Look. Gases going in here from the rocket launch actually bent that steel plate out. It pressurized in here. See that? That steel plate is bent. Dude, I don't even want to know what happened in there. Let's just move on. That is freaking righteous, man. Actually, you know what, dudes? This stuff doesn't look too bad, to be honest with you. And yeah, this doesn't look too bad. At least the chopsticks still work. Like, this doesn't look, it does not, you know, like this overall shot, don't get me wrong, you got a big problem like down here, but this doesn't look too bad. Tower seems to be okay. Dude. The Drawworks cover also used to have a chunk of concrete in front of it. There was concrete right here. There was... I don't know, Synerd. There wasn't? No, not anymore. Yes, there was never concrete there. It doesn't look like there was concrete there, but also... Yeah, it wouldn't perfectly shear off like that, fellas. I don't think that was there. We'd have to go look. The tank farm, though? I'd like to remind everyone, Sam, that these tanks are inoperable. Yeah, those tanks are inop, except for those two. Those hold water, but all the tanks for the fueling systems for the rockets seem to be okay. These tanks don't hold methane in locks. They hold them down here because these tanks weren't up to code. They couldn't store methane like this in this configuration. There is the LOX tanks, Creeper, but the LOX tanks aren't the ones that are messed up. Those are water tanks over there, if I'm remembering right. These ones hold liquid oxygen over here. And those ones don't seem to be too intact. One of the LOX tanks got pierced and it was leaking. Hey, Nino, what's going on? The tech probe barriers. Yeah, Jim. Those things did pretty good, huh? No, there is a hole in the vertical tank on the front. The water tank. Right there. First one closer to the camera has a hole. Okay. They're vacuum insulated, Sumo. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy, Fonz. Yeah, Jam, they should be able to eat an RPG pretty well. Why no water suppression system? I think SpaceX wanted the flight data at the behest of the pad, OP. That's what we've seemed to kind of figure out. SpaceX knew that... Guys, I'm pretty sure SpaceX knew that this was going to gack the pad pretty badly. I'm pretty sure they knew. Now, to the extent... I don't think they knew the extent that it gacked the pad, but I think they absolutely knew. Booster 7, that pad design, it's... The OLM, there's stuff that needs to be redone, like the water suppression system, for instance. I think they wanted the flight data, and I think they knew they needed to make upgrades to the pad, and they preferred the flight data over waiting more time for the pad upgrades. They wanted to save the excavation costs. Exactly. They knew they needed to redo it, so they had the rocket do the excavation for them. Makes perfect sense to me. Would you consider Starship technically a space station? It's supposed to carry up to 100 people, much more than any station. I don't think it's anything right now, Nino. I would call it a prototype more than anything. More to the point, no. That would be like calling a 747 a space station. That's not really how that works. People knew, but it was ignored when they said so. People knew, but it was ignored when they said so. I don't think that's what's going on, Jisp. I don't... If you... Dude...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You could have a basic understanding of rockets and know that that's going to do that. I could have told... I did say that that was going to do that. I think SpaceX said, figure out the problem based off of what you see here. Once again, I'll say this once, I'll say it again. Anything that you put under there, you're going to lose. Even diverter. Dude, I have my doubts even about what, like, Chrome Kiwi showed here. Even about this deflector system. I'm not even sure if that's going to hold up. And that leads me to why everybody, I think, is so hot-headed about this pad, you know, launching. Did they launch too early? Did they do this? Did they do that? I think everybody's so hot-headed because I don't think SpaceX even knows what they want down there. To be honest with you, all their designs are in rapid flux all of the time. I don't even think they know what they want. Roadrunner, no, you're going to lose that anyway. Pretty much everyone was saying it was going to obliterate the pad with that much force. Yep. You are ignoring that it is Elon running the show. He doesn't listen to anybody when he has his mind made up. He is the chief engineer. Yeah, Aqualex, maybe. SpaceX said a good result if it cleared the pad. It destroyed the pad. Yeah. Rocket cleared the pad. Never said anything about the condition. Elon is not running SpaceX anymore. Elon's never ran SpaceX, guys. Gwen is the president. Gwen runs the show. Elon's always been the chief engineer. All the engineering decisions have been run through him. He's the chief engineer. He doesn't run SpaceX. Like, you know, I see people bringing this up as some kind of matter-of-fact thing. Like, we haven't known this for 20 years? This isn't shocking new information. I'm, like... Yeah, Vulcan, it is pretty cool. Excitement was definitely guaranteed. Oh, I had fun. You think building a pad at KSC was too early before testing at Boca? No, Finn. There are certain parts of the pad that you know are going to work, right? And it'd be good to build out those parts that you know are already going to work. And more importantly, build out parts that are modular and can easily be changed. You know? Ignoring pad complications, do you think it would have made it to Hawaii? I think FOD coming up from the pad Lazy Beast is what ultimately doomed it, especially with it breaking the thrust vector controller, but there were clearly some fuel plumbing problems too. I'm not entirely sure. I guarantee you probably would have made it further had it had, you know, fully gimbalable engines, so if the engines were able to do that. So I don't know, Maverick. I haven't done the math on that one. This is the main Methalox tank for Starship. Oh, neat, Nova. That's cool. Like, I don't really understand this kind of, like, it's very interesting. Like, it's just, you know, like, why do people think Elon runs SpaceX? He's never run SpaceX. Gwen has run SpaceX. She's the operations officer. She runs SpaceX. Elon's the chief engineer. He's always been the chief engineer. Like, this is not anything new. I don't understand why people oh, well, Elon actually doesn't run SpaceX. Gwen's been running it for a long... Yeah, Gwen's been running it since it started. Like, is this some new thing? Did you see Scott's shorts about the tanks being popped away before the rut? I noticed that too. No, Sam, it's not just you. I'm not trying to take a shot at you. I'm curious why... Like... Is there something that provoked this information from, like, I don't get it. I saw that a lot on Twitter, dudes. Like, and I saw that a lot on just forums and stuff. Like, because what I've been doing all weekend, because I haven't been able to talk to you guys about it, is I've been going and reading and just kind of seeing what people think. I've seen this a lot lately. Like, people parroting around something like, oh, Elon doesn't. You know, he doesn't run SpaceX. Well, yeah, of course. Duh. People confusing ownership with operational control. Yeah, it's just a misunderstanding about ownership versus management. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Thomas, I don't know. I'm not gonna comment on it. This is the view we had from the Isla Blanca launch, where most of the general public was watching from. That's awesome, dude. It's so freaking cool, man. It's so cool. That must have been one hell of a noise, dude. Yeah, guys, I just want to say this once. Dude, I look at the engineering. We stick with the engineering and that's it. All right? I'm pretty sure I can figure out why people are saying, well, Elon actually doesn't run SpaceX, as if it's some kind of jab or something. I deal with the engineering, fellas. That's it. That's all. I'm just going to say that once, and we'll go from there. Here, look at this picture. Yeah, maybe Uncle looks interesting. Do you think that the FAA EPA will reevaluate their environmental impact launch license after seeing the result of the flight test? That's a good question, Ernst, and the answer is no. I don't think so at all. I think the FAA is going to do a mishap investigation. Sure, absolutely. That's par for the course for most rockets that fail. In fact, that's par for the course for every rocket that fails. How long is that going to take? Don't know. Pretty sure that SpaceX will have the pad fixed by the time that's done, to be honest with you. Guys, the EIR, the environmental in Earth, it's because I've read the environmental impact report. I went through like all 400 pages of it on stream one time, and people hated me for it. That stream was one of the worst performing streams ever. It's true. It's true. That stream sucked. People got so bored. I went through the whole damn thing, dude. Basically, okay, to sum it up, very, very, like, I'll try to do it as cleanly as possible. The environmental impact report took into account basically the rocket blowing up on the pad. Yeah. Blowing up on the pad. Like, full-on detonation. What's that going to do? So I'm pretty sure we're all right. I don't think they need another EIR. Because the rocket didn't do that, right? Like, yeah, dude. I forgot about that stream until just now. I went and looked at the numbers of that stream after I did it, and I'm like, people like hated me for it. Like, you can see that the numbers of the stream are trending up until I decide I want to go through the whole report, and then the numbers just trend down and they stay down. I'm like, okay, it's like a bell curve, man. So I think we're okay. I think like I said, this isn't anything the FAA didn't take into account. Because they take into account the worst case scenario. Now, the worst case scenario is the rocket blowing up. Could you imagine if Starship blew up on the pad after they lit the engines? Now, you think the rocket firing and leaving the pad shot concrete off in a lot of different directions? Imagine what happened if the vehicle experienced a rud right after that. It'd be raining stainless steel shrapnel. They took that into account. Absolutely. Oh yeah. The curve looked like a normal space program curve. Yeah, right. Yeah, it did. Or falling into the surroundings and then blowing up. Yep, exactly. RUD is a rapid unplanned disassembly. Yeah, there's also the insurance. Yep. Mm-hmm. Any thoughts on why it didn't separate? I don't think it hit the proper staging parameters, Chief. If the computer doesn't read the staging velocity and altitude correctly, I think what Starship was trying to do is compensate by lighting all the other engines up, making all the other engines go work harder. But without thrust vector control, you're never going to reach the right altitude and the right heading and the right staging velocity. And what happened is that some of the systems commanded the flip maneuver before it figured out that the thing, well, not figured out, before the thing could hit the right staging parameters. Like, you know how there's parameters to launch, right? There's like, the weather has to be go, and the fuel has to be go, and the pressures have to be go. There is another gate here in the sequence here for staging. There has to be a bunch of parameters that are met, or else the thing won't stage. Now, usually that works with timing, right? But if the computer is already making the adjustment because one of the engines popped, you're making an adjustment off of the original timeline, so that's going to change your mission timelines and change your staging time. I'm pretty sure it's looking for the right velocity, and that's why it didn't do it. No way to manually separate. Yeah, dude, it's not like a ship, man. It's not... rockets are mostly computer controlled. You don't have like a redundant action group backup, dude, or a redundant mechanism like you'd find on a ship. Rockets are pretty damn they're pretty fully automated. It's not partial automated like a vessel. They just can't hit the spacebar. To sum that up, Jim, no. The only thing they can really manually command the vessel to do is explode. At least if I'm understanding this correctly. I mean, once again, maybe SpaceX could. Maybe they could. Who knows? Do we know whether the launch clamps released when the engines were at max throttle? We know that was 90%. It was 90% throttle per SpaceX. They released it making about like 68 meganewtons of thrust. So all the engines were at 90% power, which does make sense because when the engines, like you don't have a payload, right? So your TWR would be way too high if all the engines yeeted off at 100%, right? So they started all of them at 90. And what I'm pretty sure happened is that once the thing detected some engine out capability, like once it detected that the engines were going wrong, so it has engine out capability, and it'll adjust its trajectory based off of engines. It can compensate to throttle up with other engines. What it can't compensate for is if your thrust vector control mechanism blows off the side of the vehicle 20 seconds into flight. Computer can't control a part that doesn't exist. There's also this question: Would they if they could? If it had been considered, Velk, yeah, but you can't predict failure. You know what I mean? So that wasn't even what would have happened with the pad at 100%. Bellum, there is a very good reason why I say whatever you put under that flame diverter, unless very carefully engineered, you're going to lose. There's no off-the-shelf engineering solution to be able to divert 15 million pounds of thrust. There's nothing. Nothing. Not even, like, you are so out of the ballpark here, you're going to have to figure out your own solution. And I think, if you kind of think about that from a scientific point of view, the best baseline that you can get is having nothing down there, which is what we just saw. Right? Have nothing down there. So now you know. Now you know what it's going to do if there's nothing down there. So now put something down there and figure out a way to divert those flames. This can tell a story. This will tell you exactly what happened. You can clearly see how the flames were propagated across all this stuff by how scorched it is. And where FOD and ejecta ended up going. Right? And it's like recreating a crime scene, right? You can clearly see what happened, and you can clearly figure out what happened. That happened. But once again, here I'm looking at this, guys, and I'm asking questions. The question that I'm asking is, why did the flames go this way? Why did they go this way? Why didn't they go that way? Why did the concrete fail right there and not over here? Why did the concrete fail right here and not over there? That's the kind of questions I would be asking now. And once again, this is a great baseline. But see, same, like the flip side of that coin, this is a great baseline if you're trying to be scientific. But this is a great scientific trial if you're willing to sacrifice your multi-million-dollar launch pad. And clearly SpaceX was willing to roll the dice like this. But the divert seems like it kind of left the pad towards the tank farm. If you're doing space news, I don't think you covered this talk from Pam last week. I think you'd like it. It's about program architecture. All right. Maybe. That's the area closest to the built-up earthworks, if I recall correctly. The opposite side is where they've been rolling the SPMTs. Chief, it tilted like that on purpose. Pad avoidance maneuver, from what I understand. Does the damage follow the direction that the rocket slewed? What does it tell you that Starship stayed connected during flipping? How strong is it? Ew, it's very strong, dude. We're going over here. So it definitely went this way off the pad. It went that way. We know because that door is over here. The door, you know, the one that was neatly folded in half. See what I'm talking about? That door is facing... So where's this... What direction is this part of the tower facing? Let's take a look. So that part of the tower is facing south, right? 170 degrees, due south. So let's look at this picture, right? Where's the staircase and the fuel line covers relative to this? Well, that's hard to say. So this side is the east. That's east, right? Now let's look at a different picture here. So that means this side right here. This is the side that's facing south, right? I don't think the vehicle slewed south. That means that big hole is going this way, right? It's over here. It's this part right here. And the vehicle went that away. It went that away, George. It went that away. Right? It went due east. We know the trajectory of the vehicle went this way. So, see, like I said, that's super freaking interesting to me now. That's the question I would be asking if I was an engineer at SpaceX. Why did it go south? Why did this blow out southward? You know? Which engine failed? Ones that were facing south? Oh, that's a good question. God dang, that thing is cool. So the reason why this flame seems to be going up higher is because there's a berm right there in front of the fuel tanks. Dude, hold on a second. Look at this. Look at the size of that piece of concrete. Guess what direction that piece is going? It's going south. South is that way. Dude, look at the size of that block of concrete, man. Oh my goodness. Dude, holy crap. That's gnarly. Why did it blow out to the south, man? That's nuts. That is nuts. That's so cool. You concrete's like Mexico. Woo! Thanks for all the info. So did they throttle down the engines before liftoff? They started them right at 90% and then let it go off the pads spare. Yeah, that's what happened. Pretty damn sure. Now, hang on. We have to figure out orientation of the vehicle here. We have to figure out orientation of the vehicle. So, if this is a cardinal direction, that means that these two... Actually, hang on. We can figure this out a little bit better. Oh my gosh, where's this channel been all my life? I don't know. I've been streaming for 10 years, Chris. Where have you been? I mean, hi. I mean, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you like it. Or something. Thanks for watching, buddy. I'm glad you like it. Right of the ship is south. Physicist Giga Chad, that's right. Or something? Yay! Dude. Dude. I'm sorry. I know this didn't end well. That's one of the engines voiding itself right there, but this is seriously one of the freaking coolest things I've ever seen, man. 10 years? I guess I've been on at all the wrong times. Yeah, I haven't been in the sci and tech category though, Chris. I play Kerbal, dude. I play Kerbal. But yeah, big KSP player here. I got 15,000 hours in KSP. I'm a little bit of a nerd. But anyway, dude, I'm glad you like it. We do this. We kind of go into the nitty-gritty. I try to go into more than just, ooh, pretty colors, even though I kind of do that from time to time. Ooh, pretty colors. Oh, something came off there. Bro. Engines out or not, seriously, that looks like something out of Star Wars, man. Unfreaking real, dude. Do you have a STEM rocketry background, or are you just an avid DIY fan? I'm self-taught when it comes to this stuff, dude. I'm a 3D artist by trade. But yeah, self-taught. Once again, Chris, I don't sit here and just go, ooh, pretty colors. I'll get into the physics. I'm not afraid to throw my hat into the ring. Trust me, I'm wrong most of the time. But see, the cool thing about the internet is that if you're wrong, somebody will let you know. So I use that to my advantage to try and learn more. There are plenty of people that work out in the industry here that help me figure things out. Not by giving me all the answers to what's going on, but help me with the physics and the math and stuff. We did the math, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And you got gifted a sub. You are wrong about Tib Tams. They are mid. Don't listen to him, Chris. People don't even let you know you're wrong even when you aren't online. Yeah, no, I have people that work out in the industry that help me with this stuff, and people that know. But yeah, man, like once again, like I know the physics behind it, or at least have a rude understanding or a crude understanding of the physics behind it. But yeah, I try to go into the nitty gritty. I try to get more than just, oh man, Starship launched, but then it failed. You know, like we really try to turn the nerdage to 11 in here. That's what I do. But yeah, man, I'm glad you like it. It's good stuff, man. What if why it broke south is because there's less concrete or reinforcements holding it back? Yeah, maybe. I'm also in the industry, but primarily in the aeronautics side. Cool, man. Cool. GSE is kind of my guilty pleasure, dude. But, I mean, Chris, if you're on the aeronautics side, that right there, one of the things I've been trying to stress is how hard that is to do. Dude, even if some of the engines are broken, I don't think that's not easy. That is not an easy thing to do. I was better than my laws. I just go as far as kaboom. And you know what, Drucker? That's okay. What is? All those engines working all at once, dude? Explain, I'm dumb. Dude, getting all the engines to work. All of them working right next to each other. There are two big things you really got to worry about, right? Okay, so think about lighting 33 engines like that, and yes, some of them broke, obviously, because it's not two perfect circles, right, of engines. Lighting 33 engines and keeping them going like that is very, very crazy from like a hydraulic point of view. Not hydraulics like the thrust vector control. That's already gone by the time that picture was taken. Connor, the thing that makes the engines do this, the hydraulics that are in charge of that thing blew off about 20 seconds into the flight. I'm not exactly sure why, but it removed itself. Don't worry. Man, I have a hard time getting my 5-cluster high-powered rocket to light all at the same time. Yeah. I know, Vampire, right? It's unbelievable, dude. So, Connor, getting all those engines to light all at the same time and get all up to 100% thrust all at the same time is extraordinarily difficult. That's like speed run any percentage difficult. Or speed run 100%. It's really freaking hard to do that. The fact that thing actually flew and actually made it up in the air a good distance and almost made it to staging on the first try is pretty damn impressive, man. Are you really in NASA? No, 03, I'm just a fan, dude. Did they recover any debris from the water? Don't know. Don't have the answer to that. So, there's the vibrations from all those motors, Connor, but there's also the heat. Think about it like if you have two acetylene torches like right next to each other, man. The heat from the heat could melt the one next to it, right? Think about every one of those rockets is basically accelerating extremely hot gases out the bottom, and those nozzles, despite being cooled from the cold propellants, that's how they cool them. They flow the liquid propellants through the rocket engine nozzle first, then go into the engine. They're still radiating heat. They're hot. Don't touch a rocket engine when it's firing. I think that's a pretty safe bet. It's hot. Pretty obvious, right? The heat radiating from one rocket engine to another can melt the rocket engine from the outside in. Not to mention there's that whole, explosion going on inside of the rocket engine, right? It's hot on the inside, but it can get hot on the outside too. They had problems with that with the Saturn V. The Saturn V had those 5 engines, the 5 F1 motors, and they're really spread apart from each other. And the radiative heat that was happening on the outside of the engines was so bad that they finally just said screw it and literally wrapped the entire engine in asbestos blankets. True story. That was the only way they could get it to work. Because honestly, one rocket engine was melting the outside of another rocket engine next to it. It's kind of crazy, dude, right? Yeah, so think about every one of these things as just a blowtorch, and think about how much heat is coming off the bottom of this thing. The fact that all these engines in this row right here are firing and they don't roast the engines next to them is damn impressive. And these Raptor engines are very close to each other. They're about this far apart. On the outer ring, I actually have a picture of it right here. Well, those are the gimbalable motors, but even those ones, they're maybe this far apart. Maybe like 15 centimeters apart, so 6 inches. Not very far apart. And the fact that they're all working simultaneously is freaking impressive, dude. Yeah, Thomas, here we go. And like I said, those outer engines are not... Thank you, Thomas. That's what I mean, dude. See what I'm talking about? That's a picture up the business end of it. Look at how close those are. The fact that all of that is working correctly is unbelievable to me. Even though they lost some motors, it's still ridiculous. Like, that's that actually freaking flying. Like, this is why when I saw this, it blew my mind. Like, don't get me wrong, they did lose some motors, right? But still, I mean, another thing to take into account is the plumbing. The plumbing with this. The fuel pumps that's on each one of these motors, the fuel pumps could drain an Olympic swimming pool very quickly. They're moving so much liquid fuel and liquid oxygen into those motors. Like, if you just attach the fuel pumps somehow and then tried to pump all the water out of like an Olympic swimming pool, it would drain it so fast you could literally see the water level of the pool going down. Of an Olympic swimming pool. An Olympic swimming pool is a lot of water. That's a lot of water. Right? And it's moving cryogenics on top of that, Jens. That's a really good point. The fuel going into these things is like minus 200 C. And the inside of the engine is like plus 1000 C. We're talking about temperature swings and pressure swings and heat swings. Like, it's ridiculous. There's a ridiculous amount of engineering going on here. The fact that it made it this far in real life, the fact that this made it this far on this first launch is absurd. It's absurd that SpaceX got this mostly right, which is, I mean, well, I wouldn't say it got it mostly right, but you get the idea. The other thing is that when you're simultaneously lighting 30 engines like that, you have to figure out a way not to get a siphoning effect. You can literally, they could pull all the fuel out of the plumbing going to the engine so quickly that you can literally implode the line. You can siphon the fuel really, really fast and cause cavitation and vacuum inside of the plumbing, and the plumbing will literally crunch itself. Nuts, dude. It's just absolutely nuts that this thing cleared the pad. It's still ridiculous to me. Why do I see a Corellian Corvette? Dude, it's like something out of Star Wars. It's nuts, man. Wait, bring that picture back up. The different engine nozzle colors is the same patterns as the ones that were out. Huh? No. Let's take a look. Dude. Oh, come on, man. That's so freaking cool. All right, let's check it out. Okay, so... Three engines over from the two. It's the wrong way. Three engines over from the... Okay, so that means two more engines out would be over here. Which means those ones didn't work. Not that one. Interesting. Maybe it's related? Yeah, I don't know. It's possible. It's tough to discern vehicle orientation here. But there is a pattern. There's 2, 3, 1, right? So 2 engines out, then 3 that are working, and then 1, right? That's definitely something that we see over here. So 2 engines out, 3, and then 1, and then 2 more that are on, and then 1 more that's off, I think. I think there's supposed to be 1 in there. Do you have Photoshop? Clip them together? Is that coloring not just a matter of camera angle and light? So, guys, what this stuff is so what this stuff, that like kind of deposited stuff in there is cleaner. It's cleaner to make sure that there's no FOD in there. It's basically, yeah, clean. Let's just say cleaner. I know what it is, but I'm not going to say it's cleaner. Let's just leave it at that. They spray that in there to make sure there's no crap inside of the combustion chamber after firing them. Right? But I mean, the thing is that they all have them. Some have them to varying degrees. If you look at the camera, like some of them have them, some of them do not. Right, but I'm saying I think it's in all of them. Yeah, Chris, I'm kind of with you on that one. I'm not entirely sure there's a correlation there. It kind of looks like it, but a pattern is not correlation is not causation. Just because we see a pattern here and we see a pattern in flight, I mean, it might not be anything. It might be something. I mean, that's really up to SpaceX to see. Was the tracking shot mirrored? Don't know. I mean, the tracking shot just could have been, like, if the tracking camera's looking this way and this picture was taken looking up this way, right? Then it would be mirrored, right? Like, I can't believe that, dude. Can you, I mean, you see that thing?
Discovery.
Elegant, tier 2, 63-month resub. And see, that's the other thing. We were trying to figure out if the engines broke that were closer to the south side of the vehicle at liftoff. I'm not entirely sure. There are some engines that... Those two. I think those are the ones that were facing south at liftoff, but it very well could be this side as well. So I'm not sure about what this is correlated to the vehicle flying. So... Ooh, something really bad happens right there. But see, I've been trying to avoid analysis this far into the flight because it is literally impossible to see what this is. It's impossible to see what's going on here. Hip, I've been trying to figure that one out. You can see it well here. Yeah, that's Tim's footage, huh? All this did look quite nice, actually. Ooh, yeah, see, that induced roll is because they lost thrust vector control. Dude, this is nuts. I really think they need to do more testing on the engines. Brian, Raptor is probably one of the most tested engines of all time. They fire it multiple times every day, 24/7, 365 at McGregor. Seriously, I bet you it has the most accrued hours almost of any engine. The only one that I think has more is either the shuttle main engine or the Merlin 1D on Falcon 9. No redundant hydraulics. I think there was some redundant hydraulics, Spraz, but I think there's 2 accumulators. There's 2 HPUs on either side. I think one blew up, and the other one isn't able to maintain the pressure to turn the engines. It can still turn them a little bit, but... Did the debris damage the engines? Ravengard, I think that's what happened. I think that all that ejecta, all that crap coming up from when they lit the engines came up and damaged the rocket. I think all the Raptor engines were working here, and all the crap that gets thrown around hit the engines and broke them. Like, see all the crap that's coming up with them? See all that? They did, Papa Bear. Yeah, they've switched to an electric gimbal. The 2 engines that are out at launch are facing the northeast side of the pad. Yeah, I think FOD is what killed this thing, guys. And you know what, man? If I'm right, well, so, okay, clearly there were some fuel issues, because we saw them go engine rich, which means the engines were getting too hot. It could be radiative heat, we don't know. We clearly FOD was the, foreign object debris was kind of the main reason that what doomed this thing. If FOD doesn't take out the HPU at liftoff, this thing can adjust and compensate for its trajectory. Like, it wouldn't get into the final orbit. It would probably do something like an ATO, like an abort to orbit. It probably wouldn't have gotten into the final orbit. But, I mean, there were clearly some fuel problems, right? Like, because we saw the engines run engine rich, and some Raptors did void themselves. But see, like, the thing is that that could have happened because the computers throttled them up to make up for the fact that some of the engines got damaged by FOD. I can't help but think that if the next time SpaceX goes to launch, if they have somewhat of a flame diverter, just enough to get foreign object debris away from the vehicle at liftoff, that this thing probably works. I can't help but think here that if, you know, if it didn't throw up that much crap in the air, that, once again, it probably would have made it. Which is kind of an absurd thing to think about, right? Like, as a propulsion test engineer, I can tell you it's literally the most fired engine at McGregor. Also, I love going through this data from another side. T-Man, you're a propulsion test engineer? Are you sure? Why did they think it was a good idea? Brain, I think they sent it because I think the pad needed to be updated and upgraded for their newer booster designs, and I think they sent it knowing that they'd have to take apart the pad anyway. So why waste time take apart the pad when the rocket could do it for you? Interesting, T-Man. Right? That's some 5-head stuff, Brian, right? Like, that's a 5-head move. Yeah, Diablo, that's what I'm saying, dude. You know, I think they're going to get it on the next shot based off of what they learned here. I think they're going to get it. I think it'll make it on the next try. That spin definitely had the hallmarks of a gimbal lock with too much forward drag. Not enough TVC control, Aqualex. How many times has that happened in Kerbal 2? I mean, you lose one HPU, you're not that things aren't moving at the pressures that you need, and they probably can't gimbal as far, right? Like, and that would induce gimbal lock. Yep. That's cool, T-Man. Nice. Are you wrapping up or just chatting? We're chatting about Starship, Bree. Yep. Did the N1 have this issue as well with the launch pad? No, Raymond Guard, not to my knowledge. We did look at the N1 launch pad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Paper City, 13-month resub. Did the FAA do a grounding and mishap investigation with CRS-7? The FAA wasn't in control of the launch at the time, Jim. The FAA came under kind of control of rocket launches basically around 2020. Yeah. The CRS-7, there was a mishap investigation with SpaceX and NASA, though, absolutely. And Falcon 9 was grounded for a little bit. I was looking at all the upgrades they had to make at Blue Origin, at Blue Origin's pad at Kennedy a few months back. Slick 36 is insane, Chris. Yeah, it's pretty good. I can't help but think that since they already decided to scrap the hydraulic for electric, that they figured out is going to be a problem, said hell with it. Booster 7 was outdated, guys. I can tell you with pretty reasonable confidence that they literally sent it to get it out of processing. Send it and let's get some flight data. That's the best move. Outdated, but still useful for flight data, Skogs. That's why they sent it. Yeah, they did. Like I said, this was a This was a calculated move. Now, was the calculation exactly right? No, but it was. They rolled the dice, dude. They rolled the dice. That's what you got to do. You aren't going to know what kind of flame diverter you need to divert 15 million pounds of thrust until you go and do that, right? Thoughts on the Starship holding together during those flips? Malone Stone, that's pretty damn impressive, dude. I will say that is pretty freaking impressive what that thing does. It was a calculated risk, but man, am I bad at math. Yeah. Yeah, Skog's CSI Starbase. Yeah, that's why I trust Zach because Zach does his homework. Yeah. Zach is the man. CSI Starbase is very good. Very good analysis. Probably the best in the industry by a long shot. His analysis is better than mine. The fact that it's doing that is just frankly absurd. But see, there's yaw, or not yaw, there's roll on the vehicle, which tells me the thing kind of doing this is they've lost control. The vehicle has lost control. See, this part, it's really hard to tell what's going on. Oh my goodness. The fact that it's doing that with the rocket engine still firing and it doesn't just blow up is pretty damn absurd. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable that it held structurally. That's ridiculous, man. Dude, right there, the thing should snap like a twig. This is where I start mashing the spacebar in Kerbal. Yeah, flip program complete. It seems like the RCS on that thing is trying to right the ship, so to speak. But once again, it's too far away to tell. Now, once again, there is Tim's footage here. But I don't want to show all of Tim's footage because I want you guys to go to Tim's channel and look at all of Tim's footage because Tim is the freaking man. So I'll just show this kind of quick clip here. Just... Bro. This footage is so cherry, dude. It blew off some of the shrouding right there. Oh, Tim's the freaking... Tim in Cosmic Perspective, man. That's so gnarly. Holy schnitzel. Dude. That's awesome. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Yo. Oh, that's baller, man. What a shot, dude. What a shot, man. Holy cow. That's the attitude control systems, Erudite. You don't need to link pictures for that. The ship vents, it vents ullage pressure for its RCS. Yeah, guys, that's a flight. That's a flight termination. Abso-freaking-lutely. You see how the explosion travels up the side of the rocket? That's FTS all day. It's funny because they blow it up and the oxygen from the LOX quickly combines and it ignites any remaining fuel coming out of the motors. And then the methane tank blows up and it combines and makes an even bigger explosion. Nice. Nice. And then Starship, they terminate Starship right after that. Yeah, you can see Starship, it's right there. Yep, there it is. There's the front of it, at least. There's no package down there. Only on the common bulkhead. The blue in the shot is that Starship's engines or they never came online. I mean, Thomas, I was agreeing with you for what it's worth. Yeah, thanks for the clarification, though. The blue, did the engines ignite? I don't know, man. It kind of does look like we see 3 Vector plumes right there, right? Vacuum Raptor is what Vector is. But I think that's just the clouds, man. That sucks. But also that sucks, but also LOX is a pretty blue color. Yeah. I don't think it's anything. I mean, who knows what condition Starship was in, Pete, after, you know, Super Heavy did that right next to it, right? Like, it's impossible to say. Like, I don't know. This is why I've been avoiding high-altitude footage of this. Even something as clear as Timmy's. Pete, can you believe that? Can you believe that, girl? You see this thing, man? Freaking believable, dude. Just what the frick? Just I don't have any words here. This is why, like, you know, when I launched it, my brain stopped. I just went. And I saw it, Chief. Thank you. I just don't understand all the naysayers. It was an epic day for the advancement of humankind. Yeah, Pete, I don't know, man. I saw some pretty embarrassing points of view from around the internet. Pretty embarrassing. Like, people were saying some really dumb stuff. They were saying some really dumb stuff and drawing some pretty concrete conclusions based off of no facts at all, which is kind of strange. Like, some of the things I saw people say are so out there. I'm like, I'm not even mad. I'm just, good luck in life, I guess. Like, yeah, I know, AOD. I don't know why I'm surprised. Yeah, Soapbox, I know. Shocking correlation. Yeah, Gaffleg, I know. It's... Yeah, it's kind of like, all right. I mean, People who say it cannot be done should not interrupt those who are doing it. Pete, that is the exact reason why I cheer everybody on. Anyone in this industry that has the balls to do this, do crazy stuff like this, launch their rocket knowing it might fail, anyone that has the balls to throw skin in the game like that, I will cheer on unconditionally. Actually, there's a couple of conditions here and there. Don't drop your stages on people, but most commercial providers don't do that. You know, like, dude, it's easy for me to be a doubter from the peanut gallery, especially when I don't have millions or billions of dollars of my own money invested in this. You know what I mean? Like, that's so... I'm sorry, guys. I've lost my train of thought again. That's so freaking cool. It's cosmic perspective, Will. Yep. Don't spend person years like they're dollars. Yeah, I don't know, Maverick. Whatever. Also, the number of families that put food on the table and roofs over their heads because someone is willing to invest in this. It's a huge number, both directly and indirectly. Yeah, Pete, and that's something I try to teach people here, dude. That's something I try to tell people. And that's why, that is the precise reason why I focus on the engineering and nothing else. Because I'm a fanboy of everybody. Anybody that does this stuff is, you know, pretty damn crazy. In a good way, you know. Have I seen that, EMO? Have you seen this photo? So EJ, we should do a live visit in our rocket shop at Cop Sub if you're up for it. Jens,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Next time I'm out in the direction of Europe, dude, I will seriously consider that. Wait, what button did I just hit? I don't know, Soapbox. Thank you, though. It was observed that 6 Raptor engines which failed were completely devoid of their no. 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 That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, guys. That's... Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, that's not. It didn't lose the nozzles. The engine shut off. See, that's what I was talking about with people like, oh, they lost the nozzles because the nozzle burned through. I'm like, that's not really how that works at all. Anyway. Yeah, Salyut. Hey, you know what, dudes? Here's the thing. We shouldn't try to get up people's butts about this stuff. Like, you know, everything like that is just an opportunity for someone to learn. It's very clear that the person that posted that is pretty damn enthusiastic about Starship. So I think picking a bone with them is not really a good thing to do. You know, it's the right thing to do. And if somebody had said that in chat, what I would do is say, well, I don't. They maybe, right? But I don't think that's what happened because that's not really how nozzle burn through occurs. See, if they had nozzle burn through and they completely lost the nozzles on those engines, don't you think the engines next to them would have been destroyed? Nozzle burn through isn't just something that, oh, the nozzle just ejects out the bottom. If you're getting nozzle burn through, it happens from non-uniform heating inside of the nozzle, and that usually ends with the nozzle not being able, it's the weakened structure of the nozzle, can't contain the heat that, and the gas expansion that's coming out of the throat of the rocket engine. And it'll usually, when it can't hold that pressure anymore, it'll usually just, it'll just pop. It'll blow outwards, not downwards. If it was doing that, don't you think they would have lost more engines? Right? That's what I would say. That's not really how nozzle burn through happens. And if it did, it would be a righteous explosion sideways, not downwards like what we saw. You're a pyramid. See what I mean? Like, you know, you see people that are enthusiastic about it. I see that as an opportunity for learning, right? Like, teach people about this stuff if they're enthusiastic. It's the people that are sticks in the mud about it that you're never going to change their minds. You know, like... Hey, man, elitism will not help build support for this industry. That's right. I see it in so many ways from the 3D printing community, software development, teach, don't demean. Bingo. That's it, Pete. That's it. I don't know if you saw this, but it's a great picture. What did Nick take a picture of? Oh. Nick cranked the HDR. Oh, that's awesome. What a great picture. Oh, that's so gnarly, dude. Oh, my goodness. I love it. I love this picture. This picture is great. Dude. Astra showed off a completed Rocket 4 today. All right. Well, let's conclude talking about Starship. So, guys, I'll be honest with you. This was awesome. Grandfather Starhopper. Yeah, Starhopper got a little messed up. It's like a volcano went off. I'm telling you. There's a lot of energy being released, Fred. It's unbelievable. Like, here's the thing, dudes. That's amazing. But SpaceX has a long way to go. Do I think they'll launch sooner rather than later? I don't know. It really depends. I'd say the closest that we're going to see a launch, and this is like best case scenario, everything working 100% right, everything working to a T, which literally never happens in aerospace, about 2 months. That's like best case scenario. It's going to take a second to rebuild that thing. And you really have to figure out the extent of the pad damage. How badly is the pad damage? What systems are still operable? What works? And keep in mind, guys, it's not just what works and what doesn't work. Because you obviously don't just repair it. You got to figure out why it broke. Why did it break? What caused this system to fail? Most of it probably could be attributed to the rocket engines firing. But you won't know that until you go and survey the damage, right? You don't know that for sure. So it's going to take some time to figure that stuff out. What systems can just be repaired? Maybe what systems were damaged by flying concrete from the pad not working right because they fired it into a flat surface? Did the rocket cause this damage or did the pad cause this damage? Well, that's stuff you got to figure out. That's going to take some time. Like, once again, best case scenario, like this is everything going 100% absolutely correct, which literally never happens in any aerospace project ever, 2 months. I'd say worst case scenario, probably the end of the year. That's, and the realistic case is probably somewhere in between. This stuff's hard, man. It's really difficult. It's really tough to make. It's really, like, there's so many things that can go wrong, right? There's so many things. Like, it's like having a chain of like 100,000 dominoes, dude. Can you be sure that every domino is going to work? You have to flick it and all 100,000 dominoes have to fall, right? If one of them is spaced a little bit too far apart, whole thing doesn't work, right? It's like that, dude. It's tough. Tough to get that right. I say until next year early at the most. Yeah, I think SpaceX will bounce back a lot quicker than you might think, Ace. I was wondering to myself, how do they even begin to design and fix the OLM in its base? Should they completely dismantle it and rebuild? No. See, Moto Kid, here's the thing, guys, and this, I can't help but think this, dudes. I think SpaceX knows they have to replace it. There, I said it. I think they know that they have to take the thing apart. I think they found some bugs in the system from all the static fire testing. I think they knew. They knew that the pad needed to be taken apart. I think they knew it even before it launched. I think they knew that they would have to take the whole thing apart. You figure out stuff, even as you're building the pad, stuff that can be changed. We saw this. Okay, so what's my evidence for thinking this? Well, they stopped working on the pad at 39A. They stopped working on it. They stopped working on it when it was halfway built, which means they found something. They found something that needed to be changed. When did they stop working on that pad at 39A? It was a little while ago. Well before the Starship IFT, right? Well before that. So they found something. So they kind of just went through with it, sent it, knowing good and well that it probably wouldn't work. And honestly, it made it pretty damn far for made it pretty damn far for what it is. Not many rockets can survive getting hit with chunks of concrete and still make it up almost into space, which is pretty damn impressive. So where's the new OLM parts then? Don't know, Tomas. That's a good question. What if... So, that's a good question. I didn't take that into account. What if they made the modifications to 39A's launch platform, and then they ship it to Boca Chica? Absolutely knew it. No way they didn't. They wanted to see what happened so they can adjust their models. They needed flight data, P. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to be able to... It's what I've been telling people, dude. I know. I'll read the rest of what you said in a second. There is no way to simulate 33 engines firing and leaving the pad. The only way to simulate that is to not simulate it and send it. You're never going to get that data until you go and do it. Straight up. The long-term goals of Elon will not just require Starship launches from Mars. It will require larger vehicles to be able to bring resources back to Earth. Would be my guess. Space economy needs to work in both ways. The data will help there too. Yep. Hangar M. Yep. Do you know why they put tiles on Starship? On the Starship for re-entry? Because resistance is few tiles. Oh dear. What if it was a KSP promotion? Yeah, maybe. You think that? Yeah, I think the shuttle would have lasted 20 feet? Not a chance, Awa. Not a chance. You know, with this much thrust, you need more water to suppress the sound system alone. God damn it, Doc. SpaceX also is relying on making a profit, and they don't have time to draw out numerical analysis and flight sims. Yep, slower envelope expansion to test things out more methodically. Bingo, Chris. They have to be iterative. It's iterative flight as opposed to analytical flight, or all-up testing, which is what NASA does. SpaceX does iterative design. NASA does all-up testing. NASA does all the math and all the testing they possibly can on the ground and maximize the odds of the first rocket working. SpaceX puts something that they think is going to work on the pad and then sends it, which is fine. They're two sides of the same coin. How's the truck? It's going all right, SVO. Yeah. I haven't made much work on it, dude. I was gone all weekend. Yeah, Blinga. Falcon 1's dev cycle, even Falcon 9. Grasshopper, Falcon 9 dev 2. The F9R dev 2. Same idea. This stuff happens. Like, it's so funny to me because every time, like, this happened when SpaceX did these. When they did the initial Starship flight tests, right? They kept blowing stuff up and everybody was like, oh my God, how can they do that? Not remembering that, like, less than 5 years ago, Falcon 9s were blowing up during landing. Actually, that wasn't 5 years ago. That was 7 years ago now, but I digress. And then it's funny because they said the same thing in 2016 when Falcon 9s kept blowing up. Everybody said that, oh, this never makes sense. You're never going to be able to land rockets. You're never going to be able to reuse them. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know why they test this way. This is really stupid. Elon will be bankrupt. Blah, blah, blah. They say all this crap. And then you know what the crazy part is? They said the same damn thing freaking 15 years ago with Falcon 1. It's the same thing. It'd say it every time. Like, how do these people not learn? Are these people crazy? I don't know. All I could say that it was freaking epic. Yeah, right, dude? It was gnarly, man. It was the freaking craziest thing. Like, it's interesting how that people always forget that SpaceX isn't afraid to blow something up. They aren't afraid to do that. This ain't your grandpappy's NASA, man. Which is ironic because the NASA of yesteryear used to be like this. They used to not be... They used to be okay with, you know, if it blows up, all right, that's fine. We'll figure it out. Oh, that's so dope, dude. Look at that. Yeah, AOD. How about that Delta II that took off from LC-17 in 97? The one where the guy dropped the solid motor casing and cracked the casing inside. It cracked the casing on one of the SRBs and then put it on the rocket and then said, send it. Hey, do you remember that? I don't know, Creeper. It's pretty long, though. I'd say a quarter mile, at least. Dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Iron Spark. Yeah, Delta II. A Delta II rocket in 1997. It has attachable solid rocket motors on the side, right? I think it was a 7920 Delta II or something with SRBs. Some guy dropped the SRB and cracked the casing. And then shortly after launch, the SRB failed. Yeah. Yeah. Shortly after launch, the SRB didn't. Yeah, that was expensive because it was sending up a satellite for the military. Yeah, yeah. It turns out when SRBs do that, they, yeah, here. Yeah, I'll just show you. You guys want your jaw to drop? Watch this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. We have ignition and liftoff from Cape Canaveral Air Station of the Air Force Delta II launch vehicle.
That's right,
carrying the new GPS-2R satellite.
And fail.
We have had an anomaly.
We need to secure the area?
We just had an anomaly of the Delta II launch vehicle from Cape Canaveral Air Station.
Oops.
We need to secure the area.
Are you asking or telling?
Once again, we had liftoff of the Delta II launch vehicle from Cape Canaveral Air Station, and we just had a problem with the vehicle on the pad.
Oh, no, it's literally raining thermite. Ah! Holy crap. Call the fire department. Oh, my goodness. Pete, you ever seen this, man? You ever seen... Oops. How many fire departments? Yeah, all of them. I think they had it slightly worse. Dude, some guy, this is in a documentary somewhere. One of the guys that was in the blockhouse for that Delta launch, they had thermite rain down on all their cars, and he had to call the insurance company. He's like, yeah, my car is inoperable. And the insurance company said, why? And he's like, a rocket just crashed into it? Is this covered on insurance? Seriously, is this covered on insurance? I don't know, man. Oh, jeez. Was anyone hurt? Nope. Nope. Everyone was hurt. Everyone was hurt. Everyone was fine. Yeah, nobody was hurt. Yeah. No, there was no one on that. There was no one on the... Dude, what the frick?
Delta II launch vehicle.
Look at that! Oh, my goodness!
And we just had a problem with it.
Yeah, it's just like the NSF van. You think it's covered under insurance? It might be. I don't know. Everything's on fire! Everyone was hurt. Let's just say everyone's pride was hurt that day. No, no one was hurt. Everybody died. Departure for the O3MB Power 3 and 4 mission. Oh, nice. Nice. Dude. Yeah, so, yeah, this stuff happens, man. We need to secure the area? We've had an anomaly? Gotta secure the area? Imagine being a bird at that in the forest. Yeah, the birds probably got a little confused. Whatever happened to the guy that did that? I don't know. Everyone was hurt. Well, that and 200 USAF comm personnel were reassigned, who are set up to support it. Yikes. I feel for the iSpace team. At least when rocket missions fail, you usually get an awesome fireworks display. Yeah. That sucks with iSpace, Pete. Dude, I did see something a little strange coming from their onboard footage. The vehicle, so the lander had a camera that was facing downwards towards the moon, right? And the vehicle rocket engine was pointed this way. And they had a camera that was perpendicular to the direction of travel of the vehicle. At the last second from some of their onboard footage, I saw the camera do this. It turned about 20 degrees, maybe 10 degrees to the right, which is an induced yaw. That's a coplanar normal burn, which is not what you want during a landing. Just whether that was planned or not is really, you'd have to ask the trajectory engineers if that was or wasn't. So I don't know. That's the only weird thing that I saw right up until the point where they lost contact with it. But a off-nominal thrust axis or off-nominal velocity axis burn like that is going to zap your delta V. And if the telemetry is any indicator of what's going on, I think it ran out of fuel. So, I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. Leave no witnesses. Nuke it from orbit, Maverick. It's the only way to be sure. Why would you yaw when going into a landing config? Bingo, AOD. Bingo. Probably what happened to the guy who didn't torque the bolts down on the weather satellite that fell off the tilt table. Oh, the GOES footage. Ugh. I can't, dude. I can't. This is... Oh, my God. This is pain. This is pain, Bob. Oh, no, dude. I can't do it. Ah, that's so bad. Oh my God. That happened once. It happened. Guy didn't torque the bolts down and the thing fell over. It fell over. Next time you screw up at work, okay? Next time you screw up at work, just think of that guy. Think of how much trouble that guy is in. Yeah. Yeah. Next time you mess up something at work, think about this guy that knocked over a multi-million-dollar satellite. Oh. Oh dear. Maybe AOD, right? Maybe. Yeah, exactly. Somebody made it into a meme, Creeper, which is funny as hell. No matter how much you screw up, you never ever have to tell your boss, "Sir, I toppled that $290 million NOAA N prime satellite." Oh no. Oh God. Oh God. I'd just leave. I would just walk out. I'd be like, "Sorry guys, I'm leaving." They'd be like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "You're gonna fire me anyway. I'm out. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna leave now. I'm just gonna leave." Nice, selfish. It was the guy on the right. Well, I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, I can't, dude. I can't look at it. I can't look at it. It's so bad. That's so hard to look at, man. Those things are so complicated. Please don't fire me. I followed the checklist. They fixed it. Yeah, I know they fixed it, but also cost a lot of money to fix that thing. Will this make you happy? Ah, yes. Yeah, Elfish. Yeah, the plane that they retired 10 years ago. Yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Judo. Swa. What's up, man? Yeah, Pythos, you remember when they retired those? Oh. Yeah, alright. The new area. Oh, that's dope. That's awesome. Ooh, this makes me feel feelings. Twins, Basil! Twins, Basil! Twins! Twins, Basil! Okay. That's nice. Yeah, that plane retired a little while ago. Pythos, can we see what serial number this is? Nope. Nope. No, that plane is very unmarked. Oh, what a cool plane, man. There's always two, there are. No more, no less. Master and an apprentice. What are the small spikes at the front of the tip? I don't know. A thing? Antennas? Things that do things? Pedos? Yeah, could be pedos. It's on the rudder vader. Okay. I gotta refresh. It didn't like doing the Twitter videos again. There's no way to, yeah, I can't really tell. Oh, that's so dope, dude. You can tell it's an F-117 because of the way it is. The SpaceX video, brother. Oh, yeah, you guys wanted me to see that. Okay, let's do that. But anyway, great talk about Starship, dudes. Great conversations. Yes, you do. That one's better. Could you make an F-117 to KSP? Yeah, maybe. Aqualex, supposedly, I don't know, how long ago was that footage? Let's see when that... that article was posted today. April 21st. Now, how long ago did they retire them? 2008. They still use them. I mean, it's pretty clear that they still use them, guys. Like, it's pretty clear that that's what's going on. But also, man. Dude. They retired them. They retired them. Did you already talk about Slick 6 today? I saw your Twitter reply. Oh, Nathan. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's you. Okay, so I tweeted, that reply was late last night, and I kind of didn't put two and two together. So for you, I'll say what I said. Here, let's we were looking at something else there. So my theory here with Slick 6, and I kind of talked myself through it. I didn't know this right off. I didn't think of this right off the bat. Okay, so SpaceX has Slick 6, and I gave like a whole background into Slick 6 and how it's the gnarliest pad in existence, and it's awesome that Falcon is using it. AOD, I don't know if you heard this, dude. SpaceX got a lease on Slick 6, so they'll be taking over. Yeah, Falcon family, it says. Yeah, I was like half asleep when I was talking to you last night. So yeah, I know it says for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. No, I didn't hear. Dude, SpaceX got the lease for 6, man. 6 isn't going to be abandoned. Mission to the sun when? Tick, look up the Parker Solar Probe. Oh yeah, NASA done that already. So, okay, Nathan, here's where I'm at. All right, so I started asking, here's the questions that I asked. All right, I know that Slick 4 East is configured for Falcon Heavy. We know that it's configured for Falcon Heavy, obviously. Intentional mission to the sun. What do you mean? It's the Parker Solar Probe is an intentional mission to the sun. It even has a heat shield for when it flies close to it. All right, I know that thing's configured for Falcon Heavy. I know that the frame was redone. It was redone basically around the time Block 4, Block 5 started flying, so 2018, 2019. I know because in the Google Earth pictures, you can literally see the old ones sitting in the parking lot next to the pad. Also, we've seen plenty of pictures of the frame being remade with the mounts for the compression bridge. Go figure. So, okay, so that's the question to ask. Why have Slick 6? Why would SpaceX want Slick 6 if they already have Falcon Heavy capability from Slick 4? Well, the first thing that my mind immediately defaults to is that there's no way to vertically integrate a payload at Slick 4. There's no way to vertically integrate a payload. SpaceX needs the ability to be able to vertically integrate payloads for the National Security Space Launch Phase 2 Launch Services Procurement Contract. Yes, it's called all that. It's called all that. I know, long name. Let's just say NSSL Phase 2. All right. So for Phase 2, they need vertical integration. What's vertical integration for the people that don't know? Basically, turn the rocket vertical and put the payload on when the rocket's vertical, as opposed to horizontal integration where the rocket's on its side and you attach the payload that way. Slick 4 has no way to put the rocket on there when it's vertical. They can only attach payload in here and then roll it to the pad and then send it upright. So I started asking questions here. So the interesting thing is that Slick 4 East had a tower on it at one point that was literally designed to do the exact thing that we're talking about. Once upon a time, Slick 4 was a Titan launch pad, and before SpaceX got their hands on it, it had a mobile service tower to do the exact thing that we're talking about. Put the rocket vertical, and then this upside-down L-shaped building right here has a crane called a bridge crane, because it's a gantry crane that looks like it's on a bridge. And that bridge crane can literally pick the payload up, they can put it inside the structure, move the structure to encompass the entire rocket, and the crane can lower the payload onto it. So my next thought is, well, that parking lot where the mobile service tower was is still there. Why not just use that? But my next thought is that SpaceX doesn't want to limit West Coast launch capability, right? By taking the pad offline to build that big mobile service tower next to it. You're going to have to take the pad offline for a good amount of time to build something like that. That's a big construction project. SpaceX doesn't want the downtime on their pad, do they, Nathan? I don't think they do. Because that Slick 4 East is by far and away the most used pad at Vandenberg by a long shot as of late, right? So they don't want it. They don't want to surrender that capability, right? It's just like when Slick 40 had a problem in 2016. Falcon 9 kind of had a problem on the pad. What SpaceX was trying to do is get 39A finished before they, Basically, they don't want to enter a scenario where they have no operational pads. They were trying to get 39A done, and SpaceX, instead of repairing pad 40 right away, pushed to get 39A operational in 2017, so they didn't have any downtime. So SpaceX doesn't want the downtime. They want to keep the launch cadence for Starlink launches out of Vandenberg, which there should be one tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning Eastern. So, what I'm thinking is that if we go down here, correct, a high rate is necessary. Bingo. What I'm thinking is that when we go down here, these buildings, Slick 6 already has the ability to vertically integrate payload. There's a bridge crane structure here, and that can go over the pad. So, and you have your former shuttle assembly building here that can move back and forth, and they can completely, you can put a Falcon 9 completely on the pad and vertically integrate a payload with virtually minimal modifications to the pad. Using this is much smarter than trying to take 4E offline. So retooling this for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy probably is the right move. It wouldn't take much, even with Falcon Heavy and its extended fairing. Heck, SpaceX could rebuild the payload changeout room that's designed to go through, but they're probably just going to use the bridge crane if I had to guess. So, I mean, AOD, I want the PCR, the changeout room that's there so they could integrate the payload, but it's probably not going to happen. So, buildings that are on rails. That's right, Sun Temple. These buildings move away from the pad. Integrate these. Oh, damn. So, SpaceX is probably going to use this to build out their West Coast NSSL contract missions, if I had to guess. Now, okay, Nathan, Delta 4 is taller than Falcon. Yeah, not by much. Falcon with its extended fairing is going to need a little bit of a modification. But the funny thing is about Slick 6, I happen to know a good deal about that pad because, honestly, that is the Chadliest of the Chad images that you can ever see. Look at that. That's a shuttle stack at Slick 6. I did go through an entire history lesson with Slick 6 back in the day. Long story short, it was a shuttle pad on the West Coast that they ended up never using because of Challenger. I have diagrams of its old school launch mounts, shuttle diverter, everything. That's even the Gemini MOL erector right there. Yeah, that's when they were building. That picture's super old. Truing. Notice that's Enterprise. Yep. They vertically integrated Enterprise for integration tests. Dude, AOD, I have some gnarly pictures of this sucker, dude. Look at that. Look at this picture. This picture's baller. Oh, it's so good, man. But okay, here's what I'm trying to get at. So look at the original Gemini MOL mobile service tower. You see that? It's just basically a straight L shape if you're looking at it on the side. ULA, when they went to move Delta 4 onto this, because Delta 4 is taller, slightly taller than the shuttle, what they ended up doing was, if we go back over here, see, there's that extension piece. They actually made that building higher to be able to fully encompass a Delta stack. See how there's an extension on the top? They moved the entire bridge crane up. I don't see why SpaceX couldn't do that. All you got to do is move it and make it a little bit bigger. Right? Who builds all these large structures? Do they contract it out? Yeah, steelworkers then. Launchpad architecture is, a pretty lucrative business, man. In terms of who builds those structures, they use what works. There are rocket structures that were being used as of 2018, right? That were made out of oil rig parts, believe it or not. Yeah. You thought SpaceX was the first one to use stuff from the petroleum industry to make a launch pad? No, absolutely not. No. The service structure at Slick 2, believe it or not, was Little Joe 2's service structure, and it wasn't even at Vandenberg. It was in White Sands Missile Range. And Little Joe 2's service structure is quite literally an oil derrick. Yeah, funny story. Yeah, Joseph, Falcon 9 is 70 meters tall. Delta Heavy is 78 meters tall. Yeah, that's the thing. Falcon Heavy with its extended fairing is going to be about the same height. How do they keep those buildings from falling over in high winds if they're on rails? They're heavy, Sawyer. These buildings are gigantic. Yeah, see, there's Delta on the pad, and there's the shuttle on the pad. I got some great pics of me inside the VAB with Artemis inside waiting for from last October. That's awesome, Chris. Nice, man. How do they keep them from falling? Okay, so Sawyer, two things. These buildings are gigantic. They're really, 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 really big. I have more pictures in here. There's one with a... Ooh. Hey, baby. Nice. Images you can hear. All right. So, Sawyer, do you remember when I made the Freedom Rocket in Mission Mode 2 and I had landing gear basically raise the entire structure up and move it and then put it down? You remember that? That. Yeah, that. That is what they do. The entire building is on a hydraulic, and it lifts the whole building up on rails, and it moves it back and forth. So when the building is actually set down in the downward position, it is a building resting on a foundation. They could just lift it up with hydraulics and move the thing. Yep. Yeah, the mobile service tower. All mobile service towers work like that. Also, Sea Launch is on a former oil rig. Yep, my dad worked on building that. Yes, that's right. It's on a ex-Japanese oil rig. That's right. Is there a Discord for this channel? Exclamation point Discord, Chris. How does the toilet stay working when the building's on rails? There's no... I don't think there's a toilet in there. Use a porta potty. AOD, you seen these pictures? Oh, these pictures are beautiful. Don't know if you saw it, but a random thing I found out. I thought SpaceX pulled the Slick 40 LOX tank sphere from 34, but they actually pulled it from 37. Now, I know what you're going to say. It came from 34, and you would be correct. From what I can find, it was pulled from 34 in the 90s and placed at 37. Ah. Cool. Fun fact. I got you. My mom dropped by, and and said she liked the then and now pics. Nice, nice. Oh. Yeah, see? Right there. There's the hydraulics. It's just on train wheels, and it just literally lifts the thing up. The infrastructure around Slick 6 is crazy, especially the VAB and 39A. Essentially, the VAB and 39A mashed together. Civil engineering, jobs security is real these days. Love this stuff. Oh, Nathan, this is what... Dude, if I was working in the industry, this is the kind of stuff I would be doing. I love designing launch pads. That's like my favorite thing to do. It's my favorite, man. This stuff is the best, dude. Look at this. Oh, can you imagine if they just made Slick 6 from the start, dude? If they just made this design for the shuttle, can you imagine how much cost they would have saved? Dude, this thing could build the shuttles. You build the shuttle stack right on the pad. You don't need to roll the pad. Ah!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Bandit, they could bolt it to the ground, I'm pretty sure. Yep. How many tons does the building weigh on those tracks? I don't know how much it weighs. It's very heavy, though, Napoleon. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, AOD. I know. Oh. Oh, look at how brand new it is. Ah. These pictures are so cool, dude. Yeah, see? There's the hydraulics. You can see them right there. And so, Bandit, the thing lands on posts. See one of them? Actually, that's one of the buffers for the thing. There's basically things that stick out, right? And see the pilot dowels? It'll let it down, dude. If I'm remembering right. If I'm remembering how Slick 6 works. Hey, K30. Very nice. Hey, van. Oh, wait a minute. What do we got over there? D100. Very nice. Oh, isn't these... Dude. Oh. That's so cool. Yeah, Nathan, I'm into this stuff, man. This is my jam. It's so cool. Imagine a big X on the side. I can get down on that. You can see the sphere in the background from this picture in 05. Oh yeah. Interesting find, man, to be honest with you. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's just kind of chilling over there. Did that 747 land at Vandenberg? Yep. Yep, they had a entire integration device, dude. Yeah, nice, Ernock. That's awesome. Yeah, they had an entire mate-demate device built at Vandenberg. I can show you exactly where it is. But yeah, Nathan, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking keep 4E operational and keep launching and landing rockets over there because of flight cadence, and then eventually retool this for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. Now, a curious thought that me and the boys in chat had, dude, if you're still here, was, you know, Slick 6 has a crew access arm. It has a fixed service structure. Well, it had a crew access arm at some point. Now, we kind of were doing some math out. They would need to extend this, but also they would need to extend the structure up a little bit, but also fixed service structure for a crew access arm. I guess they moved it out there to persuade people to use 37, and then it wasn't really used at all. There was a giant shuttle mate-demate device here at Edwards for when it landed here at Armstrong, formerly Dryden. We tore it down a few years ago. Yeah, that was a static one, Chris. There's 2 static MDDs, and then there was one mobile MDD, believe it or not, one that could be taken apart. The static ones are at Dryden or Armstrong. And then there's one at KSC. Now, the modular one they built initially to put the shuttle on the 747 for the approach and landing tests. After all the shuttles were made, they packed that thing up and they moved it to Vandenberg. And there's a spot where it was going to sit in Vandenberg. And then if they needed to bring the orbiters back to the factory, so to speak, they could pack it up on trucks and move it. Yeah, here, I have a model of it in my collection here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, see? Can be taken down, can be totally disassembled by trucks. Do you think maybe SpaceX could build a polar space station for science? I don't know, man, maybe. Yeah, Chris, that's what we're talking about, right? Oh, that was a shuttle. Give it a chance to look. No, Creeper, I haven't been at my computer. Hey, how about launching Starship Super Heavy from this thing? From this thing? The static ones were larger and green. It looks like a big upside down L. Dude. Yeah? I mean, I'm not going to say that I don't. What the frick? That would work. That's tall enough, if that's what you're asking. Yeah. But how do you get it up there? Cranes. I always point this out every time, and there's a pretty distinct reason why I saved this advertisement, right? So there's a picture of a Ford minivan concept called the Aerostar, right? Ford Aerostar, shaped by the wind and today's changing needs. I'm just gonna point out. I'm just gonna point out that saying your vehicle is aerodynamic and then showing a space shuttle next to it is probably not the best comparison. I'm just putting it out there. Yeah, great picture, but also Ford Aerostar, shaped by the wind. The shuttle is not shaped by the wind. The shuttle is designed to slow down. It flies like trash on purpose. I'm just saying that's probably not the thing you want to show when you're saying things are shaped by the wind. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying it's a bad design. I'm just saying it's not the best advertising, man. I'm just saying that's not the best way to do that. Yeah, it handles like the space shuttle. The space shuttle handles like trash. They are rear-wheel drive? Wait, Aerostars are... Really? In simpler terms, the space shuttle is a brick with wings. Yep. Yep. No, what? Dude! It's built like a steakhouse, but handles like a bistro. Those things are rear-wheel drive. And there was an all-wheel drive variant? Question? It does actually kind of look like the space shuttle in terms of shape. That's... Storm, what motor did this have in it? Now I'm... Dude, it came with a TK5 or an M50D. I swear they were better looking in the 90s. I mean, the space shuttle is the minivan. But yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. If it can take the Cologne V6 and the Vulcan V6, those are the same engines that they put in the Taurus.
Discovery.
So, fellas, what if we take a Taurus SHO motor and see if it fits in the Aerostar with all-wheel drive and a 5-speed? That? Aerostar SHO. Do they use the SRB points to lift the external tank? Yes, T-Man. Mm-hmm. You should make a Starship emote like that, Maverick? Okay, I'll think about it. Okay, you pocketbook, I'll garage it. I don't have the money to do that. Dude, can you even find an Aerostar in good condition? Like, I'm pretty sure those things are rare for the wrong reasons, man. Also, nice shirt. Thank you. And I thought 80s designs were odd. Yeah. Dude. Can you imagine? This one driving around here, it looks new. Yeah, bro, I saw you saying that. It could take a Cologne V6 or a Lima Vulcan. It could take a 4-liter. Yeah, actually, an SHO motor would be kind of hard because that SHO Yamaha motor came transverse. Not many people know this, but the SHO V6 bolts up to an RX-7 transmission minus 2 bolts. JYT, you think we can, think we could move it? You think we can make it longitudinal? You found a 97 XLT Aerostar, 126,000 miles, 4-liter V6, asking $3,500 in Ohio. Do we really want to build an all-wheel drive turbo minivan? Do we really want to build this? I don't want to do this. I just kind of have an epiphany. I don't want to do this. Oh, there you go, Malone, right? Fozzie found one 1250 in Kingston. Nice, T-Man. There you go. There's one in Kingston, Pennsylvania. Offer it to NSF to replace it. That's it would always be broken. $10 on it. Yeah, you're probably right. Is anyone sad? Anyone sad we didn't get the Dream Chaser we deserved instead of Starliner? Yeah. Yeah, but Chris, Sierra Space clearly has something up their sleeve. They've said in the past that the uncrewed version of Dream Chaser, it shares 95% part commonality with the crewed variant. So, I mean, they clearly have something up their sleeve. Also, I know people that work there. They have something up their sleeve. I don't know that for sure. But also, you down or not? Let's do it. Is any... All right, cool, I got that. Wait, we could put a big block in the Aerostar. Can you imagine a 460 in one of those things? That would be just strange. Yeah. Is the other 5% for the crew? Yep. Literally seats and controls. What's that, Foz? You find one? 1929 Ford Aerostar. I don't think that that's that. Okay. Please check out my SSTO and the infrastructure for it. Just get an all-wheel drive Caravan and put a turbo 3000 GT engine in it. That would bolt right up. Dude, are you telling me a Chrysler minivan would take the motor from a Dodge Stealth? Maybe, Doom. I'll think about it. Is that really a thing? Is that really a thing? Could you really do that? Yeah, man, pretty much the same engine. Dodge Grand Caravan VR4 RT. Could likely handle the Chrysler Conquest engine as well. That could be jerry-rigged with the 4G63. Dude. Oh, I need more money. I need more money to do dumb things with cars. Can you imagine? Dodge Caravan RT. People would get so confused. It just seems weird that we get a shuttle-like blended body cargo craft and an old-school crewed capsule vehicle. Yeah, Chris. Yeah. I think Boeing went with what they thought was tried and tested, a pod designed by Boeing. And I think they took a risk on Dragon. And I think that was the safe bet at the time. That's why they didn't pick Dream Chaser. Go full sellout mode and get that ad money. Yeah. Dodge Caravan RTX X for the extra. Yep. That would be awesome. That would be pretty funny, man. I gotta finish my truck so we can work on more stupid things. I mean, fun projects. Boeing not doing so hot on that design front right now. Starliner is taking some time, dude. But yeah. Yeah, it is taking some time. Yeah, NASA Space Flight needs their minivan replaced, though, too. KSB2 Q&A? I think we could save that for tomorrow. What if we put a Conrad V10 into it? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, T-Man. Yeah, tuning. Yeah, I did hear about that. Not good. Not good. And minivan looked completely rusted out anyway. Well, Bill, I can imagine parking it where they parked it all 24/7 ain't doing it any favors. Also, with Slick 6 going to SpaceX, where is Vulcan's West Coast pad going? Slick 3. Yep. The 4 biggest launch pads, Blinga, at Vandenberg are Slick 2, 3, 4, and 6. I don't know what happened to 5. Don't ask. New press release on lunar lander. Michael Sheets. Okay. What's Mikey saying? Oh. Okay. This is a Hokuto R update. We watched them not land. What happened to 5? Just kidding. 6. What happened to 7? It was interesting when they came on site. They had like 50 people, lawyers, and so many non-tech people. Sierra Nevada had like 6 people, and everyone was an expert in multiple technical areas. Ah, Chris, that's gross. I didn't need to hear that. All right. I don't think it'll fit, Panta, but the reason why that minivan idea is so crazy is because it should bolt up. It should be minimal fabrication. Okay, so the Hokuto R Mission 1 lunar lander was scheduled to touch down on the surface of the moon at approximately 1:40 a.m. Japanese Standard Time. As of 8 a.m. JST, April 26, 2023, the communication between the lander and the Mission Control Center was lost. Although it was expected even after the touchdown, it has been determined that Success 9 of the mission milestone is not achievable. Based on the current available data, the Hokuto R Mission Control Center in Nihonbashi, Tokyo, confirmed that the lander was in a vertical position as it carried out the final approach to the lunar surface. Shortly after the scheduled landing time, no data was received indicating a touchdown. iSpace engineers monitored the estimated remaining propellant reached at the lower threshold, and shortly afterward, the descent speed rapidly increased. After that, communication loss happened. Based on this, it has been determined that there's a high probability that the lander eventually made a hard landing on the lunar surface. Wait, what was gross? The whole bringing 50 lawyers instead of technical personnel. That's gross. That was you that said that, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's gross. Gross. Here, you know, I'm going to paint your house. Let me bring 6 plumbers. Okay. All right. So, to find the root cause of this situation, iSpace engineers are currently working on a detailed analysis of the telemetry data acquired until the end of the landing sequence and will clarify the details after completing the analysis. For Mission 1, it has been determined that Success 9 of Mission 1 milestones, successfully landing on the moon and establishing communications, is no longer achievable. Despite this, the mission has already achieved Success 1 through Success 8. In addition, while attempting the completion of Success 9, the Mission Control Center was able to acquire valuable data and know-how from the beginning to nearly end of the landing sequence, which will enable a future successful lunar landing mission. It is strongly believed that this is a great leap forward to future lunar exploration and also an important milestone to advance space development by private sector towards the next level, not only in Japan, but also the world. iSpace will continue to make the most of the data and the know-how acquired during the operation and landing sequence through Success 8, aiming to dramatically improve the technological maturity of Mission 2 in 2024 and Mission 3 in 2025. Oh, it was 2024 for their next mission. Oh, even better. Although we do not expect to complete the lunar landing at this time, we believe that we have fully accomplished the significance of this mission, having acquired a great deal of data and experience by being able to execute the landing phase. What is important is to feed this knowledge and learning back to Mission 2 and beyond so that we can make the most of this experience, said Takeshi Hakamada, founder and CEO of iSpace. To this end, we are already developing Mission 2 and Mission 3 concurrently and have prepared a foundation that can maintain this continuity. I would like to thank once again all the employees who have contributed to this mission from its inception to the present, and all the families who have continued to support it, and all the shareholders, Hokuto R partners, customers, suppliers, and many others who have continued to believe in iSpace's vision. We will keep moving forward. Never give up! Never give up!
諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだ。そこでもう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメダメダメ、諦めたら 思ってるのって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところ、しじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそ、Never give up!
Never give up! That's awesome. What? Never give up! Link, link, link. There you go. Anyway. So, woke me up, dude. Sorry, Joe. Just got here. What's the never give up for? Hakuto are literally running out of fuel and crashing into the surface. Yeah, that's what I mean, guys. Yeah, they ran out of fuel. Robert, I'm not saying I'm right. The reason that they ran out of fuel might not be the reason that we saw. But there's this thing about rockets, dudes. Physics don't lie. That's the thing about rockets. It's pretty easy to spot a rocket that's not working correctly. You know? But then again, who knows? The laws of physics bend to no man's tragedy. That's right. We saw that last Thursday. Physics don't lie. I like physics and I cannot lie. It's something you can't deny. I cannot change the laws of physics, Captain. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if the slew maneuver for... So, Hakuto R, right? Basically was coming in for a landing. Yes, this is a Yeti. This is a Yeti thermos, right? And yes, it's orange. It was coming in for a landing. Say the rocket engine's down here. It was coming in for a landing. And when it came in for a landing, we saw it do this. We saw it kind of yaw to one side for a second. That's not required for landing, to put it very bluntly. I went into why that's not required for landing and how trajectory optimization works for lunar landing, etc., etc. Yeah, that's not required. So that means it did an off-nominal burn, or at least I'm pretty sure it did, and it used up too much fuel. Rollout of Falcon Heavy is underway ahead of the Viasat 3 Astranus mission. Cool. Never give up! Never give up! Rocket physics is easy. Rocket engineering is hard. Chris, that's one of the things I like to say to people. You know, everybody says, oh, it's not rocket science. And we treat rocket science like it's some abstract concept that no one can understand. Oh, no. It's really easy to understand. Oh, yeah. No. Easy to teach. Easy to understand. Hard to do. Very hard to do. That's where oh, it's not rocket science. That's where that comes from. Yeah. Hard to do. Are you sure it wasn't missing refrigerators? Maybe. Ah, yeah. Look at this. Right, and yeah, some people say science when they mean engineering. Yep, engineering is just the application of science. That's all. But yeah, they are two different things. But I do have a question, guys. Is math related to science? Is math related to science? I think I'd like to do science someday. No. You stay up on the stage. That's an old meme. I don't know if people remember it. One time, guys, Neil deGrasse Tyson did an interview with Katy Perry, and she asked that question. I mean, if you don't know, I suppose it's a valid question. Right? And then Katy Perry's like, maybe I should do some science too. And you know what Neil deGrasse Tyson said? Oh, no, we need you on stage. Go watch that interview. It's weird. Yep. Go watch that interview. It's quite strange. Yeah, here. Yeah, predominant, thank you.
Is math related to science?
Okay. All right. Nice grab. Oh. NDT was absolutely wrong about Top Gun Maverick's ejection, but I won't get into it because I haven't watched the movie yet. I'm avoiding spoilers like the plague. Yeah, Pythos here. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. No, you... Yeah. No, it's possible. It's possible. Sure, why not? But also, it's Top Gun. Who gives a frick about realism? Who cares? It's Top Gun. Like... Also, B-58. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I agree, AOD. B-58 is... very nice. Also, Pythos, look, I'm just gonna say this once. All right, I usually don't like people that brigade people for not seeing things. Like, oh my God, you haven't seen this? How could you have not seen this? Like, with that being said, dude, you will like that movie, okay? You will like that movie. Let's just leave it at that, dude. You will like that movie a lot. Okay. We just had the movie pilot from Top Gun out at our safety day last month. He had some amazing videos. That's awesome, Chris. So cool. I want to watch it, but my disability retirement doesn't let me have a life, so I can't afford to rent, buy, and see it. Dude, how do I buy it for you? Like, how can we do that? Can I gift it to you on Steam? You mean the original Top Gun, right? I mean both of them. We're talking about Top Gun Maverick, but also they're both amazing movies. Yeah, Panta will stream it to you if you want. Yeah, do it. Trust me. It's an awesome flick, dude. Look. You guys know you should bring up XKCD number 435 on screen. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What's Randall have to say on the subject? Sociology is just applied psychology. Psychology is just applied biology. Biology is just applied chemistry, which is just applied physics. It's nice to be on top. Mathematicians. Oh, hey, I didn't see you guys all the way over there. Fields arranged by purity. Ah, boy. The first one you love. The recent one, well, too unrealistic. It's a Top Gun flick, man. I mean, AOD, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean that Maverick was less realistic? How does that make sense? The shots are inside of the airplanes. Like, the camera shots are inside of the airplane, and they're flying the airplane around, dude. How can it be less realistic? I don't understand. I don't understand, man. Where would engineers be in that picture? Way over there. I don't understand. Are you talking about the plot of the movie? Oh, hell yeah. No, the plot's god-awful, man. It's a Top Gun movie. The plot's terrible. Dude, the airplane shots are dope. Oh, my gosh. Mystery Science Theater? Yeah. Who cares? The plot sucks. It's like watching a Rambo movie nowadays. Do you watch Rambo for the plot? No one watched Rambo 4 for the plot. They just watched it to see Stallone on a deuce just mowing people down. Right? Oh, man. just rips people in half. It's so gratuitous. It's terrible, but it's awesome. You know? Oh, boy. Rambo was very realistic to your time in Iraq or something. The Rambo movie rescues the missionaries, though. Oh, you don't care about Goose. Super Hello, I do. I absolutely do. And I'm not even going to sit here and pretend like I didn't shed some man tears at the end of Top Gun Maverick. Or at least got close. I'm like, oh, this is dope. You know, like. But also, I fully understand if someone watches Top Gun Maverick and they're like, okay. You know, like, I get it. But also, tears were shed, man. That ending scene, dude. The ending scene, you're like, I need to call my dad, you know, like. Interesting, Hellfish. That's strange. I don't want that at all. Oh, boy. Maybe too much, but I don't care. Right? No, Nathan, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Jesus Christ. Watching Rambo 4 for the plot. Yeah! Oh, my goodness. Hey, he needed to rescue them, all right? He needed to rescue them. At least John Wick has realistic gun handling. Yeah, I mean, actually, you know what was the best? You know, guys, go watch First Blood, all right? First Blood is Rambo. That's the first Rambo movie. It's not called Rambo 1. It's called First Blood. Okay, they do First Blood. It's actually a really good movie. Like, that actually is a good flick. Rambo 2 and 3 are literally just using the character of Rambo to mow down Russians and North Vietnamese. I mean, First Blood Part 1 though, or just First Blood is an amazing movie. Really, really good plot. Yeah, especially Stallone at the very end. AOD. That's real, dude. That's real. That's real, man. First Blood's better than Rocky. I like First Blood more than Rocky too, Gregor. I'm with you. I'm with you. Oh, yeah. The Hind. The Hind, dude. Yeah, exactly. That's right. In the first Rambo movie, he doesn't kill a single person. Hey, that guy slipped and fell. Not his problem. Yeah, exactly, Aqualex. I'm with you. Yeah, yeah. First Blood is awesome, though. Dude, really good flick. I'm probably going to go watch it after the stream. I've not seen John Wick, but I love that they went into in-depth when he reloads. Kimberly's to check to see it's actually fed. Dude, that's Keanu Reeves doing all that, dude. That guy does 3-gun. He does comp 3-gun, which is, yeah, that's actually him. It's not a stuntman. No, that's him handling all the weapons. First Blood or Commando? First Blood. Commando is good, though. Clayton, do you remember when I said that I was going to kill you last? That's right, you did! I lied. Oh! Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing in a Yeah. What's the angle of 39A? This is from the press site, dude. I love that all of us are like that as Keanu Reeves. Chris, it seems like you've found your kind of nerds here, I'd say. I'd say you'll fit in just fine. Yeah, dude. Watch Keanu Reeves doing 3-gun. It's pretty impressive, dude. What is your favorite movie about spaceflight? Oh, good question, Zergaholic. This doesn't really necessarily... I don't know if this necessarily counts, but October Sky is probably one of my all-time favorite movies, like, of all time. And, dude, I'm a movie freak. I watch a lot of flicks. Yeah. October Sky. Homer Hickam and the Rocket Boys, dude. That's an awesome story. It's not necessarily about spaceflight, but it is about rockets. The Right Stuff is awesome as well. Yep. Yeah, it is the fully expendable Falcon Heavy. That's right, Erudite. No grid fins, no landing legs. Yeah, October Sky is Flight of the Navigator. That is probably the reason why I like spaceflight. My parents had a VHS copy of Flight of the Navigator series, and I don't know where they got it, but that was like my earliest memories of NASA. I think that movie is literally the reason why I like space so much. The MV dug is 1,700 kilometers downrange to fish fairings, furthest out so far. Nice. You saw Apollo 18? Clayton, that movie is terrible. The wild thing about Keanu is that we're all lucky he's so kind-hearted because he can totally go John Wick on us if he felt necessary. With great power comes great responsibility, man. I was First Blood in Leon the Professional on mandatory military assignment back in the 90s. You watched Leon on a mandatory assignment? Leon's awesome, dude. That's Luc Besson, man. Great flick, dude. Great flick. Compliance. If that was a Class 1 maneuver, what's a Class 3 maneuver? Or no, if it's a Class 3, what's a Class 1? Uh-oh. No love for Armageddon, the most realistic space flick. Get out. Get out of here, mate. Just go. You're not welcome here, even if that's a joke. No. Get out. Get out. Get out. I will time myself out by. Oh man. Yeah, October Sky, dude. Zergaholic. Yeah, that's my favorite flick. Dude. It tells the story of how hard spaceflight is, basically to a T. Dude, that scene still makes me so sad, but so moved at the same time. It's the scene where in October Sky where Homer's going down in the mine and he looks up and he sees Sputnik go by. Oh, dude. Talk about a gut wrencher, man. Oh. It's insured, 95. Yeah. I don't know, Sancho. Armageddon, it's Michael Bay, dude. Don't make sense of a Michael Bay flick. Yeah, that scene still brings up some feelings, dude. What did you think of Gravity? Gravity's a thriller. It's not a spaceflight movie. If you look at it like a thriller, it's an excellent flick. It not only counts not because it focuses on the how of spaceflight, but the why. Yep, yeah. Acolytes, that is like one of my all-time favorite flicks, dude. Yeah, Pythos, I know you love 2010. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, go watch October Sky. It's this basically the story about this. So I'm sure all of you can relate to this in some way, shape, or form, and this is what makes October Sky so good. The story is that a guy from backwoods West Virginia in the 50s sees Sputnik fly over, and he decides, screw this, I don't want to live in some backwoods freaking town, right? And just work in a coal mine for the rest of my life, or try to get out on a football scholarship. I want to build rockets. He catches the movie is the story about what it's like to catch the space bug. Okay, now what's the space bug? There's always anybody that likes space always has a profound moment when they first get shown something that has to do with spaceflight. I guarantee you without fail that a lot of people had that on Thursday. And even more probably during Artemis 1. You see something that has to do with spaceflight and you're like, oh my goodness, this is awesome. I love this. That's catching the space bug. The reason why it's good, well, the space bug, the thing about the space bug is that you never really get cured from it. You have that defining moment, right? And from there, it's just, yeah, you want to learn everything that you can about space. But the problem is that no one knows everything about space or rocket engineering or rockets for that matter. So you basically spend the rest of your days sitting and reading about as much as you possibly can about the things. So it's your story, but it's not you. Yeah, something like that. I found it very relatable, you know. Grab Shark, it's not realistic. Gravity isn't realistic. It's a thriller. It's a thriller movie. It's not a spaceflight movie, but yeah, I get it. So yeah, that's, you know, I'm sure every one of you here that's a hardcore space fan, I'm sure you can trace why you're a hardcore space fan back to one single event. It's usually a rocket launch or a high profile mission or whatever. That's what October Sky is all about, man. It's really good. We have inspections going on now, the OLM. BQD is booster quick disconnect is open. Thank you. Chris, you applied to be an astronaut and they sent me a packet back when it was still by mail and not online. I filled it out and they sent a great response. You were like 10. Nice, dude. Nice. Orbcom 2. Good call, Blinga. Yeah, good call. My nighttime reading at the moment is called Modern Spacecraft Guidance, Navigation, and Control. Nice. I'm just a casual physics fan, personally. Yeah, that's good too, hello. It's STS-133 for you, Joe. Yep. For me, it was Kerbal, and that led me to you, which amplified it all. Yeah, Martellus. I am the amplifier for the space bug. For a space bug. Yeah, that's me. That's a good way to say that. That's what I do. I make it worse. Sorry. My bad. Yeah, but Star Wars is real. We just don't have midichlorians in our galaxy. If Star Wars is real, AOD, if they could just tell me what they're using to power their spacecraft, yeah, that'd be great. Is there a cure for the space bug? Become an astronaut or something. STS-130. Good mission, T-Man. So you're the cause of my addiction. Yeah, sorry. I'm like a drug dealer. My content is dealing in spacecraft knowledge, and you're addicted to it. I'm a super spreader? Oh, God, please wear a mask when you watch the stream or something. You know what? That joke's probably okay to make, but we all know where that joke's going to go. And I just decided that I'm going to pull that one right back, and we are going to watch Falcon Heavy. You know what? I'm just going to rewind 15 seconds. Okay, it's like it never happened. All right, cool. The double booster landing was the maximum hype moment leading up to recent events. Yeah, Martellus, I'm with you on that one, dude. I saw that, dude. I saw that freaking thing land. It's still crazy to me. The Martian is great, Clayton. You should read the book, though. I read the release, Thomas. Yeah. Propellant reached a lower threshold, and shortly afterward, the descent speed rapidly increased. They ran out of fuel, dude. Now, is it because of what I saw? Don't know. But it could be. I can tell you right now, it ran out of fuel. Yeah, I know, AOD. It's Buck Rogers, man. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, Nathan, dude. Nathan, I'll be honest with you. That isn't anything that's not going on every time I watch a rocket launch up here. I've gotten better at not doing that. I've gotten better at not doing that, dude. But every time, dude, every time I see a launch, internally, I'm like, yes, go, you son of a bitch. You know, sometimes I let it out, dude. That's cool, Jock. That's awesome. Yep. Go, baby, go. Stig is continuing. There's something up for Middle Ditch. Right on, Robert. Thank you, man. Dude, It's not that it's not anytime I see a rocket launch, dude, I'm thinking that every freaking time. Fly, you piece of junk, go! You know? I've just gotten better at kind of slow rolling the hype, you know? Oh, interesting, Panta. Grab Shark, somebody, you guys are posting two big old paragraphs here. Hold on. Moonfall is, yeah, Erudite. Moonfall is a popcorn flick, so just throw realism out the window. Mine was watching Falcon Heavy live with my 5th period physics class when I was still teaching. I still tear up thinking about it, man. Those kids' reaction to something changed you forever. Yeah, good call. Good call, Grav, yeah. I'm going to be working on real rockets for your internship next one. All started with your streams in 2017. Thanks, by the way, even though I'm not around much. Well, Jock, you realize that my goal with people that catch the space bug, and you know how everybody has something. My goal here, obviously, I want to make money, right? Got to put food on the table. But my goal here is it's for all my viewers to not watch me anymore because you all got jobs in the industry. That's my goal. Yeah, that's the stated goal. The problem is, for every viewer that leaves, I get a new one. I mean, honestly, that's been my stated thing for a long time. I don't really talk about it too much because I believe doing is better than talking. Talking is cheap, which is funny because my job is literally about talking. But, you know what I mean? Dude, I get all kinds of compliments, and I do appreciate every single one of them. The best ones are when I hear that somebody got a job in the industry because they watched me. That is the best feeling in the world, man. Knowing that you help steer somebody on to the right track, Matt Foley. No, it's a really good feeling, and I really like it. It's a really good feeling. Oh, you can talk for sure. What's up, Adam? How you doing? Thanks for teaching propulsion. Now I'm a propulsion test engineer, which is because of you. Okay, T-Man. Nice. Congratulations, buddy. Some of us work in the industry and still watch you. Well, there you go, Wisp. That's good. If you could still watch and work in the industry too, well then, hey, who really won here? Am I right? I'm not you working on my job in the industry. Does that count? Yeah, Chris, that's fine. Just make sure your boss doesn't find out. An intern grab? That's cool. I live in a dragon capsule down by the flame trench. Imagine doing that for your own kids. I will someday, Aqualex. Oh, that's going to be... Oh, my kid's going to be smart as frick, dude. They don't have a choice in the matter. Oh, yeah, they don't have... They think they do. No. No. That's a joke. I get it. We have a pretty lax policy if it's all related to space and aeronautics. Ah, right on. I stole the welcome wagon. Wait, what? Does SpaceX know why Starship popped? I'm sure they can figure it out from the data, Clayton. They terminated the flight. The flight termination system happened. I had you up during a test. Cool. Do you ever think your kids will ever watch your VODs? I would hope that they do, Pigzig. Yeah. Might not have had a job in the industry, but it's because of you and because of Tim's videos about rocket engine cycles that I can now make a relatively good guess about what makes a specific engine go. Cool. Hey, I'll take it. As long as you get something good out of the stream, I don't really care. But that is a really good thing to hear. Yeah, Robert, I hope so, man. Thomas, what's at 640 here? That was a boat leaving port. Okay. Are you out on the East Coast near Kennedy? Me, Chris? No. I live in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Everybody said, I didn't live here all the time. I lived in Boston. I lived in Boston, and chat kept saying, move to the Cape. We've got to move to the Cape. You got to move to the Cape. I just moved to the wrong Cape. I moved to Cape Cod, not Cape Canaveral. Oops. Christine, where you going? I'm sorry. You,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I guess the azimuth thrusters work. Core, 59 months. Deja vu. I just been to this place before. Higher on the beat, and I know it's my time to go. Bum 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 bum. That must be. They must be testing the thrusters, dude. All engines ahead, flank. All engines ahead, flank tonight. Wait, what are you doing? What are you? Oh, I thought there was a wall there. That was strange, man. All right. They did that on purpose. That looks to be an azimuth thruster. So the tugboats guys have a thruster that's basically on a turret that can move around and basically go in different directions. Some of them have azimuth thruster front and rear so the thing can spin like that. That guy looked to be making sure that those azimuth thrusters work. Yep. Is that boat going to Mars? Oh, yeah. The crew on board was likely giving a little show to the NSF cam before heading offshore to assist in a cargo ship. That's cool, man. They literally took it for a spin. That's right. Occam's Razor, EJ, they're probably trolling NSF. Yeah, but you know what? You're probably right. But on paper, what were you doing? Oh, azimuth thruster check. Dude. Training, sir. Okay. Yeah, AOD, it seems like some hot dogging going on there. You know what I'm talking about? Also, that's Falcon Heavy rolling out. That's pretty sweet. My favorite random space factoid is that NASA operates a SWAT team. Yep. Oh, yeah. You see them escorting the astronauts to the pad. Yeah. They got some really nice kit, Chris. If you really want to know. They got some really nice kit, dude. Running up the hill. I would advise against licking rockets. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. I mean, Chris, I've seen A Christmas Story. It's not a good idea. Why, though? For security. I told Tori Bruno to stop licking the Centaur once on Twitter, and he liked it, so I'm pretty sure it's a big deal. I say let them lick the rocket if that's their thing. Yeah, I don't want to do that. But why not normal security, but a SWAT team? See, when you think about it, it doesn't really make a lick of sense. Like, why does NASA need a SWAT team? That's ridiculous. But then again, down on the Cape, there's a lot of things that can explode. There's a lot of stuff that, warrants that kind of security. Like, what you see on the screen right there. Yeah, this is a case of, it's better to have it and not need it, not have it, They basically started doing it after 9/11, dudes. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things. It's because there's military grade stuff. There's a lot of security around there, dude. It didn't surprise me that they were swatted. It surprised me that that it was operated by NASA, not a third party. Yep. What sounds like a better idea? An SRB booster, not reused, that launches a small sat reusable liquid fuel spaceplane to orbit, or a solid fuel reusable spaceplane that launches a small sat liquid second stage if not reused. It depends on your use case, Erudite. Depends on what you're trying to do. Space shuttle door gunners when? Okay, so that's Falcon Heavy for the Visat 3 Astranus mission. That's scheduled to go on Thursday? Edmana, you said so. I'm why you drink makes sense. Have you seen some of the stuff that you posted in chat? Do you even hear yourself talking right now? Yeah, of course. So I have a question. What is the job of the NASA administrator? The NASA administrator runs NASA, Robert. That's like the CEO of NASA. It's set for tomorrow. Oh, yeah, that's right. It is tomorrow. It's tomorrow night, isn't it? So we're going to have Starlink in the morning and Falcon Heavy at the... Oh. What's the alcohol limit import for the USA? I don't know, Dominant. I don't know off the top of my head. So how many Rule 12 will be on my grid? You have 2,000 hours in Kerbal. You're qualified, French Frog. I can tell that Falcon Heavy's not going to work well. All right. Well, I say it is, and I have 15,000 hours in Kerbal. Now what? What do we do here, man? Now what, man? Now what are you going to do? We have ourselves a Kerbalese standoff, boy. Fight me? Bro, I have a fight me emote. You wanna go? Got cat-like speed, reflexes. Put your rockets away, gentlemen. All right. Why is another Mechacilla being built at 39A? Wouldn't it be easier just to convert the pad on top of the flame trench for Starship so you know stuff won't go flying? No, Raptor, you don't want to disrupt Falcon operations on the pad. That's the problem. Ooh, damn, Thomas. This is still the coolest emote, the Saturn V one. Yeah. So, Robert, the NASA administrator is basically selected by the president, and that can change depending on presidential term, right? Like, so first, second term. So the most the NASA administrator could serve is 8 years. The least would be 4, right? And they basically carry out. They basically oversee all NASA projects, right? But the main job of the administrator, if you're looking for like a technical definition, is to carry out the carry out the will of what the executive branch, the president. The president is the person in the how the U.S. system is set up. The executive branch is the people that determines NASA's goals. The president sets the goal. I'll give you an example. President Kennedy. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. All right. So, president says, I want to do this. The House of Representatives comes up with a budget for that, and the Senate ratifies it into law, and then NASA does it. That's how it works. The reason why the president picks, the House funds it, and the Senate approves it into law is for checks and balances. We have checks and balances incorporated into our system, at least to an extent, right? Like to make sure that no one person can get rid of NASA, for instance. You can't pull the rug out from NASA; they won't allow it, which is cool. It keeps it pretty sustainable. The problem is that every president tries to come up with a different solution, which is kind of stupid, but. Actually, to be honest with you, the Artemis program, guys, you know, like if just looking at it in retrospect, I wasn't sure what was going to happen the last time we had a different president in office, going from one to the other. But honestly, nothing happened. They kept running the course. Kind of just kept going. I was super worried about it, man. That stuff kept me up at night. Yeah, but, yeah, no, they just kind of kept going with it. Space it for everybody, right? Like, which is why our flagship program changes all the time. Artemis is good because we just reuse all the stuff we had been designing since Constellation. Should have just done Constellation, Chris, to be honest with you. Actually, that was a good example of if someone tries to pull the rug out from NASA, how basically Congress says no. Because that's what they tried to do. They tried to pull the rug out on the entire Constellation program, and Congress said, yeah, no, we're not doing that. And what bits they saved eventually became the Artemis program. Yeah, AOD, you could try, but the executive branch won't do that. You got to give NASA a goal. If they try to pull the rug out under, Congress says, hell no. Too much gravy train, bro. Which is a good thing. That's good. In the case of NASA, that's not a bad problem to have, all right? You know, that's one of the things that's kept NASA alive all these years, you know. Yeah, Chris, yeah. So it works, you know, it works for you and against you. But, see, here's the thing. We can get all pissy about that. And Lord knows I'm an Ares 1 fanboy. Like, I love Ares 1. I think that is a Chad tier design, and we should have done that. It's foolish to say that we didn't have the budget for that because we all know that's not true. Just look at SLS's budget. It's almost like they rolled in the development cost for Ares 1 into SLS, and that's part of the reason why it's so expensive. Whew. All right, too real? Okay, too real. So, you know, it works for us and against us. But believe it or not, between the last president and this one, it's been fine. NASA's funding did not do anything, despite who was there before and who is there now. Do not read more into that than what I just said, please. For the love of God. Sorry, what was Ares 1? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Score! Now I get to talk about it. Score! Ares 1 was part of the Constellation program. The Constellation program ended up getting axed because they saw it as too expensive. The Constellation program consisted of 2 rockets, okay? 2 rockets were going to be developed for the Constellation program. The Constellation program was basically designed to restore low Earth orbit access capability because they got rid of the space shuttle. So they were going to replace the space shuttle with a low Earth orbit access vehicle and then use that to rotate crews off of the ISS until the second vehicle was made. The first vehicle is this vehicle on the right, Ares 1. Ares 1 has an Orion capsule just like SLS does now. And it has a service module that's kind of similar to the ESM, the European service module, a little bit different. This one has a little bit more Delta V, but I'll get more into that later. So they were going to use this to basically fill in the gap for the shuttle and rotate people off of the ISS until this chonker over here was ready. This over here is Ares 5. Ares 5 is a 10-meter core diameter rocket with 5 RS-68As in the first stage and twin 5-segment SRBs. Ares 1 over here is a second stage with the J2X, with a J2X upper stage, and then a single 5-segment SRB underneath it. Ares 1 is amazing. Serious, you ever watch me play KSP? You ever see what my single stick rockets can do in KSP? The single SRB Clydesdales? That's where I got the idea. That's right, Ben. Bingo. Yep. So this was designed to rotate crew off the space station in lieu of the space shuttle. And it's made out of mostly leftover, well, the segments would have been using leftover shuttle parts. And then Ares 5 would have been used to move a gigantic lander and transfer stage up, uncrewed, get that up into low Earth orbit. Then an Ares 1 in the early 2020s would have docked to this. So this would have launched in the early 2020s. This would have docked to it. And the Earth departure stage, which is a 8.4 meter Hydrolox upper stage with a J2X behind it, same engine as the upper stage here, would move a gigantic honking lander and the Orion out to the moon to basically do more Apollo-style missions, right? And then from there, Ares 5, with its 180-ton payload capacity, would have been used to build Mars transfer vehicles. I know you've seen me talk about the Copernicus MTV. That's what Ares 5 was supposed to make. That thing. Yeah, you've seen me make this in KSP2. That's what Constellation was supposed to do. And then what was supposed to happen is once NASA started to go back to the moon in the 2020s, part of the Constellation program, there's a small part of the Constellation program which would eventually get bigger and bigger, right? Small part of the Constellation program called Commercial Orbital Transport Services that thankfully didn't get axed when they axed the whole program, that would have basically started moving low Earth orbit into the commercial sector in the early 2020s. Sounds familiar. Ares 5, Ares 1 would have basically started flying in 2015, 2016, or Ares 1 would have started flying in 2015, 2016. Ares 5 was supposed to start flying basically in the early 2020s, and low Earth orbit was supposed to, basically the ISS was basically supposed to be rolled down by this time, and commercial crew was supposed to replace it while NASA went off to the moon. That is a part that actually they started doing now. But what a lot of people don't know is that that was always the plan. It was always the plan to commercialize low Earth orbit once NASA decided to go back and focus on going to the moon. That was always part of it. They just didn't tell you that when they canceled it. Did Ares 1 ever fly?
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And ignition and liftoff of Ares 1X. Testing concepts for the future of new rocket design.
Altitude now 2 miles.
Did exactly the same lean over a super heavy.
As designed, the vehicle is aligned itself with the planned trajectory. We passed Mach.
It is, Brian. It's exactly that. Yeah, interesting. Ares 1 and Starship both destroyed the pad on liftoff. They both slewed to the side, and they both flew on relatively the same trajectory, which is really funny to me. That's a really interesting point.
Now passing Max Q. We have our Max Q system ID maneuver PTI engaged.
Damn it.
Now passing Mach 2. vehicle now 10 miles altitude, downrange distance 8 miles, and a velocity of 1,540 miles per hour. Plus 80 seconds, we've started our supersonic large amplitude ID maneuver PTI. We see the response.
They also both did a spin. That's right.
And we started the last PTI maneuver, structural mode ID, and we passed T plus 105 seconds. Vehicle's now traveling Mach 4, 20 miles altitude, downrange distance 32 miles. The SRM tail-off is observed. Burnout. Our APUs have shut down. CRDs have shut down. BDM fire. And SEP. We show a SEP and a tumble motor ignition. And we can also confirm.
Why was this program canceled? It seems like great potential. It got rule-aided, dude. Yeah, Thomas, you've shown me that before. Yeah, they canceled it, dude, because, They canceled it because they said it was too expensive. I find it a little interesting that, you know, something is a little too expensive before you even bothered to go and build the whole thing. You know what I mean? It's a little strange, but once again, you know, we always rap on Congress, right, for not giving NASA enough money, but Congress is the reason why we have SLS. Because someone tried to make the argument that we'd be better off with nothing. I think space jets could be possible with our technology today. Look up what a Sabre engine is. Not toxic. Sabre engine. Yep. It's give and take. I still say that Ares 1 is a good idea, and NASA is going to need... NASA needs a way to get the Orion capsule into low Earth orbit, unless you're going to build Mars transfer vehicles at the moon, which literally makes no sense. They're going to need a way to get Orion into low Earth orbit. I'll say this to this day. There's no way you're going to be able to make a transfer vehicle to go to Mars and build it out at the moon. I mean, don't get me wrong. You could do that, but why? That makes no sense. Yeah, no, I love Ares 1. I think it's an amazing design. Yeah. Shame. Yeah, that second stage was a dummy stage. That's why it tilted around. They could totally put Orion on Vulcan. Yeah, maybe, Synerd, maybe. Yeah, AOD, pretty much. Yeah, we're coming off the recession, dude. Coming off the recession. Sucks, dude. It sucks that it got axed like that. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm not sour about it, dude, because I still am. But, dude, I used to go on these gnarly rants about it, explaining this over and over again. I try not to do that much anymore, dude, because, yeah, people just like, okay, EJ, we've heard this before, you know? It's true. Well, if you need to pretend it's a lunar access platform first so it doesn't get canned. Yep, yep. Just stated facts. Yeah, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. Take a lesson from the ISS and throw in a little Microsoft. Adapters, 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 adapters. Developers, 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 developers. Yes. Who said sit down? Can we hold on? Can we watch it real quick? Real quick. Real quick. Real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Ballmer!
Whoa! the best.
Give it on for me!
This is the best.
Come on!
Who said sit down?
Who said sit down?
That's the CEO of Microsoft, by the way. Or was the CEO of Microsoft. Did he hurt his foot? Yeah, he sprained his ankle, dude. Oh, God, that man is my hero. Dude, it gets cringier. You want to see? It gets cringier. He's out of breath.
I have 4 words for you. I love this company. Yes! Developers, 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 developers.
Yes!
Developers, developers. Yes!
Yes! The guy is my hero.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Watch the film Pirates of Silicon Valley. Ballmer is one of the co-founders. The drinking jock of the group. Man, he was lucky. That's awesome, Digimadness. Yeah, yeah. How much did he sweat, dude? Bro, he... Silicon Valley in the 90s and 2000s is nuts, man. I mean, it's arguably still kind of crazy today, but, like, did you see that, dude? That's some Wolf of Wall Street stuff. It's awesome. It's so funny. Okay, bonk honk with a bit here. Here, I'll answer it in the standard reply voice. How do 2 French dudes share files digitally? Peer-to-peer network. God damn it, man. Blood alone moves the wheels of history. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Goodness. Dude, that makes me laugh so much I can't even think straight. It's pretty funny, man. Yeah. When they cue the mic in, and all I hear is whoa. Like, look.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Ballmer!
He was already screaming. Wow! That's awesome. I know about re-entry, Twisted. Yeah, absolutely. Get on your feet. Oh my god. And then he sprains his ankle. Watch. Watch right here. Ah! Re-entry is really good. Alright, that's enough. Oh my god. That makes me so happy. That man is so happy. It's so good, dude. Ow! Oh boy. Yeah, I got you. I'll link it. The poor Lever 11350 at 39A is just collecting dust. Same with the Lever 11K at Roberts. Yeah, well. I love this company. I love this company. It's so funny, dude. Oh my god. All right. What here? Back to space stuff. Back to space stuff. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, that's That's nice. Oh, there's a piece flying off right down there. That's awesome, dude. So crazy. Did you guys see when they posted that? I like that. Oh yeah, you could see the engine numbers in there. Jeez. It was 1:20 a.m. for them though. Yeah, I mean 1:20 p.m. Yeah. Interesting how the outer plumes are compressing the central ones. It happens with Falcon 9, dude. Oh yeah. We just can't see it. You can't see it because Carolox, because there's a lot of unburnt carbon coming out of the engines. Yep, same phenomenon happens with Falcon 9. And then what's crazier, dude, is that when Falcon 9 gets higher up in the atmosphere, it's the engine in the center pushing all the plumes from the outer 8 out. That's why the plume kind of looks like that big cone. That's really nice, dude. Top left side of the frame, you can see the engine going to crash. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you know, I saw someone mention this on Twitter, Panda Man, but also, yeah, what freaking paint is that, and how is it not getting burnt off? I wonder if you could optimize the nozzle in the center to take advantage of that. I'm sure you could, dude, sure. Actually, the center engine on Falcon 9 actually ends up having a higher specific impulse because of that. Think about it. The flames from all the other engines are keeping its flames from being kind of conic and keeping them more cylindric. Oh, yeah. You see a specific impulse increase for that because the outer engines act like a gigantic nozzle. True story. Never give up! Never give up! Paint that on the concrete. Damn. Why are the outer engine plumes purple? But the inner ones are orange. This right here, Lazarus, what you're seeing here is the exhausts from the other engines hitting each other. That's what Hellfish is talking about. These plumes from the inner engines are hitting the plumes from the outer engines, and it creates this kind of discoloration. If you look up here at the bottom, like right at the bottom of Super Heavy, there's no discoloration. It's only after the plumes start hitting each other. It turns it into a big arrow spike. Pretty much, Ordon, yeah. Did you see this video? The sound waves, omg. Is this, who took this video? I gotta make sure we give credit where credit is due. Actually, we'll replace that one. This is Trevor. Trevor Malman took these. Trevor's an amazing photographer. He's really, really good. Very much like a blowtorch or an oxyacetylene torch. Yeah. Physics, man. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know if that music is... Whoa. That's loud. Yeah, that's loud. Yeah, Brian, yeah, Whoa. So, like, guys, this is kind of what I'm talking about. SLS, when it launched, it did one of these when the boosters fired, but the fact that the sound, the frequency of the sound of these engines is moving at such a frequency where it's literally shifting the pressure and condensing the atmosphere around it, is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, don't get me wrong, every rocket does this. Every rocket does this, and it really depends on atmospheric conditions if something like this happens. The fact that it's so ridiculously defined with Starship is kind of absurd. Yeah, you can literally see the sound propagating, which is scary. Why is the exhaust flume from Booster 7 orange? Is it just the excess carbon from film cooling? Possible. Yep. And yeah. Yeah. Probably. Look. That sound. That is sound. That is actually moving the air. That's actually changing the state of the air. It's condensing it, which is ridiculous to me. What's that, Robert? Bet the pain is Dow ablatives. Oh. Silicone ablative materials for aerospace, defense, and avionics. All right. Yeah, you're probably right. Those are the pops that you hear visualized. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Whoa. Whoa. Also, ours stopped working with Trevor because he was unwilling to give them a picture that would be monetized by ours at a price that was more than $0. What? Night Sun Temple. Aqualex, you could... Trevor Malman took a picture of the launch here. Just watch this. Did Trevor asked ours for some compensation? They said no and cut ties. Really? Ars Technica is a space flight or a tech. Ars Technica is a tech news website. They didn't want to pay him for his work, but where did you guys get that from? Just out of curiosity. Oh, okay. Really? Uh, I Hey guys, go over and support Trevor if you could. I'm gonna go ahead and punch the link for chat for Trevor. Trevor is one of the gnarliest launch photographers around. If you're feeling limber, go over and do that. I prefer, you know, if somebody had a sub in here that they were thinking about giving to me, go and give it to him, please. Just, you know, oh, that's depressing, dude. Please. You know, if you're thinking about like gifting a sub in the stream, just go over there. Go over there and do that. Support him, please. I show enough of his pictures here, dude. Like, always with credit. Always. Ugh. Ugh. That sucks, man. I didn't even want to read it out loud. That's terrible. Whatever, dude. Whatevs. Go over and support him if you could, guys. Please do it. He's an excellent photographer. In bird culture, that is known as a dick move. Yeah. Yeah, Hotel, good on you for saying that about it. Yeah, it's easy when everybody's watching, you know what I mean? The real thing to do would be to go over and support that and not tell anybody about it, which is probably what I'm going to do, and now that I told you, now it's weird. Okay, cool. Yeah, Thomas, it's... Not surprised. Not surprised, dude. It's... I wish I could do something to help. Huh. I'm sending a couple messages out and see what I can do. I am nowhere near high enough on the totem pole to do something like that, Jackal, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Alex, I know enough people. I know enough people in the space news area that we could probably figure something out. We could probably figure something out. Anyway, let's go back over here. It's Trevor Malman. He's an excellent launch photographer. He's been doing it for a really long time. Great launch photographer. I actually met him, dude. He's a good dude. Oh, it got dark. When is heavy? It's tomorrow, Alex. Mm-hmm. Would you like a palette cleanser, not space? Yeah, sure, Goff, of course. Yeah, KJ, I'm not, yeah. Anyway, the best I can do is just say, go buy some of his prints or something, or go support him if you can, dude. He's a fantastic launch photographer, and it'd be a real shame to lose him. I'm not sure, Pythos. I'd have to go back and look. Your new wheels. Yeah, very nice. Very nice, dude. Nice. I don't know much about bikes, but that looks like fun. That looks like fun, dude. All right. In other news, Astra's working on a new rocket, and they released a picture of it today. I believe that Astra is using Ursa Major's motors, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, it was Trevor. He's a good photographer, man. Starling Group 35 with Scrubbed will be covering it tomorrow. Headed out to go pick up Lavi for tomorrow's Falcon Heavy launch. Are you ready for the single ugliest Falcon Heavy ever flown? Yeah. No, but yeah. Mini Atlas, it does kind of look that way, doesn't it? Interesting. For the upper stage only, first stage are Astra engines. Yeah, Nathan, that's right. You're right. Are those Reaver motors? Yeah, those are Reaver motors from Firefly. Cool. Did Astra build them, or did they buy them from Firefly? They are building them licensed. Ah. Interesting. Will it still fit in a container? That was honestly the best part about Rocket 3. I don't think so. Also, 2-axis gimbal. Yeah, and having two of them like this would be able to do that. Which is why they never call them Reavers. Isn't it interesting that we're starting to see commercial providers save on launch costs by licensing motors from other people? It's pretty cool, man. SpaceX should license out the Merlin. Yeah. Joe Symbol 1 had a resub in there that I missed because of the sub, but I love this channel. Yeah. Symbol 1, if you're still here, sorry I missed it, but it's I just saw it pop up in the notifier. I love this channel. Yeah. Surprised you haven't changed the background videos to Starship lifting off. Matt, I've literally done nothing on my computer since I left, but before I started this stream. Like, since I left for Starship to basically when I started this stream, I hadn't touched my computer because I was busy. You watched Dega? I didn't. Was busy. Nope. Started the next step of the space industry. Yep. So, yeah, give me some time. Give me some time. All right. The Ursa Major engine they are using is oxidizer rich. Did you busy? Yes. Subscribers. Yes. What happened to Intelsat 708? I just now heard about it. Intel 708 is why we don't work with China on anything, Jackal. Yeah. Did they release a reason for Starship? No, nothing yet, Chow. No. Hotel 25. I love this channel. Yeah, 708 is the reason why we don't work with China on anything. Because we tried to do that in the 90s because it was cheaper. Real typical 1990s. I could do it for less if we have people overseas make it. Yeah, so that's what we tried to do with the space program. Yeah, and then the rocket just magically malfunctioned. God, bits. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, and then they stole everything. Yeah, Chow Dubs, they did that, and then all of their satellite buses after that just seemed to be based off of Intelsat 708. About that. And suddenly, yeah, their guidance technology just all of a sudden had a real big breakthrough. Yeah, God, it's funny how that works. Jeez. What's this, Erudite? All right, try to keep it on topic of space, please, okay? As much as you possibly can. Yeah, weird. Yeah. Yeah, Chow, yeah, it's funny how that works, yeah. Whose harebrained idea was it to have a foreign country try and launch a U.S. military sat? Well, Intelsat 708 was not a U.S. military sat, Hellfish, but, yeah. That is a really good anvil. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, Alex. Yeah, that's what happened. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a commercial venture. Yep, yep. With some government people involved. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Astra also announced that their Astra spacecraft propulsion kit, of which they sold 5 the night before. Interesting. Interesting. On the space topic, the tank farm at Starbase is venting? Really? All right, I'm out for a bit. We'll definitely catch you later. All right, Chris. Great meeting you all and awesome content. You'll be getting my sub going forward. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, you want to talk about space, dude? Or cars. I like race cars, too. Space or cars. I'm your guy. But I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah. Huh. And trains. Anything mechanical, Chris. Anything mechanical. I like knowing how Saturn V works, but I like knowing how the VAB that they use to build it also works. That should explain the whole spectrum of things. Oh, interesting, Thomas. Does NSF know about this? Kennedy Space Center is soliciting interest requests for information on launch ascent imagery for, is this for Starship? It's on a needed basis for exploration ground systems program launch vehicles. Reductions in program budgets and a reduced launch manifest have driven the EGS Communications Office to request information for a possible procurement of launch ascent imagery as a service. With the general cadence of 1 launch per year, the goal would be to obtain this capability from commercial entities that are able to provide a viable service. VAB enjoyers. Telling you, the GSC is where it's at, Nathan. Stage 0. GSC is where it's at, my brother. I don't need to tell you. I don't know. I don't have that information, Jackal. I'm the new guy, remember? I have no idea, dude. And I definitely ain't going to speak for NASA spaceflight here. Yeah, Hibbit, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, Solid. Yeah, that's interesting. You know what? I'll shoot that off. I'll shoot that off, and we'll see what we can see. You know what? I'll move this forward. Yeah. Yeah, okay, they know. They know already. Yeah, they know about that. Yeah, they know. They know about that. Yeah, they know about that. The person running it popped into NSF's chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, Thomas, you're talking about the logo. Yep. Okay. Well then. Well then. Yeah, something's going on with the tank farm, dude. I'm not sure what this is. It's the channel of the company that did the lasers. Dynamic lasers. Cool. QD is in one piece, though. That's pretty sweet. Anyway, guys, it's getting up on 9 o'clock here. That was a good space news. That was fun. I enjoyed it. Did you guys enjoy it? I hope so. All right, so we have to get up early because there's a launch happening. Also note, the lift jig they have on ship 28, it's the one that grabs onto the chopstick points. Cool. I saw the tail end of Space News Mavans. KSP tomorrow. You know what I think I'm going to do? Let's see. Let's take a look. So, tomorrow at 9:40, we have Starlink 3.5 from Vandenberg. Vandenberg. You know, merchandising. And then we have Viasat 3 Americas. So, the Viasat 3 Astranis mission. That's at 7:29. Maybe, like, play Cities in the morning or something, and then play like Kerbal at night, like up until the Falcon Heavy launch or something, maybe. Okay. Yeah, that Viasat 3 Falcon Heavy mission is completely expendable. No grid fins, no landing legs. Interesting. So. Girl, maybe. Yeah. How damaged are those cryo tanks? Those aren't the cryo tanks. The cryo tanks are inside of those tanks, Elliot. Sorry. Yo, I haven't watched you play Cities in a hot minute. Got to build out those stack interchanges, man. Yeah. Maybe we could just play City. Maybe we should do like a big City stream tomorrow. Well, fully expendable with an asterisk due to the fairings being recovered. Yeah, good point. I don't know. I can't decide if I like Falcon Heavy with no grid fins and no landing legs. It looks weird. It's some like uncanny valley. It looks like one of those fan-made renders. What time is the launch? So, Yuri, you're Central. Are you in Central or Eastern? It looks stolen. It does look stolen. It's so strange. We also have a new center, a 0.3 side and a 0.8 side. Damn, that sucks. Counterfeit Falcon Heavy. Wish Falcon Heavy. We have Falcon Heavy at home. Falcon Heavy at home. 8:40 a.m. tomorrow, Yuri, for Starlink 3.5, and then 6:30 for Viasat. So are they sending up another? Another what, freak? Another Starship? It's going to be a little bit before that happens. If you could ride one rocket in history, not flying or currently flying, what are you picking? Space shuttle. All right, guys. So, because we have to get up early, because tomorrow's going to be a long stream, I'm going to cap this stream off at about 9 hours. Let's see who is out and about. Yeah, Nick, I'll be fine, man. I'm good, man. I had the last couple of days off. I'm A-okay, dude. All right, Stig. Thanks, brother. Be good. Raid Rocket Sage? Yeah. We haven't raided Rocket Sage in forever because she hasn't been around. So go over there and see what Rocket Sage is up to. How was the shower? It was great. I got car parts for a wedding shower gift. No joke. I got towing mirrors for the F-250. Not even kidding. That was a wedding shower gift. See, Primo's family and I, we see eye to eye on things, let's just say. So, go see what Rocket Sage is up to, and I will talk to you guys all, talk to you guys all tomorrow. See you about 9:30. When is the big day? It's in the summer, dude. It's in the summer. Guys, go give Rocket Sage a nice, super huge raid. Rocket Sage is a STEM streamer like me, only she teaches geology instead of, like, rocket science. Really good, really good. She'll light up when she sees the raid. This should be fun. Go over there, and pay it forward, okay? Thanks, Sam. Are you buying an Airstream trailer? No. It's rock science. Yep. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night.